Chapter 284. Hearing this voice, Su Yan frowned. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming out, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was very clear about his body's current condition. Although he had the power from Sword Sage, after all, Sword Sage had saved Su Yan several times. He did not have much power left. In addition, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Hidden Sword Sage's power couldn't hold on for long. If this Fire Qilin Devil's Soul were to continuously erupt with fireballs, Su Yan would not even need to use these fireballs to attack, as he would die from the exhaustion of the spirit qi within his body. As Su Yan was thinking, the fireballs arrived in front of him. Su Yan suddenly frowned again. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. His body leaped up and with a cold shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand suddenly slashed out horizontally. A powerful force burst out from the ghost howl sword, and a bright light surged out. With a bang, the fireballs were shattered, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Su Yan launched a strike and was panting heavily. It was obvious that the spirit qi in his body was getting less and less. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Kid, don't think you can stop me. Following that, a few more fireballs surged out from its body. Su Yan frowned and hurriedly took a few steps back. This won't do. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion before I can pry open the mouth of the Fire Qilin Devil's Soul. Su Yan stared at the fireballs that were constantly surging towards him and frowned. A mere one-star Emperor Tianxiang wants to stop me? You're courting death. Seeing Su Yan's expression, the Thousand Ghost Demon Soul laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, kid, if you surrender to me now, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I awaken, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Surrender? Don't even think about it. Su Yan snorted and snorted. In his mind, the word surrender did not exist. What an arrogant kid. A mere one-star Emperor Tianxiang. I, the Thousand Ghost Demon Soul, want you to surrender to me. This is the blessing of a lifetime. You're courting death. The Thousand Ghost Demon Soul snorted. Suddenly, countless fireballs burst out from the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's huge body. Su Yan was shocked. There are so many fireballs. With my current strength, I can't break them one by one. Even if I break them, the fireballs will continue to surge towards me. There is no chance at all. Su Yan looked at the fireballs that kept surging towards him, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Is there really no other way? Su Yan's heart sank. His mind was spinning. Wait, what way is there? Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't know anything about the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. He had never heard of this Thousand Ghost Demon Soul before. How could he know how to deal with it? Su Yan wished that Sword Sage wasn't asleep. If he was, he would definitely think of a way to deal with the current situation. What way is there? Su Yan roared in his heart. When he looked at the mouth of the Fire Qilin's Devil's Soul, he saw that there was a crack in its mouth. His eyes suddenly brightened. Master said that as long as I enter the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body and extract the Celestial Fiend Jade, I can stop the Thousand Ghost Demon Soul from regenerating. Then, thinking of this, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword scripture started to spin rapidly. Looking at the mouth of the Fire Qilin Devil's Soul, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Then a burst of majestic power was emitted from his body. Ha ha ha, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. When the self-proclaimed Thousand Ghost Demon Soul saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, he laughed. Boy, it's useless. Don't make a pointless struggle. Just accept your death. Su Yan didn't care about the Thousand Ghost Demon Soul's laughter. His eyes continued to move and emitted a demonic blood-red light. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body spun rapidly. The spiritual energy in his blood vessels kept flowing into the pagoda sword. The moment the spiritual energy entered the pagoda sword suddenly emitted a bright golden light. As the light spread, a powerful force exploded. When the Thousand Ghost Demon Soul saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, he was stunned. Then he said in horror, "The pagoda sword. How is this possible? How can the pagoda sword be in your hands?" The pagoda sword. You're the successor of the pagoda sword sect. The thousand-ghost demon soul was clearly afraid of the pagoda sword sect. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, his voice trembled. Then, he became furious and shouted, "The successor of the pagoda sword sect. Good, good. Looks like I'll have to get rid of you today." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. Countless fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The light from the fireballs lit up the entire 9th level of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan didn't care about this at all. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and continued to emit a scarlet light. "Die, brat!" The thousand-ghost demon soul immediately burst into laughter when he saw the fireballs. "Haha, so what if you're the successor of the pagoda sword sect? So what if you have the pagoda sword? You're still going to die at my hands today. Ha ha ha, pagoda sword venerable. You probably didn't expect this. Thousands of years ago, you sealed me here. Now, the only successor of the pagoda sword sect is going to die here." The more the thousand-ghost demon soul spoke, the prouder and crazier he became. Especially when he mentioned the pagoda sword sect, his voice sounded crazy. "Haha, brat, to be honest, I really have to thank you. If you didn't bring the fiendish immortal ancient jade and trigger a resonance with me, I might have been sealed here for the rest of my life. Haha, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Pagoda sword venerable, you probably didn't expect this." Ha 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 ha. Su Yan didn't care about the thousand-ghost demon soul's laughter. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and the fireballs that were flying towards him. His spiritual energy was pushed to the limit. Just as one of the fireballs was about to hit him, Su Yan, who hadn't moved his body until now, finally moved. "Now is the time!" Su Yan coldly cried out. In an instant, his eyes turned and a bright glow erupted from his blood dragon eyes. His entire body was like a long rainbow as he leaped up. The Buddha sword, which was emitting a resplendent golden glow, shot forward and sliced through the air with a deafening boom. Bang! Zhao Fu's sword slammed into the first ball of fiery qi, resulting in a massive explosion as boundless fiery light shot out. Haha, is it useful? When the myriad ghost demon master saw this, he laughed out loud again. Haha, kid, just accept your death obediently. As the thousand-ghost demon soul spoke, a fireball suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. The huge force suddenly exploded on Su Yan's body. When the thousand-ghost demon soul saw this, he laughed even more mournfully. Haha, pagoda sword venerable, this must be your last successor. Haha, I didn't expect you to die at my hands in the end. Ha ha ha. At this moment, myriad ghost demon sovereign saw the scene before him and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. When he saw the icy light surging from Su Yan's body, the thousand-ghost demon soul was stunned. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. When Su Yan heard the thousand-ghost demon soul's terrified expression, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and narrowed his eyes. Success or failure depends on this. As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly became like a bolt of lightning. He tightly gripped the pagoda sword in his hand and charged forward. When the thousand-ghost demon soul heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He roared, "Brat, do you think this is enough? Die!" With this roar, countless fireballs suddenly erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and rapidly smashed towards Su Yan. Success or failure depends on this. Success or failure depends on this. When Su Yan saw this, his expression didn't change at all. He was still cold and emotionless. Only his eyes, which were staring at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth, kept emitting waves of resplendent light. At this moment, bang! Suddenly, countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. The black ice divine shield on Su Yan's body was instantly blasted apart. A searing pain exploded from Su Yan's body. Ah! Su Yan couldn't help but roar in pain. His entire body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Dang! At this moment, the thousand-ghost demon's soul roared again and countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Just now, when he used the black ice divine shield to block those fireballs, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. Now, Su Yan was already at his wit's end. Under the attack of the fireballs, Su Yan's entire body suddenly tottered. Waves of searing pain constantly surged in his body, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. Haha, brat. Let's see how you struggle. Seeing this, the 1,000 ghost demon souls sneered and roared, Die! Then, a few more fireballs directly flew towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body suddenly tumbled. It was as if his body was being torn apart, and all his tendons and veins were burning. Ah! Even with his strong willpower, he could not help but let out a low roar. Even so, Su Yan still clenched his teeth and persevered. No! I can't lose here like this. No, I definitely can't. Good brat, you're still not dead. Let's see how long you can last. Chapter 285. Asterisk bang. Asterisk countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body, and the intense pain instantly spread to every nerve in Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to burn. Ah! Su Yan also let out a low roar in pain. However, his eyes were still surging with a resplendent glow. Success. Success or failure will depend on this. Su Yan clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted. Ignoring the fireballs, he exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body and directly attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth with the Buddha sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, and under the cover of the countless fireballs, he directly passed through. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Buddha sword instantly hit the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded. Ah! After receiving such a heavy blow, the myriad ghost demon ancestor couldn't help but let out a cry of grief. The arrogant voice from before also turned into shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? You're just a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, how can you? Although the myriad ghost demon ancestor didn't believe it, the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth had already been pried open by Su Yan. The moment the mouth was pried open, the surrounding fireballs also disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a light smile. With a bang, his entire body fell onto the ground. Although the fireballs had disappeared, Su Yan had received too many attacks just now. Now, Su Yan's body didn't have a single piece of intact flesh, and his clothes were also burned to ashes. Did it work? Seeing the fire unicorn demon soul's pried open mouth, Su Yan felt a gratified smile in his heart. However, at this moment, the myriad ghost demon ancestor's voice sounded again. Haha, good boy, I really underestimated you. You actually made me open my mouth with willpower. Not bad. But do you think it will work? Ha ha ha, don't forget, even if you pry open your mouth, you still won't be able to extract the ancient jade of the fiendish immortal. You still won't be able to resist the rebirth of my 10,000 ghosts demon lord. What? When Su Yan heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his entire body froze. His muddle-headed will suddenly sobered up at this moment. That's right, the 1,000 ghosts archdevil was right. Although he had pried open the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's mouth, he still couldn't extract the ancient jade of the evil immortal from the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's body. He still couldn't stop the 1,000 ghosts archdevil from regenerating. Everything he had done today was in vain. No, I can't fall like this. Su Yan was on the verge of fainting, but when he heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his mind moved. He forcefully supported his broken body and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Just as he stood up, his knees went soft, and he fell to the ground again. When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw Su Yan like this, he laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, lowly brat, stop struggling. You can't stop me. Hearing myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, Su Yan didn't know why, but anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger surged in Su Yan's heart and stimulated the will in his heart. No, I must stop it, I must. Su Yan roared in his heart, and a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. With a loud bang, a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged in Su Yan's body. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated, and Su Yan's entire body was suddenly torn apart, turning into a dragon. What's going on? When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was in a daze, another mighty dragon's roar reverberated. Following that, a bright light surged, and Su Yan's entire body suddenly drilled into the fire unicorn demon soul's body. Ah! The moment Su Yan entered the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereign suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. No! Impossible! How can I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, be destroyed by a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? No. Absolutely impossible. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, a bright light suddenly surged in the fire unicorn demon soul's body, and a majestic power directly exploded towards Su Yan. Su Yan was already exhausted. He had only succeeded in transforming into a dragon by sheer willpower. When the majestic power attacked, Su Yan wanted to dodge, but the space inside the fire unicorn demon soul was small to begin with, and Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! All of a sudden, Su Yan's entire dragon body was blasted away. Brat, you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. When Su Yan's body was blown out of the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereign suddenly laughed sinisterly. Brat, if you didn't stop me, how could I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, have spent 1,000 years of my cultivation? You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, the fire Chilin's body that had been in a daze all this time suddenly moved. Its 4 huge limbs fell down. Bang! The entire supreme demon ancient tower trembled. A surge of majestic power suddenly surged forth. Poochie! Under the pressure of this power, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Dang! Myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, and the fire Chilin's body suddenly pounced towards Su Yan. Its 4 huge limbs trampled on Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly trampled into a pulp. A strand of soul rushed out of Su Yan's body. When the fire unicorn demon's soul saw this, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then a raging fire rushed out of its nose and it shouted, Brat, you're only at the 1-star celestial phase realm, but you've actually condensed a soul. Interesting. Today, I'll kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. Now, I'll devour your soul. Hearing this voice, the fire unicorn demon soul suddenly opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour Su Yan's soul. Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you stole my soul. It's time to repay it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. What? Myriad ghost demon sovereign was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light surged out, and the fiend immortal ancient jade burst out from its body. The fiend immortal ancient jade was no longer the same as before. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it constantly shone with a bright light. At the moment when the light shone, with a loud bang, the fiend immortal ancient jade exploded, and a huge body surged out. It was the fire Qilin demon beast that was similar to the fire unicorn demon soul. Fire Qilin. Although the myriad ghost demon sovereign had the body of a fire Qilin, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw the fire Qilin. Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you destroyed my body thousands of years ago. Now, it's time for you to pay for it. The fire Qilin demon's soul roared, and the raging flames around its body suddenly burst out, directly colliding with the fire unicorn demon's soul. The fire unicorn demon's soul roared, but it wasn't in a hurry. It opened its huge claws and attacked the fire Qilin demon's soul. With a loud bang, a huge surge of energy surged, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it was daytime. The fire unicorn demon soul took a few steps back, and the myriad ghost demon sovereign inside its body said in astonishment, Fire Qilin, how can you be reborn? No, how is this possible? Your demon soul is under my control. How can you be reborn? Hearing his words, the fire Qilin demon soul roared and laughed. Haha, myriad ghost demon sovereign, you didn't expect this, right? I forgot to tell you, when you controlled me, I already left a trace of my demon soul in your demon soul. In addition, for thousands of years, I've been constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and devouring spiritual stones in the world. Naturally, I can be reborn. However, I actually have to thank you, myriad ghost demon sovereign. If you hadn't expended so much energy fighting that punk, I wouldn't have been your match. But now, the fire Qilin demon soul sneered, and directly collided with the fire unicorn demon soul. Although this body actually belonged to the fire Qilin, the fire Qilin did not hesitate. At the moment of impact, it released all its strength. Be it the soul or the body. They were all born from the fire Qilin, and they were all sacred beasts. The strength of the two was enough to destroy the world. As the intense battle broke out in the 9th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, it immediately caused the entire monster palace to shake. The disciples cultivating in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda immediately sensed the powerful energy, and one by one, they left the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. All the upper echelons of the monster palace were gathered here. Elder Li Tianyi frowned when he sensed the majestic energy fluctuations in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He wasn't the only one. All the disciples were the same. Of course, there were also some disciples who were angry. This person was none other than Murong Fu, who wanted to kill Su Yan. Murong Fu had been stunned by Su Yan's powerful defense on the 7th level. And because he was stunned, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew even stronger. He was cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Needless to say, Murong Fu was truly a genius of his generation. In just a few days, he had touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. And he was about to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Suddenly, a majestic energy came from the bottom of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The strength of the energy was beyond imagination. It scared Murong Fu so much that he immediately ran out of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. This also caused him to fail in his attempt to break through to the 8th level. Looking at the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda that was still surging, how could he not be angry? Elder Li, what is going on? Murong Fu was angry, so he naturally didn't hold back when speaking to Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi was also frustrated by this matter. When he heard Murong Fu's tone, he frowned and shouted, "I will naturally deal with this matter. There's no need for you to worry." Chapter 286. Please ask the palace master to come out. The others didn't think much of it. After all, they didn't know that the Princess of Chu had died. However, Macario Ice and the others who were standing to the side trembled. A sinister smile appeared on Ming Ruofeng's face. When Li Tianyi heard this, he frowned. This was because he could feel the power fluctuating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Tower. It wasn't something he could resist. With such a big matter happening, it was reasonable to ask the palace master for help. Although he also felt that it was reasonable to ask the Princess of Chu to come out, his expression was still gloomy. He didn't favor Murong Fu at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "Murong Fu, even if you want to ask the palace master, I should be the one to inform him. It's not up to a disciple like you to make the decision." "You?" Murong Fu looked at Li Tianyi. He, who was already suppressing his anger, became even more furious. For him, in the entire Monster Palace, other than the Princess of Chu, there was also the Celestial Pig Demon King, Luo Yaofeng. In the entire Supreme Demon Palace, there was not a single person that he could take a fancy to. So what if he was a disciple? His strength was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. He was only one level lower than Li Tianyi, so he was naturally dissatisfied with Li Tianyi. However, looking at the light emitted from Li Tianyi's eyes, Murong Fu chose to endure. "Li Tianyi, just you wait. As long as I break through the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, I will be able to replace your position." Murong Fu sneered in his heart. He looked at Li Tianyi and nodded. He said with an evil smile, "Okay, Li Tianyi. Since you want to inform the palace master, go quickly. Don't delay my cultivation." Humph. Li Tianyi was too lazy to argue with Murong Fu. He snorted and was about to inform the Princess of Chu. Chu Linger's heart trembled when she saw this. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Li Tianyi and said, "Elder Li, you can't. My mother is in a critical period of secluded cultivation. It's inconvenient to disturb her with this matter." Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, and Chu Linger was also very talented. Although the Princess of Chu did not announce Chu Linger as the successor of the Monster Palace, in many people's hearts, the Princess of Chu was the next palace master. Now that she had stepped out, her words naturally carried some weight. When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, his brows furrowed. For a moment, he didn't know how to decide. Although Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, because of the Princess of Chu's protection, Chu Linger had never cared about the Monster Palace. After the Princess of Chu passed away, Su Yan directly took over the position of Palace Master. Chu Linger had always ignored the matters of the Monster Palace. Now that she encountered this matter, Chu Linger had no confidence in her heart. Seeing that all the disciples were looking at her, she, who was naturally thin-skinned, couldn't help but blush. "Junior Sister Chu, this matter is of great importance. I think it's better to ask the Princess of Chu to come out and preside over it." At this moment, Ming Ruofeng, who was standing next to her, suddenly spoke. "Ming Ruofeng, what do you mean by this?" Hearing Ming Ruofeng's words, Makaryu Ice and the others couldn't help but have a burst of anger on their faces. After all, Ming Ruofeng knew that the Princess of Chu had passed away. Now that he proposed to see the Princess of Chu at this juncture, wasn't he causing trouble? When Ming Ruofeng heard Makaryu Ice and the others questioning, he smiled coldly and didn't answer. Seeing Ming Ruofeng like this, Chu Linger also frowned slightly. She glared at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, I already said that my mother is in seclusion, and it's not convenient to disturb her." "What do you mean by this? Seclusion? I don't think so." Ming Ruofeng smiled coldly. Although he didn't directly say the truth of the matter, the expression on his face had a different charm, and it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Don't forget, the people here today are all the geniuses of the Supreme Demon Palace. Seeing Ming Ruofeng's expression, Li Tianyi also frowned. Looking at the anxious eyes of Chu Linger, Makaryu Ice, and the others, he had some doubts in his heart. Although the Princess of Chu has handed over all the major and minor matters in the palace to me, with the Princess of Chu's personality, she has never been in seclusion for such a long time. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is seriously injured? Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. After all, the entire monster palace was now supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If the Princess of Chu was really seriously injured, the Pig Sky Monster King and Luo Yaofeng would definitely take this opportunity to fight back. If these two people fought back, then the monster palace would definitely be reshuffled. At that time, not only would he lose his position as an elder, but he might also lose his life. Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. Seeing that everyone was still arguing, Li Tianyi suddenly shouted, "All right, stop arguing. I'll naturally investigate this matter. It's not up to you to worry. For now, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda will be temporarily sealed. I'll make a decision after I'm done with it." After Li Tianyi finished speaking, a majestic spiritual power surged in his body, emitting a majestic aura. He shouted, "I've made this decision today. If anyone dares to cause trouble behind my back, don't blame me for being rude." With that said, Li Tianyi waved his hand and sealed the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Everyone was shocked by Elder Li Tianyi's stance. After all, Li Tianyi's strength was obvious to everyone. Now, he was the great elder of Monster Palace. Even Murong Fu did not dare to offend him, let alone them. All the disciples looked at the sealed Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda and were somewhat disappointed. However, after all, everyone had felt the majestic power inside. Thinking about it now, they still felt some lingering fear. Not daring to act rashly, they shook their heads and dispersed. Chu Linger, Makaryu Ice, and Ratli walked together. The three of them knew the truth of the matter. At this moment, the three of them were frowning. Especially Chu Linger. After all, she was the daughter of Princess Chu. Although she had not taken over the Monster Palace, she had always treated the Monster Palace as her home. Moreover, the Monster Palace was her mother's life's work. She was also the most worried about this matter. While worrying, Chu Linger suddenly thought of something. Looking at the moving crowd, she raised her head and asked Makaryu Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, did you see Junior Brother Su today?" Su Yan. When Makaryu Ice heard Chu Linger's words, he was first taken aback. Then he shook his head and said, "I really didn't see Su Yan today." Chu Linger immediately cast her gaze at Rat Li. When she saw Rat Li shaking his head, she immediately felt worried. She muttered softly, "Junior Brother Su, could something have happened to him? If I'm not wrong, Su Yan has probably died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda." Just as Chu Linger was worrying, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, Ming Ruofeng's figure appeared in front of the three of them. "What are you doing here?" Because of Ming Ruofeng's words earlier, the three of them had long held a grudge against Ming Ruofeng in their hearts. When they saw him come out, their expressions couldn't help but sink. When Chu Linger heard his words, she rebuked him angrily. "Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Junior Brother Su is clearly fine. Who said that he has died?" Ming Ruofeng was not angry at Chu Linger's rebuke. Instead, he smiled and said, "Am I spouting nonsense? That day, when you were cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, you saw Su Yan enter with your own eyes. However, did you see him come out today?" When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger and company's hearts sank. "No, that's impossible. Chu Linger's face was filled with sadness. When Ming Ruofing saw this, he smiled and said, "Junior Sister Chu, I once said that if Su Yan's strength exceeded mine, I would naturally be able to help him. However, it seems that he does not have that strength. So what do you want?" Macario Ice was alarmed when he heard Ming Ruofing's words. He looked at him warily. "I don't want anything." Ming Ruofing maintained his devilish smile. His eyes flashed slightly as he said with a smile, "I'm just thinking that since Su Yan has died, shouldn't the position of Palace Lord be chosen again?" "No. No." When Ming Ruofing said that, Chu Linger immediately roared angrily. She shouted, "Ming Ruofing, don't spout nonsense. Su Yan can't be dead. It's impossible." As Chu Linga spoke, tears slid down her gentle and beautiful face. Her sorrowful expression caused others to feel pity for her. In the Eastern Palace, several male disciples fancied Chu Linger. This included Ming Ruofing. When Ming Ruofing saw the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yan in the demonic blood cave, he was jealous. Furthermore, Su Yan had taken over the position of Palace Lord. This made Ming Ruofing even more unhappy. Therefore, when Ming Ruofing knew that Su Yan had died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was happy. He only saw the woman he loved crying for someone else. Ming Ruofing could not help but feel angry. He shouted, "Junior Sister Chu, don't be silly. Su Yan is already dead. He's dead." "No, that's impossible." Chu Linger kept shaking her head and said, "That's impossible. Su Yan can't be dead. He can't be. I want to find him. I want to find him." Chu Linger cried. She suddenly thought of something and ran out of the door. "Chu Linger!" Ming Ruofing immediately shouted and stopped Chu Linger. He glared at her and shouted, "Chu Linger, are you really going to give up the entire Monster Palace for a man like him?" What do you mean by that?" When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofing's words, she was immediately stunned. When Ming Ruofing saw that Chu Linger had finally calmed down, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "I don't mean anything. I'm just thinking of Monster Palace." Thinking of Monster Palace. When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofing's words, she could not help but sneer. "Ming Ruofing, you nearly exposed yourself today. Do you think you're thinking of Monster Palace?" "Exposed?" Ming Ruofing sneered and said, "I naturally have my plans. Of course, as long as Junior Sister Chu is willing." Ming Ruofing, don't even think about it. Chapter 287. Ming Ruofing, you said that Su Yan died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Have you seen him? The person who came was none other than Dong Qinghao, who knew the truth of the matter. Ming Ruofing, you said Su Yan died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Dong Qinghao stared at Ming Ruofing with a cynical expression on his face. However, his tone of voice was firm and powerful. "Dong Qinghao." Ming Ruofing frowned when he saw Dong Qinghao. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. "Dong Qinghao, although I did not see Su Yan lose his life in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, you do not have the right to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda this time. What do you know?" "I don't know." Dong Qinghao smiled and said, "I really don't know. However, I believe that Su Yan will not die." "Ha!" Ming Ruofing suddenly laughed when he heard Dong Qinghao's words. "I believe you. What a joke." Su Yan went to the 7th level of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda alone, and was severely injured by Murong Fu. Then, he entered the 8th level. "Dong Qinghao, although you haven't obtained the right to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, I'm sure you know how powerful the heat is. You're at the 8th level, a 1-star Celestial Ascension Stage cultivator, and you're seriously injured. Do you think you still have a chance to live?" What? These people were no less familiar with the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda than anyone else. They naturally knew how powerful the scorching energy within the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was. When they thought about how Su Yan had actually entered the 8th level, they could not help but be stunned. Even Dong Qinghao's body trembled. However, it was impossible for Dong Qinghao to accept this. He rolled his eyes and a bright light surged in them. He sneered, "Ming Ruofing, no matter what, I absolutely believe that Su Yan is not dead." "He is not dead. Foolish child. Ming Ruofeng was almost angered to death by Dong Qinghao. He turned his head and ignored Dong Qinghao. Instead, he turned to Chu Linger and said, "Junior Sister Chu, I hope you think carefully and make plans for the Monster Palace. Now that Su Yan has fallen, the position of Palace Master is empty. Now that Monster Palace has encountered such a huge incident, how long do you think Palace Master Chu's matter can be hidden? If things fail, I'm afraid the entire Monster Palace will be in chaos. At that time, let alone the Supreme Monster Palace falling into the hands of others, I'm afraid that even the other 2 sects within the 5 countries will come looking for us. Don't forget, the Supreme Monster Palace has always been a taboo in this world. Junior Sister Chu, could it be that you really want the Supreme Demon Palace to walk down this path?" It was clear that Ming Ruofeng's words were very persuasive. They directly penetrated Chu Linger's heart. Chu Linger had feelings for Su Yan. This was true. However, Chu Linger also had deep feelings for Monster Palace. After all, Monster Palace was Chu Linger's home. Su Yan. The more Chu Linger thought about it, the sadder she became. Her face was already full of tears. When Dong Qinghao saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, "Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking nonsense." Ming Ruofeng sneered and shouted, "Dong Qinghao, you and the others should stop lying to yourselves. If Palace Master Chu's matter is exposed, you should all know what kind of suffering Monster Palace will suffer." Although Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratli all hated Ming Ruofeng, they had to admit that what Ming Ruofeng said was true. If the matter of Princess Chu's death was exposed, then the entire Monster Palace would be in danger. They didn't even dare to imagine it. Fine. Ming Ruofeng, even if what you said makes sense, you're only at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. I'd like to hear how you're going to save Monster Palace. Dong Qinghao's heart was filled with anger. The frivolous smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a sense of dignity. Save it. Ming Ruofeng had obviously already thought of a way. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, his eyes couldn't help but greedily look at Chu Linger. He licked his lips and said, "It's actually very simple. As long as Junior Sister Chu is willing to think for Monster Palace, everything will be fine." Although Chu Linger's heart was filled with sorrow, she knew how important this matter was. She forcefully suppressed the sorrow in her heart and looked at Ming Ruofeng, saying, "You tell me." When Ming Ruofeng saw Chu Linger's expression, he knew that his plan would most likely succeed. Immediately, an evil smile appeared on his face. "It's actually very simple. Junior Sister Chu, you should know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond in Monster Palace, right?" Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. Chu Linger was momentarily stunned. Then, a sharp light flashed in her eyes as she shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, how do you know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond?" "Junior Sister Chu, don't worry about how I know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. It's fine as long as you know about it." When everyone heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they didn't interrupt. They all looked at him, wanting to see what he would say. Seeing that no one reacted, Ming Ruofeng smiled evilly. He glanced at everyone and continued, "Then everyone should know that my Ming clan's previous life was the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, right? Hurry up and say it." Dong Qinghao urged impatiently. However, Ming Ruofeng wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Since everyone knows that I'm from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, then you should also know that Junior Sister has the bloodline of the Water Spirit clan, right?" "Ming Ruofeng, what are you trying to do?" When Dong Qinghao heard Ming Ruofeng's words and thought about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond, he immediately realized something. Anger surged in his eyes as the spiritual energy in his body surged. When Ming Ruofeng saw Dong Qinghao's strength, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, Not bad. Dong Qinghao, you couldn't enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, but you're able to step into the quasi-spiritual sea realm. As expected of the bloodline of the Dongqing clan, your cultivation speed is really fast. But even so, you're still not my match." Ming Ruofeng shouted coldly. Suddenly, the cultivation technique in his body followed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. Rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. The few of them couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Ming Ruofeng looked at their shocked expressions and smiled. "That's right. I'm now at the Rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. So, as long as Junior Sister Chu is willing to enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond to cultivate with me, Then breaking through to the spiritual sea realm is just around the corner. Cultivate with him. Chu Linger thought that Ming Ruofing had some ideas. When she heard him talking about cultivating with her, her face immediately flushed red. At the same time, she was a little angry. Ming Ruofing was using this to threaten her to cultivate with him. Dong Qinghao and the others were also furious. They pointed at Ming Ruofing and shouted, "Ming Ruofing, you're shameless. You're using such methods to force junior sister Chu." I'm shameless. Ming Ruofing heard their words and was also furious. "Humph, junior sister Chu, you already know my feelings for you. My Ming clan and your Chu clan are both from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan. I used to believe that Palace Master Chu would definitely betroth you to me. Only when I, Ming Ruofing, cultivate with you will the best results be achieved." So, in the Monster Palace, no matter if it was Qin Luo or anyone else, I was not afraid at all. Because I knew in my heart that you, Chu Linger, would be mine one day. The more Ming Ruofing spoke, the more agitated he became. His entire body trembled slightly. But who would have thought that Palace Master Chu would betroth you to Su Yan? And you too. I hate you the most. You, Chu Linger, have only known Su Yan for a few months, but you've already developed feelings for him. What's even more hateful is that Princess Chu even betrothed the position of Palace Master to Su Yan, a mere Saint Bloodline Realm warrior. I can't accept this. I, Ming Ruofing, can't accept this. How am I inferior to Su Yan? Be it strength or bloodline, how am I inferior to him? Why did all of you choose him? In the Blood Demon Cave, I chose to endure because I knew that Su Yan, a mere Saint Bloodline Realm warrior, would not be able to support the entire Monster Palace. I was waiting for the day of his death. Now, I've finally waited. I've waited. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As Ming Ruofing spoke, he began to laugh loudly. His cold expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Chu Linger and said, "So, junior sister Chu, if you really care about the Monster Palace, you can only agree with me. Only when you and I dual cultivate can our strength soar quickly. Right now, I am in the 5th level spiritual sea realm. If I enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and dual cultivate with you, I will definitely reach the peak of the spiritual sea realm. And you, junior sister Chu, can also enter the spiritual sea realm. When that time comes, who will be a match for the two of us? The entire Monster Palace will fall into our hands again." No one knew that Ming Ruofing had hidden his feelings so deeply. Even Chu Linger did not know that Ming Ruofing had such deep feelings for her. Moreover, he had already planned this from the beginning. She could not help but secretly sigh at Ming Ruofing's shrewdness. Even so, Chu Linger still did not have any feelings for Ming Ruofing. Instead, she felt that he was even more shameless and annoying. Annoying, shameless. Chu Linger looked at Ming Ruofing and could not help but feel a little angry. However, although she was angry, Chu Linger also knew that what Ming Ruofing said was the truth. If her mother's matter was exposed, the entire Monster Palace would definitely fall into an irrecoverable crisis. This was probably the only way to solve this problem. As she thought about it, Chu Linger's heart could not help but sink. Her eyes surged with a pear blossom. When Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, and Ratli saw Chu Linger like this, they could not help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. They pointed at Ming Ruofing and shouted, "Ming Ruofing, you despicable and shameless fellow. I will kill you today. Kill me." When Ming Ruofing heard the three of them, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with just the three of you? You overestimate yourselves." Chapter 288. Shameless. When Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, and Ratli heard Ming Ruofing's words, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. With a roar, the three of them attacked Ming Ruofing at the same time. Although the three of them had feelings for Chu Linger, they had chosen Chu Linger. However, after Chu Linger chose Su Yan, they only wished the two of them well. Now, they only treated Chu Linger as their junior sister. How could they have such dirty thoughts like Ming Ruofing? Now that they saw Ming Ruofing's shamelessness, how could they not be angry? With just the three of you? Ming Ruofing saw the three of them attacking him, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, a gloomy and evil aura burst out. At the same time, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Suddenly, a majestic spirit chi surged out. With a move of his body, he leaped up like a bolt of lightning, directly dodging the attacks of the three people. The moment his body leaped up, a powerful surge of energy suddenly surged out. "The three of you want to kill me? Courting death?" Ming Ruofeng shouted angrily. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a powerful force swept out. "Be careful." When Dong Chenghao and the other two saw this scene, they were stunned. They hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique and quickly retreated. The three of them were extremely fast, but unfortunately, Rat Li's strength was too low. He was hit by Ming Ruofeng's force. Bang! With a loud sound, his whole body was directly sent flying. Puchi! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Rat Li's mouth. Rat Li, Dong Qinghao and Makaryu Ice hurriedly went to check on Rat Li's injuries. "I'm fine. Kill this bastard." Rat Li stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were surging with anger. Dong Qinghao and Makaryu Ice looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they took out their weapons and looked at Ming Ruofeng with killing intent in their eyes. "Do the three of you really want to die? If so, don't blame me for not caring about the past." Ming Ruofeng saw that the three of them were unwilling to give up, and his face was also surging with anger. Love from the past. The three of them sneered at the same time and completely ignored Ming Ruofeng. Perhaps they were once disciples of the Eastern Palace and had some feelings for each other. However, these feelings had long been destroyed after Ming Ruofeng's words. Now, the three of them only wanted to get rid of this despicable Ming Ruofeng. How could they still have any feelings for him? Die! The three of them shouted angrily and charged towards Ming Ruofeng again. "Good, very good. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not fulfilling your wish." Ming Ruofeng looked at the three of them attacking and roared angrily. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and a bright light surged. The light overflowed and at the same time, a majestic power erupted. It reverberated in the air and produced a series of whistling sounds. Ever since the fall of Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng could be said to be the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace. In addition, after entering the ancient demon pagoda to cultivate, Ming Ruofeng had broken through the fourth stage and stepped into the fifth stage of the Spirit Sea realm. His strength was even more different from before. As for Dong Qinghao, Xu Li, and Mu Lu Bing, although they had made some progress during this period of time, they were still quite strong. However, the strongest of the three was only Makaryu Ice, who was only at the third stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Dong Qinghao was at the Quasi-Spirit Sea realm, and Rat Li was at the 5-star Celestial Phenomenon realm. The three of them combined were not enough to catch up to Ming Ruofeng. Soon, injuries appeared on the three of them. Chu Linger's face was already full of pear blossoms when she saw this scene. Her heart ached. Everyone present had a good relationship with her in the past. She could not bear to see any of them injured because of this. Of course, this was still secondary. The one she felt the most heartache for was Su Yan. Thinking about Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Furthermore, these things had happened in the Monster Palace, which made her even more anxious. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Dong Qinghao, Ming Ruofeng, and Rat Li were all sent flying by Ming Ruofeng's move. Ming Ruofeng immediately took advantage of the situation and looked at Rat Li as he shouted, "Humph! A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator dares to go against me. I'll kill you first." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng suddenly smashed towards Rat Li's head. When Chu Linger saw this scene, her pupils suddenly constricted. She bit her lips and shouted, "Stop, Ming Ruofeng, stop right now." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's cry, he stopped what he was doing. "Ming Ruofeng, I promise you," Chu Linger said to Ming Ruofeng as her entire body trembled. When she finished speaking, the tears in her eyes were like a broken thread that continuously slid down her soft and beautiful skin. "Promise me, Junior Chu. You finally promised me." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed happily. He was so excited that he directly hugged Chu Linger. "Junior Chu, you're mine. You're mine." Chu Linger allowed Ming Ruofeng to hug her as her expression became extremely gloomy. She said coldly, "Ming Ruofeng, I can promise you, but I'll have to wait 3 days before I can enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with you." Okay. Junior Chu, as long as you're willing, anything is fine," Ming Ruofeng said with a laugh. "Okay." When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she nodded. Then she looked at Ming Ruofeng and said coldly, "Ming Ruofeng, you can leave now." I hope you won't harass me in these 3 days. Also, you have to hide the fact that my mother has died. Otherwise, even if I, Chu Linger, am destroyed along with the monster palace, you won't be able to touch a single finger of mine. Okay. I'll promise you anything. Ming Ruofing looked greedily at Chu Linger and kept nodding. When Chu Linger saw Ming Ruofing's gaze, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She shouted, "Then why aren't you leaving now? After all, she'll be mine in 3 days. I don't need to rush." Although Ming Ruofing really wanted to dual cultivate with Chu Linger right now, when he saw the anger on Chu Linger's face, he suppressed it. He turned around and looked at Makaryu Ice and Dong Qinghao with disdain before leaving. "Junior Chu, why did you agree to him?" After Ming Ruofing left, Dong Qinghao and the other two immediately went up to Chu Linger and asked. The 3 of them looked at Chu Linger's appearance with a pained expression. Chu Linger looked at the 3 of them and smiled bitterly. "In this situation, what can I do? The Monster Palace is my mother's life's work. Do you really want to see it destroyed?" As Chu Linger spoke, her face was already covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with pain. But, when Dong Qinghao and the other 2 saw Chu Linger's sad appearance, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to comfort her. The 3 of them could only curse themselves for being useless and lament at the side. "Su Yan, are you really dead?" When Chu Linger thought of Su Yan, tears welled up in her eyes again. Then, she bit her lip and walked to Dong Qinghao's side, saying, "Senior brother Dong Qinghao, do you have a way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda?" Enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? When Dong Qinghao heard Chu Linger's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, not understanding what she meant. "Yes." Chu Linger nodded. Her eyes immediately revealed a determined light. "I want to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yan really died in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, then I—" When she said this, Chu Linger suddenly choked up. She couldn't say the rest of her words. When Dong Qinghao and the other 2 heard this, they finally understood why Chu Linger had promised Ming Ruofing to give her 3 days. So this was the reason. She wanted to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to find Su Yan. The 3 of them looked at Chu Linger, and immediately felt admiration for Chu Linger's feelings for Su Yan. "Junior sister Chu, let the 3 of us handle the matter of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. You stay here." Dong Qinghao looked at the pitiful Chu Linger, and couldn't bear to let her take the risk of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Makaryu Ice also said, "Yes, leave the matter of finding Su Yan to the 3 of us." No. In the past, whenever Chu Linger wanted to do something, she would often ask them for help. However, this time, Chu Linger was unusually determined. She said, "This time, I must go by myself. Just tell me how to get in." This. When Dong Qinghao and the other 2 heard Chu Linger's words, they looked troubled. They really didn't want to see Chu Linger take the risk. Chu Linger looked at the 3 of them and snorted, "If that's the case, I'll go alone." With that, Chu Linger was about to walk out the door. The 3 of them were stunned when they saw this. They hurriedly pulled her back. "Junior sister Chu, don't be rash. We don't know what kind of power is surging in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Even Li Tianyi might not be able to withstand it. Entering now is definitely not a trivial matter. We need to think carefully." When Chu Linger heard this, she sneered and said, 3 days. I only have 3 days. In these 3 days, I have to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yan is still alive, even if Monster Palace is destroyed, I won't agree to Ming Ruofing's shameless request. If he... As Chu Linger spoke, a wave of grief surged up on her face again. Her eyes dimmed as well. When the 3 of them saw this, they wanted to persuade her, but they didn't know where to begin. After a moment of silence, Dong Qinghao sighed helplessly and said, forget it. Junior sister Chu, since things have come to this, we won't force you. The 3 of us will help you enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Thank you, senior brothers. Chu Linger clasped her hands at the 3 of them. At this moment, in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the 2 fire Qilin beasts were constantly fighting. There were many wounds on their bodies. Fire Qilin, so what if you've awakened? Haha, you're definitely not my match without your demonic soul. Seeing the Fire Cheelant's exhausted appearance, the corner of Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 289. Bang! Just as Fire Cheelant finished speaking, a huge amount of energy erupted from Fire Cheelant's body. The flames on its body surged forward, blasting the entire Great Fey Ancient Pagoda away. A huge flame shot up into the sky. At this moment, it was also night time. This powerful flame rushed up, illuminating the entire Supreme Demon Palace as if it was daytime. All the Monster Palace disciples' gazes were attracted. Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Although they were still some distance away from the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, they could still feel a powerful force surging towards them. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Elder Li Tianyi was also shocked when he saw this scene. This was because he could feel that this force was beyond his imagination. Feng Yuan's realm, no. It was even stronger than Feng Yuan's realm. Chu Linger, Makaryu Ice, Dong Chenghao, and Ratli originally wanted to break through the restrictions set up by Elder Li Tianyi, but before they could get close, they were attacked by this powerful force. The four of them hurriedly retreated. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from the horizon. The flame that reached the sky slowly descended. The entire Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was razed to the ground, turning into ruins. Everything returned to normal. However, this tremor attracted everyone in Monster Palace. When they saw this scene, they still had lingering fear on their faces. They did not dare to approach the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Don't get too close. Wait for me to go check it out. Elder Li Tianyi frowned when he saw everyone surrounding him. He immediately gave the order and headed towards the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda alone. In fact, no one dared to approach the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. They could only watch from afar. However, when some people saw Li Tianyi's body heading towards the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, they were puzzled. Monster Palace is in such a big mess. Why haven't we seen Palace Master Chu? It wasn't just them. Even Li Tianyi had the same doubts in his heart. However, as an elder, Li Tianyi naturally would not discuss such matters with others. At this moment, he could also feel that the powerful force within the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda had already descended. Hence, he was only puzzled by the absence of Princess of Chu. He did not panic. Instead, he was somewhat delighted. Because the Princess of Chu did not appear, it meant that she trusted him. As Li Tianyi thought about it, the cultivation technique in his body began to circulate as well. His figure quickly flew in the direction of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. No, I must go in, I must. Junior Sister Chu, the power erupting from inside is not something we can withstand. You can't go in. If you want to go, let us go. That's right, Junior Sister Chu, you can't go. Just as Li Tianyi was about to reach the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, he heard a commotion coming from below. Li Tianyi immediately frowned. Then he floated down. When he saw them, he shouted, "Why are you still here? Don't you know that this place is dangerous?" Elderly, I want to enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. When Chu Linger saw Li Tianyi, her expression did not change. She said with a resolute look. What? Li Tianyi was stunned. Just as he was about to scold her, he saw that it was Chu Linger. Then he frowned. Looking at the resolute look in Chu Linger's eyes, he asked respectfully, "Young Palace Master, we don't know what kind of power is hidden in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. It is truly a dangerous place. Why do you want to enter?" "I want to find Su Yan," Chu Linger said. Thinking of the huge power that had erupted, a look of sadness appeared in her eyes. Find Su Yan. When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, he was stunned. He looked at the four of them in panic and said, "Young Palace Master, you said that Su Yan did not come out of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda?" Seeing that Chu Linger did not answer, Li Tianyi looked at the other three. When the three of them saw Li Tianyi looking at them, they sighed helplessly. Su Yan did not come out. How is this possible? When Li Tianyi looked at the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, a look of worry immediately welled up in his heart. He had seen the anomaly in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. When the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda was activated, he was busy dealing with this matter and did not check if anyone had come out. He had always thought that Su Yan had come out of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda long ago. He did not expect that Su Yan had not come out yet. He did not come out. Li Tianyi looked at the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and narrowed his eyes. Thinking of that huge power, he could not help but feel sad. Don't stop me. I must go in. I must. At that moment, Chu Linger growled and was about to walk in the direction of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Li Tianyi was stunned when he saw this. He hurriedly went forward to stop Chu Linger and said, "Young Palatial Lord, you must not. We do not know what is hidden in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. You must not go near it." No. Even though Chu Linger was facing Li Tianyi, her tone did not change. She said firmly, "I must enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda today. I must find Su Yan." When Li Tianyi heard this, he frowned and immediately understood. After all, Li Tianyi was experienced. He naturally understood the feelings between young men and women. Seeing Chu Linger's determined look, Li Tianyi frowned again. He looked at the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and felt that the power had weakened significantly. He sighed helplessly and said, "Since young Palatial Lord is so insistent, let me lead you in." "Okay." Chu Linger nodded slightly when she heard that Li Tianyi was not stopping her. Dong Chenghao and company also hurriedly requested to enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Li Tianyi glanced at Chu Linger and nodded. "Fine, fine. All of you follow me." "Okay." When they heard Li Tianyi agree, their eyes revealed a look of excitement. At this moment, the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda had been completely blasted into ruins by the fiery light. All the passageways were blocked. When they saw this, they could not help but frown. "All of you make way. Let me clean it up." When Dong Qinghao saw this, he went forward and began clearing the path. Following that, Macario Ice, Rat Li, and Chu Linger also joined in clearing the path. With a few of them joining in, Li Tianyi naturally could not just stand there. After all, Chu Linger's status was higher than his. The few of them were all at the celestial stage or above. The power they erupted with had the power to shatter mountains. With a few of them working together, their speed could be considered fast. It did not take long for them to open up the first path. Unfortunately, the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda's blockage was too powerful. No matter how fast they were still slow. Seeing the place blown up like this, the expressions on their faces became uglier and uglier. After all, Su Yan was only at the 1-star celestial stage. If he was really here, it was likely that he would be doomed. And their guess was right. Su Yan had fallen. He had already fallen in the battle between the Fire Qilin and the myriad ghost demon Venerable. At this moment, only a wisp of his remnant soul was left. Am I dead? Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings as a thought flashed through his mind. However, when he reached out to touch his body, he could not feel his body at all. Su Yan was immediately shocked. Am I really dead? Pudong. At this moment, there was a loud sound. A huge rock suddenly flew up and a fiery light erupted from it. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the fiery light. When he saw that it was the Fire Qilin, his body trembled. Subconsciously, he activated his cultivation technique. However, when he activated his cultivation technique, Su Yan felt that his body was empty. Su Yan's face was even more shocked. Following the fiery light emitted from the Fire Qilin's body, Su Yan looked at his own body. It was illusory, as if he could disappear at any moment. His entire body trembled even more. Kid, you're just a remnant soul right now. Stop struggling. At this moment, the Fire Qilin suddenly opened its mouth and said to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the Fire Qilin in astonishment. He wanted to open his mouth to say something but he could not. However, even so, he could feel a huge amount of energy coming from the Fire Qilin. In front of this powerful energy, Su Yan's body trembled again. When the Fire Qilin saw Su Yan like this, it spoke again. Kid, don't be afraid. I am not the 1,000 Ghost Demon King. The 1,000 Ghost Demon King is gone now. I am the real Fire Qilin. The real Fire Qilin. Su Yan suddenly trembled again. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. The Fire Qilin did not care about Su Yan. It continued to say, Kid, you and I are fated to meet. I stole a lot of your spirit stones. Evil Celestial Jade. You are the evil Celestial Jade. Su Yan's body trembled. He looked very excited. If he was the evil Celestial Jade, it meant that the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul had not been successfully awakened. It meant that the monster palace would not be destroyed. Su Yan was very excited. He wanted to ask the fire Qilin about it, but he could not make a sound. When the fire Qilin saw this, it smiled and said, "Kid, you are a remnant soul body. I am just a remnant soul body. If you have any questions, you don't have to speak. Just tell me with your mind, and I will know." When Su Yan heard this, he was very happy. He hesitated and then he asked with his mind, "This? What is going on?" When the fire unicorn heard Su Yan's words, it smiled faintly and told Su Yan what had happened. Su Yan's face was full of shock. At the same time, Su Yan also heard the news of his death from the fire unicorn. Even though Su Yan wasn't afraid of death, when he really found out about the news of his death at this moment, a wave of sorrow couldn't help but surge up in his heart. The fire Qilin could feel Su Yan's sadness. It smiled and said, "Kid, don't be sad. You are dead, but because your soul is very strong, you are not really dead. If you are suitable, you can find someone to possess and be reborn." I still have a chance to be reborn. Chapter 290. Indeed. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's excited appearance, it didn't keep him in suspense. It opened its mouth slightly and said, "When the opportunity arises, you can find a warrior and seize his body. Then you can use his body to revive." Seize other people's bodies? Su Yan thought about the chance of resurrection and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yes. The fire Qilin nodded and looked at Su Yan. It said, "Unfortunately, your soul power is too weak. If you want to seize a body, I'm afraid it will be difficult." Su Yan was still feeling complacent about the chance of resurrection. Hearing the fire Qilin's words, he immediately became nervous. He asked, "Difficult? What should I do? What should I do?" The fire Qilin stared at Su Yan's soul body for a long time and sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'm going to die anyway. I'll lend you a hand." Ow! Just as the fire Qilin finished speaking, before Su Yan could react, there was a sudden roar. Suddenly, a powerful force surged. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to retreat. Bang! With a loud sound, a powerful force suddenly surged from Su Yan's mind and directly entered Su Yan's soul. When this force entered, Su Yan suddenly felt that his whole body was about to explode. An unprecedentedly intense pain surged up from his soul. This was the pain of the soul being torn apart. It would always exceed the pain of the body. Su Yan wanted to shout, but unfortunately, he could not make any sound. At the same time, there was a burst of bright light in front of Su Yan. This ray of light directly dispersed the darkness. Su Yan endured the pain and was hit by this strong ray of light. He could not help but close his eyes. At this moment, the fire Qilin's voice followed. "Boy, I will use my last bit of strength to help you increase your soul power. With my soul power, you should be able to find a martial artist in the spiritual sea realm to seize the body." Spiritual sea realm. After the fire Qilin's words, the pain in Su Yan's body lessened a lot. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. "Brat, remember, you must only be a martial artist below the spiritual sea realm. Of course, if you agree, that person's strength must also be at the celestial phenomenon realm. Otherwise, he won't be able to carry your soul. At that time, I'm afraid your soul will be scattered because of your failure to possess him. Remember, remember." As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, it disappeared with a flash of light. Senior Fire Qilin. When Su Yan saw that the fire Qilin had disappeared, he woke up from his daze. He looked at the surroundings that had returned to darkness. He couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness. No matter what, the fire Qilin had helped him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the fire Qilin had saved Su Yan's life. How could Su Yan, a person who valued relationships, not feel sad when he saw his savior fall just like that? "Senior, you can go in peace." Su Yan looked at the dark scene in front of him and sighed slightly. At this moment, in front of Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? In the midst of his astonishment, Su Yan hurriedly bent down to check. There was a white round palm-sized fireball on the ground, emitting a burst of bright light. Su Yan didn't recognize this thing, so he couldn't help but frown when he saw it. A woo! At this moment, the fireball suddenly exploded and let out a low roar. Su Yan was shocked by this sudden roar and hurriedly took a few steps back. When he calmed down, Su Yen saw the thing in front of him, and a shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. Fire! Fire Qilin. Su Yen opened his mouth in shock and couldn't close it for a long time. Yes, the thing on the ground was not an object, but the cub of the Fire Qilin. Because of the fall of the Fire Qilin, Su Yen was still a little sad in his heart. At this moment, seeing the cub of the Fire Qilin, his heart suddenly felt a burst of relief. Looking at it, Su Yen slowly approached it. Awoo! Just as Su Yen approached, the Fire Qilin suddenly burst out a low roar, which scared Su Yen. Although this Fire Qilin was only a cub, it was after all a holy beast, and the deterrent force it burst out was really shocking. Su Yen looked at the vigilant eyes of the Fire Qilin looking at him and couldn't help but frown. How do I subdue this Fire Qilin? Little thing, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I am your mother's friend. Although Su Yen didn't know why the fall of the Fire Qilin gave birth to this Fire Qilin cub, Su Yen was sure that this Fire Qilin was definitely the son of the previous Fire Qilin. Su Yen didn't know how to subdue this little guy, so he could only try to communicate with it with his soul force, constantly saying good words to it, conveying a good impression of it. Under Su Yan's efforts, the killing intent in the little guy's eyes finally slowly fell. When Su Yen saw this, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand to touch it, but unfortunately, he touched nothing. Su Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm just a remnant soul now. How can I grab the real thing? Thinking of this, Su Yen frowned again and sighed. It looks like I have to find a warrior to possess as soon as possible. As Su Yen spoke, he immediately stood up and looked around, hoping to find a way out. Unfortunately, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was completely destroyed due to the battle. Su Yen was just a remnant soul body, so it was impossible for him to open a path out. This made Su Yen feel a sense of melancholy. This place is completely sealed off. There is no way to get out. Do I have no choice but to wait here for the other people in the palace to come to my rescue? Su Yen smiled bitterly. The expression on his face grew more and more solemn. Awoo! Awoo! At this moment, the Fire Qilin suddenly screamed and burrowed into a crack in the stone. Su Yen saw this scene and frowned slightly. He hurriedly followed and asked, Hey little guy, what are you doing? Unfortunately, the Fire Qilin ignored Su Yen and kept burrowing forward. What the hell is this little guy doing? Su Yen looked at the Fire Qilin's actions in confusion, but Su Yen did not stop it. All he did was follow behind it and watch. He watched as the little guy kept digging forward. After about an hour or so, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately, a dense spirit qi surged up from the ground. This is... Su Yan's body trembled as he looked at the place the Fire Qilin had dug out. His eyes immediately filled with shock. What? What is this? Su Yan looked at the blue substance that surged out in front of him and suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. I understand, I understand. The reason why the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda has such rich spiritual energy is because of this. Spirit Spring. That's right, this is definitely a spirit spring. Su Yen looked at the blue substance that kept flowing out of the small hole in front of him and trembled with excitement. Just as he was about to activate his cultivation technique, Su Yan's face filled with disappointment. Unfortunately, I'm just a remnant soul now. Even if this is a spirit spring, I can't absorb it. Su Yen smiled bitterly as he looked at the spirit spring and shook his head. At this moment, the little guy suddenly burrowed its head into the spirit spring and greedily absorbed the blue liquid. With its little tail sticking up, its petite body looked exceptionally cute. When Su Yen saw this, he could not help but laugh. Although I can't absorb it, this little guy can. That's a good thing. Su Yen smiled and didn't think too much about it. He just watched the Fire Qilin absorb the spirit spring. At first glance, Su Yen didn't feel anything, but when he looked again, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This little guy's absorbing speed is way too fast. Su Yen could not imagine that the Fire Qilin could absorb the spiritual energy at such a fast speed. One had to know that this was a spirit spring. The spiritual energy gathered here was enough to allow hundreds of ordinary warriors to break through a major realm. However, this little guy was absorbing it at an extremely fast speed. Sizzle. In less than an hour, the spirit spring dried up. As for the little guy, it looked as though it had not had enough. Su Yen was surprised when he saw this. How much spiritual energy does this little guy need to absorb to break through? After all, if it were any other warrior, as long as they could break through the bottleneck, they could use the spirit spring to cultivate at a speed more than 100 times faster. However, this little guy had been completely absorbed by the spiritual energy in less than an hour. Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this. It looks like this great Fey ancient pagoda will no longer exist in the future. With this in mind, Su Yan felt his heart ache. After all, Su Yan was the Monster Palace's palace lord. With the great Fey ancient pagoda around, it was definitely of great help to the strength of the Monster Palace disciples. However now, it had all been absorbed by the fire Qilin. So what if it was absorbed? The most hateful thing was that Su Yan did not see any increase in the little guy's strength. This made Su Yan feel that it was a waste. The spirit spring is a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Now it is being wasted just like that. Su Yan shook his head with a wry smile, but he didn't blame the little guy. Instead, he looked at the little guy's unsatisfied expression and licked his lips. He found it funny and pointed at the little guy. You've absorbed so much spiritual qi, but you're still not satisfied. Pew dong. At that moment, a deep crater suddenly appeared where the spirit spring was. Su Yan was shocked by the sudden change. He took a few steps back before he calmed down. He looked at the deep crater in puzzlement and frowned. What's going on? Su Yan looked and suddenly thought of something. Chapter 291. Could this be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan thought as he looked at the deep pit that had suddenly appeared. His eyes immediately glowed with a bright light. Although Su Yan thought that this might be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, he could not be sure. Su Yan did not dare to enter rashly. Instead, he observed from the side. It was a pity that everything here was destroyed. In addition to the darkness, there was no way to see Shizhen Dao. Is this the entrance to the 10th level? If so, what is there in the 10th level? Su Yan looked at the crater and muttered to himself. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Plop! At this moment, the little guy beside Su Yan leaped and directly jumped into the deep pit. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't!" Unfortunately, it was too late. The little guy had already jumped into the crater. This made Su Yan smile bitterly. He sighed and said, forget it. Since I can't get out, I'll go down and find out." With that said, Su Yan flew into the crater. In fact, if it were any other time, Su Yan would not hesitate and would have gone down long ago. But because of his death this time, Su Yan deeply felt the fear of death. Therefore, this made Su Yan feel a little apprehensive. That was why he could not make up his mind. Now that he saw the fire Qilin go down, he made up his mind. Where is this? After Su Yan followed, he looked at the place in front of him and was stunned. This was because this place was completely different from the 9th level. This was a brand new place. It was much bigger than the 9th level. Furthermore, the aura was different. It was eerie, making one feel a sense of fear. Could this be the 10th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but frown. He could not connect everything here with the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from afar. When Su Yan heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. When he reacted, he was even more stunned. What the hell is going on? Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Right at this moment, that furious voice sounded again. Bang! Bang! Before Su Yan could react, the fire Qilin ran towards the source of the sound. Little thing. Su Yan wanted to stop him, but the fire Qilin was too fast, and Su Yan couldn't make a sound now. By the time Su Yan called him, he had already run dozens of meters away. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. What a curious little guy. Su Yan smiled bitterly as he hurriedly followed. As they approached, the furious voice became clearer. Following that, they saw a white-robed youth imprisoned in a cage. Although he was dressed in white, his clothes were extremely sloppy. Coupled with his messy hair, he looked very wretched. Su Yan recognized him at a glance. Nangong Xiangming. That's right. This person was none other than Nangong Xiangming, who had been imprisoned in the Great Fey Ancient Prison because he wanted to kill Su Yan. Looking at him, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a strange expression. Of course, he was not surprised because of Nangong Xiangming, but because of the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan never expected that the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda would be combined with the Great Fei Ancient Prison. Nangong Xiangming had been in the prison for a very long time. Although he could still cultivate here, he had to endure the torture of loneliness and the corrosion of darkness. This made Nangong Xiangming's hatred for Su Yan grow stronger. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. When Nangong Xiangming thought that all of this was because of Su Yan, he let out a low growl again. At the same time, he looked up and happened to see the fire Qilin. Nangong Xiangming was immediately taken aback as he stared at the fire Qilin for a long time. A look of surprise suffused his face. Qilin Holy Beast. Furthermore, it's just a cub. I never expected to encounter a Qilin Holy Beast here. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Nangong Xiangming laughed excitedly. Haha, as long as I subdue this Qilin Holy Beast, it will only be a matter of time before I gain control of Monster Palace. Killing that Su Yan will be a piece of cake. Nangong Xiangming's eyes were full of excitement as he looked at the fire Qilin. He ignored Su Yan, who was not far behind the fire Qilin. Su Yan saw Nangong Xiangming's greedy eyes and then looked at the fire Qilin. He was a little worried that the fire Qilin would be subdued by him. He couldn't help but frown as he saw Nangong Xiangming's spirit energy surge and fly towards the fire Qilin. Su Yan was even more nervous. He wanted to use his technique to stop him. But just as he was about to use his technique, Su Yan remembered that he was just a remnant soul body. He had no power at all, and he couldn't stop Nangong Xiangming. Su Yan couldn't help but feel depressed. Seeing Nangong Xiangming subduing the fire Qilin made him even angrier. Unfortunately, he wanted to stop him, but he didn't have the power to do so. He could only worry in his heart. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yan looked at Nangong Xiangming, his mind spinning. When he saw the spirit energy surging on Nangong Xiangming's body, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sky Realm, isn't this Nangong Xiangming suitable for me to possess? When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. When the fire Qilin told Su Yan that he could seize the body of a Sky Realm cultivator to be reborn, Su Yan was still thinking about whose body would be suitable. He didn't expect to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Looking at Nangong Xiangming, Su Yan immediately sneered. Nangong Xiangming, you brought all of this upon yourself. Don't blame me. As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly moved. Although he was only a remnant soul body, his speed wasn't slow at all. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Nangong Xiangming. Nangong Xiangming didn't expect that there would be another soul here besides him and the fire Qilin. He only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes. Nangong Xiangming was shocked, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. While he was in shock, Nangong Xiangming suddenly felt his body shake. While Nangong Xiangming was in a daze, he immediately saw Su Yan's figure in his mind. His entire body trembled, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, why are you here? I'm here to take your life. Su Yan smiled and suddenly pounced on Nangong Xiangming's soul. Although Su Yan had never possessed a body before, Su Yan still knew that if he wanted to possess a body, he had to devour the soul of the original owner of the body. Nangong Xiangming still hadn't recovered from his shock. When he saw Su Yan's soul pouncing on him, he was shocked. His soul also shrank, dodging Su Yan's attack. Su Yan, why are you here? What's going on? Nangong Xiangming felt that Su Yan's soul power was always stronger than his soul, and his heart was suddenly filled with fear. Su Yan smiled coldly, but didn't answer Nangong Xiangming's question. Instead, he looked at Nangong Xiangming with a cold smile and attacked him again. Seeing that Su Yan's soul was much stronger than his, Nangong Xiangming's heart trembled again, and he hurriedly dodged. At this time, he also understood what was going on. Obviously, Su Yan wanted to devour his soul and occupy his body. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiangming panicked, but more than that, he was astonished. He looked at Su Yan and said with a trembling voice, Su Yan, your soul power is so strong. Su Yan still didn't answer him, but his eyes flashed, and he directly devoured Nangong Xiangming's soul. Su Yan's soul was originally stronger than Nangong Xiangming's, and with the injection of the fire Qilin's soul power, Su Yan's soul power was much stronger than Nangong Xiongming's. Under Su Yan's soul attack, Nangong Xiongming didn't have the strength to fight back. Nangong Xiongming just shouted that he wanted to kill Su Yan, but now in Su Yan's hands, he could only wait to be slaughtered. At this time, Nangong Xiongming no longer had the arrogance from before, and looked at Su Yan with fear in his eyes. At this time, Nangong Xiongming also realized something, looked at Su Yan, and directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Su Yan, I was wrong, please be magnanimous, don't kill me, don't kill me. Su Yan saw Nangong Xiongming's appearance, and couldn't help but frown. If it were normal times, Su Yan might really spare him. But now, Su Yan had to borrow his body to be reborn, so he definitely couldn't let him go. Thinking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light, and a ruthless look flashed across his face, and he directly swallowed Nangong Xiongming's soul. Ah! Under Nangong Xiongming's scream, his soul instantly shot out. It directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. Visible to the naked eye, flesh and bones gradually appeared on Su Yan's body, and everything about Su Yan was recovering. After 3 days, a brand new body was reforged. At this time, Su Yan also slowly woke up, and stretched his hands and feet, and a burst of excitement immediately surged on his face, and he couldn't help shouting, I, Su Yan, am alive again. Alive! Su Yan clenched his fists, and the air in the center of his palms was instantly crushed by him. Su Yan immediately understood that all of this came from the gift of the Qilin. If it weren't for him, even if he was reborn, he wouldn't have cultivation. And now, not only did he recover his strength, but he also had a breakthrough. Su Yan was alive. Ah! Chapter 292. 3-Star Celestial Phenomenon Realm? Su Yan clenched his fists, the cultivation technique in his body slowly circulating. Feeling this familiar power slide through his palm, a bright light immediately surged in his eyes. I didn't think that this rebirth would not only allow me to break through, but I would also no longer be a cripple. Su Yan's eyes flashed with tears of excitement. At this moment, he truly realized how wonderful it was to be alive. Feeling the power of heaven and earth revolving around him, Su Yan was immersed in this strange power for a moment, unable to extricate himself. Qilin! Su Yan felt this power and suddenly realized that all of this was because of the gift of the fire Qilin. Thinking of this huge favor, Su Yan hurriedly searched in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Little guy. However, Su Yan did not see the fire Qilin even after calling out a few times. He could not help but frown. Where did it go? Su Yan remembered very clearly that when he was fighting with Nangong Xiongming's soul, the little guy was still in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. How could it have disappeared now? Looking at the empty Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, Su Yan's eyes could not help but be filled with worry. This little guy had lost his parents the moment he was born. Although it could not be said that all of this was caused by Su Yan, when he thought about how the fire Qilin had indeed disappeared in the end because he had injected his soul power into it. Whether it was kindness or something else, Su Yan definitely could not let anything happen to the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, this little guy was still a cub. If he met someone with intentions, it was very likely that he would be subdued and used as a beast pet. Beast pet. Thinking of this, Su Yan's brows suddenly flashed with a cold light. He definitely would not allow this little guy to become someone else's beast pet. This was an insult to him. Little guy. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but become anxious, and hurriedly searched around. Although this little fellow was small, the fiery light that erupted from its body was like a bright lamp in this pitch-black Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Unfortunately, Su Yan searched the entire Supreme Demon Ancient Prison and did not see the fire Qilin's figure. This made Su Yan worried. Could it be that he ran out? Su Yan frowned. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, he was no stranger to the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. There was already a restriction outside the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. If the people inside wanted to leave, there was no way they could leave without someone opening it from the outside. Unless that person was strong enough to break the seal. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, it was still a cub. Clearly, he was still unable to break out of the seal. Then we can only leave from here. Su Yan looked at the deep pit he had entered from the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. His expression sank as he prepared to go up. Right at this moment, suddenly, a low roar came from a corner of the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Little fellow, Su Yan's entire body froze. His body that was about to fly into the deep pit suddenly turned back and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, when Su Yan flew to the source of the sound, he still did not see the fire qilin. Su Yan could not help but frown. How can it not be? Did I hear wrongly? Oh! Right at this moment, the low roar sounded again. Little fellow! Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up. When he lowered his head, he saw something lying on the ground. His expression immediately turned gloomy. At this moment, the fire qilin's body did not have any injuries. However, the flames on its body had already disappeared. Furthermore, the fire qilin was constantly panting, looking exhausted. Su Yan could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. His eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he roared angrily. Who is it? Who hurt this little fellow? Oh! Right at this moment, the little fellow roared again and tugged at Su Yan's trousers. Su Yan could not help but frown. When he lowered his head to look, he saw an ancient piece of wood placed beside the fire qilin. Seeing that piece of ancient wood, Su Yan was first shocked. Then, his face filled with excitement. This is the spring-autumn ancient wood. Oh! When the fire qilin saw the excitement on Su Yan's face, it also roared excitedly. Then, its small claws pointed at a small hole in front of it. You're saying that you got this spring-autumn ancient wood from the hole? Su Yan saw this strange action of the fire qilin. Oh! When the little fellow heard Su Yan's words, it immediately jumped up and down happily. It looked very cute. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Then, he could not help but laugh. I didn't expect a little fellow like you to be so understanding. Looking at the fire qilin's cute appearance, Su Yan was even more determined to not let the fire qilin become a pet beast. This was not only to repay the kindness of the little fellow's mother. It was also to show respect to a sacred beast. In fact, if other people were to see this, they would definitely not understand Su Yan's actions. After all, to tame a pet beast, one had to establish a soul contract with the pet beast through a blood sacrifice. This way, the demonic beast would obey its master for the rest of its life. Not only could it help its master, but it could also help its master cultivate. In the continent of the 5 counties, Su Yan had never seen any almighty with a pet beast. However, Su Yan had read about it in ancient books. Not only did he read about it, but Su Yan also knew the secret technique of establishing a soul contract. He also knew that establishing a soul contract with a sacred beast would be very helpful to one's cultivation in the future. But looking at the little fellow's cute appearance, Su Yan really could not bear to make this little fellow a pet beast. After all, if he established a soul contract, it would be equivalent to restricting the freedom of this demonic beast in the future. Little fellow. Su Yan looked at the fire qilin cub and was about to reach out to stroke it when the little fellow immediately took a few steps back vigilantly. Su Yan could not help but be stunned, then he chuckled and said, Little fellow, don't be afraid. I will not let you become my pet beast. Now I just want to protect you. After all, this world is too dangerous. As Su Yan said, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a self-deprecating smile. This sentence was not only for the little fellow to hear, but also Su Yan's feelings from the bottom of his heart. Along the way, Su Yan had encountered too many dangers. If it were not for this rebirth, Su Yan was afraid that he would not have felt it. When the fire qilin heard Su Yan's words, its small eyes kept blinking at Su Yan. After a while, it slowly approached Su Yan. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled and said, Let's go. I'll bring you to my residence. No one can harm you there. After saying that, Su Yan stood up. Because Su Yan knew that the little guy still had some scruples in his heart, he took the lead and walked forward. The fire qilin hesitated for a while before following Su Yan. Su Yan was delighted when he saw this and was about to hug it. Roar! The fire qilin immediately let out a low growl. Su Yan was taken aback before he smiled embarrassedly. All right. I won't hug you. You can follow behind me. With that said, Su Yan took the lead and returned to the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Just as he reached the 9th level, Su Yan's body froze. Someone has been here. Thinking of Su Yan, he immediately panicked. This was because his storage bag was still in the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. In the storage bag was all of Su Yan's belongings. Not only was there the Red Inferno sword case, there was also the Heaven-vanquishing Divine Sword, Blazing Sun Divine Sword, Buddha Sword, and Ghost Howl Sword. That was all of Su Yan's belongings. If these were to be taken away, Su Yan did not know what to do. Who came in? Su Yan looked at the empty 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and immediately felt a surge of anger. His eyes turned red. This was all of Su Yan's blood, sweat, and tears. How could Su Yan not be enraged? Anyone who can enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda must be a disciple of Monster Palace. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He circulated his cultivation technique and rushed out of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. At this moment, in front of Spirit Palace, Dong Chenghao, Rat Li, Macario Ice, Chu Linger, and Ming Ruofeng were gathered. Junior Sister Chu, the 3-day agreement is up. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger's enchanting body with a greedy look in his eyes. Thinking about how he was finally going to get the body that he had been dreaming of for countless days, Ming Ruofeng could not help but swallow his saliva. He was as cold as usual. Ming Ruofeng, don't go overboard. When Dong Qinghao and the rest saw Ming Ruofeng's sinister look, they were all furious. They circulated their cultivation techniques slowly. Dong Qinghao had fallen because of Su Yan. He was even more furious. Looking at Ming Ruofeng's sinister face, he snorted, "Ming Ruofeng, I'm going to kill you." In an instant, he was about to attack Ming Ruofeng. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by Chu Linger. "Senior brother Dong Cheng, forget it." Chu Linger looked at Dong Chenghao and waved her hand. Her face was expressionless. The tears in her eyes had already dried up. She was caressing a storage pouch in her hand. There was no light in her eyes. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that?" When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed proudly. He looked at Dong Chenghao and the rest provocatively. Then he looked at Chu Linger and said, "Junior Sister Chu, we're about to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate. Should we let them out?" Ming Ruofeng, you. Dong Chenghao and the rest were furious. Chu Linger smiled bitterly. She turned to look at them and said, "Senior brother Dong Chenghao, you guys can leave first." Junior Sister Chu. When Dong Chenghao and the rest saw Chu Linger's empty eyes, their faces were filled with sadness. They could not bear to see Chu Linger being ravaged by this beast. However, when they saw Chu Linger's determined look, they could not say anything. Other than feeling upset and sad, what else could they feel? Chapter 293. Although Dong Chenghao, Shu Li, and Mu Lu Bing didn't want to see Chu Ling being ruined by Ming Ruofeng like this, they didn't want to. However, they had no ability to stop it. With Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart was already dead. She was only doing this for the sake of Monster Palace. Furthermore, the few of them were unable to save Monster Palace. Therefore, this was the only way out. It was the only way to save Monster Palace. Looking at Chu Linger's ashen face, tears welled up in the eyes of the trio. They gritted their teeth and walked out of the palace. "Su Yan, I hate you. I hate you." The moment Dong Chenghao left Spirit Palace, he finally couldn't hold back his emotions. He roared at the sky. "Su Yan, it's all because of you. Why did you leave so quickly?" "Why?" Dong Chenghao's roar was extremely loud. Uncontrollably, it spread throughout Monster Palace. Su Yan was also furious because he had lost his storage bag. When he heard the roar, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He circulated his cultivation technique and sped up. In a flash, he arrived in front of Spirit Palace's door. "Senior brother Dong Cheng." Su Yan thought that someone was roaring, but when he approached, he could not help but be taken aback when he saw that it was Dong Chenghao. Although he and Dong Chenghao hadn't known each other for a long time, the mutual trust between the two of them had allowed them to establish a deep friendship. Dong Chenghao, Rat Li, and Macario Ice were in a state of grief when they suddenly heard a familiar voice. The three of them could not help but be taken aback. When they turned around, they saw Su Yan's handsome face. The three of them were stunned. Illusion? Is this an illusion? The three of them asked themselves at the same time. They had entered the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda together to search for Su Yan. However, after searching all 9 levels of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, he still could not find Su Yan. All he saw was the storage pouch that Su Yan had left behind in the 9th layer. A storage bag could be said to be the most important item for a cultivator. After all, a storage bag could contain all of a cultivator's belongings. If it was lost, there was only one possibility, and that was that this cultivator was already dead. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan's storage pouch, they all thought that Su Yan was already dead. Now that they suddenly saw Su Yan's figure, how could they not believe it? Su Yan looked at the trio's stunned expressions and the tears in their eyes. He suddenly realized something as the corners of his mouth curled up. He said with a smile, "Senior brothers, do you think that Su is already dead?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the trio's bodies trembled. Their faces flushed with excitement as they ran towards Su Yan at the same time. "Su Yan, you aren't dead." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and asked in disbelief. It was not that he did not dare believe that Su Yan was still alive, but he did not dare to believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, it would only be an illusion. It would only make him sadder and more disappointed. "I'm naturally not dead," Su Yan said with a faint smile. I'm not hallucinating, am I?" Ratley stood in front of Su Yan in disbelief. "It's not an illusion. I, Su Yan, am not dead, not dead," Su Yan said, and at the end, he even deliberately emphasized his tone. This was not only to tell him, but also to vent the excitement in Su Yan's heart. Of course, Su Yan did not tell them that he had actually died once, and that he had been reborn. After all, this was too strange for them. Su Yan was only in the sky realm, and had yet to reach the level of cultivating the soul. Without being able to cultivate the soul was not strong enough. When the body was destroyed, the soul would also disappear. But at the moment of Su Yan's death, his soul did not disappear. For a celestial phenomenon realm martial artist, this was definitely a strange thing. Regarding this, Su Yan himself also understood what was going on. Dong Qinghao and the other two listened to Su Yan's powerful voice, and only then did they dare to believe that Su Yan was not dead. "You're not dead, Su Yan. You're really not dead. King knew that you wouldn't die so easily," Dong Qinghao said excitedly, and gave Su Yan a heavy punch. Then, he hugged him and cried tears of joy. Macario Ice and Ratley were the same. Looking at the excited expressions of his three friends, Su Yan also felt a wave of gratification in his heart. At the same time, Chu Linger's enchanting body appeared in his mind. Although the two of them had never expressed any feelings to each other, Su Yan knew that the two of them had feelings for each other for a long time. If Dong Qinghao and the others knew about his death, then Chu Linger would definitely know as well. If Dong Qinghao and the others were so sad, how would Chu Linger feel? Thinking of Chu Linger's sad expression, Su Yan's heart could not help but ache. However, looking around, he did not see Chu Linger's figure. Su Yan blinked his eyes in confusion and asked, "Senior brother Dong Cheng, where's senior sister Chu?" "Junior sister." Hearing Su Yan's question, Dong Qinghao and the others trembled, and their faces revealed a look of anger. Thinking of the supreme demon ancient pond, they hurriedly pulled Su Yan up and said, "Su Yan, quickly follow me." "What's wrong?" Seeing the nervous expressions of Dong Qinghao and the others, Su Yan could not help but frown. "Su Yan, don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and go to the supreme demon ancient pond. Otherwise, it'll be too late," Dong Qinghao said anxiously as he quickly rushed into the spiritual palace. Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan had entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond before. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, he immediately realized something. His eyes turned cold, and the martial arts in his body started to circulate as he rushed into the spiritual palace. "Linger, from today onwards, you belong to me, Ming Ruofeng." Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger and licked his lips greedily. Pulling Chu Linger's hand, he slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. "Junior sister Chu, Su Yan is not dead." Dong Qinghao was afraid that he would miss the opportunity and let Ming Ruofeng defile Chu Linger. Therefore, before they even got close to the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, he shouted out loudly. That voice of his was so loud that it shook the heavens. "Su Yan is not dead." Chu Linger, who was about to take off her clothes, suddenly froze. Hurriedly, she put on her outer clothes and jumped up. Seeing this, Ming Ruofeng's eyes widened. Looking at the few figures flying over, he roared, "Dong Qinghao, it's you guys again." Swoosh, swoosh. A few figures flashed, and Su Yan and the others came to the side of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan looked at Ming Ruofeng's naked body, and then looked at Chu Linger, who was in mid-air with a face full of pear blossoms. Instantly, a wave of anger surged in his body as he shouted coldly, "Courting death!" Suddenly, the martial arts in his body started to circulate. A majestic wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. At this moment, the strength of a 3-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator suddenly erupted. 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan's strength, he could not help but be startled. After all, it had been less than half a month since he last saw Su Yan. And Su Yan had actually risen from the 1-star celestial phenomenon stage to the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could Ming Ruofeng not be surprised? However, when he saw the spirit energy surging from Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but sneer and shout, "Humph, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die and even break through. But even so, you're only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. You're not qualified to stop me." When Ming Ruofeng thought about how the thing that he had dreamed of for so many years was about to come true, his eyes immediately filled with anger. This was like a piece of fat meat that he had worked hard for a long time to obtain. It had already been delivered to his mouth, but it was pulled out by someone else. How could Ming Ruofeng not be angry? "Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Then, I'll let you die here today." Ming Ruofeng roared as the martial arts in his body surged as well. A burst of resplendent light erupted as the powerful spirit energy suddenly revolved as he attacked Su Yan with his palm. Not good. When Dong Chenghao and the others saw Ming Ruofeng's powerful scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the three of them circulated their martial arts and jumped up, directly attacking Ming Ruofeng. Because the three of them were worried about Su Yan's safety, they used their full strength without holding back. When Ming Ruofeng saw such a powerful attack from the three of them, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he retreated a little. Looking at Su Yan and the others, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Very good, very good. Bullying with numbers? Chu Linger also reacted at this time. With a leap, she came to Su Yan's side. Looking at Su Yan, a complicated light flashed in her eyes. The tears that had dried up over the past few days once again surged out from her eyes. Su Yan. Although Chu Linger knew that there was a powerful opponent in front of her, she couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart and directly hugged Su Yan. Senior sister. When Su Yan saw that Chu Linger had become much more haggard than a few days ago, his heart couldn't help but ache. At that time, when Su Yan knew about Chu Linger's feelings for him, Su Yan didn't know how to express it. After all, Su Yan's mind was always filled with the beautiful figure in red on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. At this time, looking at the haggard Chu Linger, Su Yan finally understood. In fact, he had already fallen in love with Chu Linger when he first saw her. Su Yan also didn't know why he was so emotional. However, Su Yan knew very well that this was love. Although Su Yan still didn't know exactly what had happened, Su Yan looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and the naked Ming Ruofeng and clearly understood that this was definitely Ming Ruofeng trying to force Chu Linger. Senior sister, as long as I, Su Yan, am here from now on, I will absolutely not allow anyone to bully you. Su Yan hugged Chu Linger with a gentle look in his eyes. When he turned to look at Ming Ruofeng, his eyes suddenly turned cold. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan hugging Chu Linger, jealousy rose in his heart. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in his body. He pointed at Su Yan and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng's cultivation technique quickly revolved and a huge burst of energy erupted. Chapter 294. Ever since this revival, it made Su Yan understand how wonderful it was to be alive. At that time, Su Yan thought that in the future, he must act according to his ability and not be reckless. Su Yan was only at the 3-star sky realm, while Ming Ruofeng was at the 5th stage of the spirit sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was extremely great. If Su Yan were to fight against Ming Ruofeng, he would definitely not have a chance. However, Su Yan did not avoid it. Because Su Yan was very clear that there were some things that he could not be reckless about. However, there were some things that as a man, even if he had to die, he had to protect to the end. Looking at the powerful energy coming from Ming Ruofeng's hands, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated. Macario Ice, Rat Li, Dong Chenghao, and Chu Linger also took up their stances at the same time. Die! Ming Ruofeng roared and pushed out both of his palms. The huge energy directly struck towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan. When Dong Chenghao and the other three saw this scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They wanted to help Su Yan block it, but unfortunately, Ming Ruofeng's speed was too fast and they couldn't stop him at all. I'm fine, you guys go kill Ming Ruofeng. Hearing their shouts, Su Yan's eyes turned and said to him. At the same time, seeing the huge energy attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and he shouted, Profound Ice-Cold Shield Second Layer, Profound Ice Divine Shield, open. As Su Yan's voice fell, a bright light suddenly surged from his body. There was a golden light within the frost. Bang! Ming Ruofeng's huge energy directly collided with it. When the four saw this powerful scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, the four of them quickly reacted and attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Ming Ruofeng's strength surpassed anyone here. Although the five of them had joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage when facing Ming Ruofeng. Good. I'll kill all four of you today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Ming Ruofeng sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. Su Yan watched as the energy surging from Ming Ruofeng's body grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had blocked Ming Ruofeng's attack earlier, Su Yan knew that if Ming Ruofeng were to attack again, he would not be able to block it. Not only would he not be able to block it, but the others would also be unable to block it. What should I do? Su Yan used his speed to avoid Ming Ruofeng's attacks. His mind was spinning rapidly. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all methods were futile. Su Yan couldn't help but become anxious. Disciples fighting in private has violated the rules of the Monster Palace. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly sounded from the horizon. Then, Li Tianyi appeared in the Spirit Palace. Li Tianyi was in the rank 8 spiritual sea realm. He was 3 levels higher than Ming Ruofeng. As soon as he made a move, Ming Ruofeng suddenly retreated a few steps. Ming Ruofeng, you dare to hurt a fellow disciple? Li Tianyi looked at Ming Ruofeng and shouted with a gloomy expression. When Ming Ruofeng saw Li Tianyi appear, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he knew that with his own strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Li Tianyi. Moreover, Li Tianyi had Dong Chenghao, Su Yan, and a few others by his side. Ming Ruofeng, do you know your crime? Li Tianyi shouted at Ming Ruofeng again. I know my crime? When Ming Ruofeng heard Li Tianyi's words, he suddenly laughed. Elder Li Tianyi, oh Elder Li Tianyi, do you really think that your current prestige was given to you by Princess Chu? When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's strange words, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Li Tianyi didn't know the inside story. But everyone present knew the inside story. When they heard Ming Ruofeng's words, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and they inwardly said, not good. Dong Chenghao looked at Ming Ruofeng and his face sank. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. When Ming Ruofeng heard Dong Chenhao's words, he suddenly laughed loudly. I'm talking nonsense. I really don't want to talk nonsense, but all of this is because you forced me to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame Su Yan. If he didn't appear, then Linger and I would have already been together. Humph, Su Yan is all your fault. If the Monster Palace falls into someone else's hands today, it's also your fault. Ming Ruofeng said agitatedly before his expression sank. He looked at Li Tianyi and said, Elder Li, do you know? Princess Chu is long dead, and the person who gave you such great power is Su Yan, who is standing in front of you. What? When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's words, his entire body trembled. Following that, anger surged on his face as he pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. Palace Lord Chu is in seclusion. Why? I'm talking nonsense. Ming Ruofeng didn't wait for Li Tianyi to finish his words as he laughed out loud. Elder Li Tianyi, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Ask Su Yan if what I said is true. Su Yan. Li Tianyi turned around and saw Su Yan's figure. Su Yan. Ever since the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Li Tianyi had wanted to take Su Yan as a disciple. Unfortunately, who would have thought that Su Yan would die in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? That day, Li Tianyi, Chu Linger, and the others entered the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda to investigate. When they heard the news, they were heartbroken. How could he have expected that? Su Yan wasn't dead. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Li Tianyi was a little agitated, but he suppressed it in the end. Thinking about what Ming Ruofeng said, he frowned and asked, Su Yan, is what Ming Ruofeng said true? It's true. Su Yan knew that there would be a day when the matter would be exposed, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Facing Li Tianyi's questioning, Su Yan didn't want to hide anything and answered straightforwardly. This was because Su Yan knew that since the matter had been exposed, it couldn't be hidden anymore. It's true. Hearing Su Yan's affirmative answer, Li Tianyi couldn't help but be stunned and staggered a few steps back. Li Tianyi went from being an elder of the Western Palace to being an elder of the entire Monster Palace. He had always been grateful to Princess Chu in his heart. But how could he have thought that Princess Chu had already fallen? Ha ha ha, elderly, do you believe me now? When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan admit it, he laughed complacently. When he saw Li Tianyi appear, he knew that he didn't have the ability to kill Su Yan. That was why he thought of this matter. He believed that if Li Tianyi knew that Su Yan was the palace master, he would definitely kill Su Yan and seize the palace master's position. When he saw Li Tianyi's expression, Ming Ruofeng smiled and said, Elder Li, this Su Yan is only a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. You can kill him with a flick of your finger. When the time comes, the entire monster palace will be yours. Impudent. When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's words, a dignified aura suddenly surged out from his body. When he looked at Ming Ruofeng, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Go to hell. With a cold shout, Li Tianyi suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful idea surged into Ming Ruofeng's mind. This is... The moment Li Tianyi's idea was transmitted to Ming Ruofeng, a look of fear immediately emerged in his eyes. No. No. Then Ming Ruofeng shouted loudly, and his face became more and more afraid. When Dong Chenghao and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Yan was the same. Seeing Ming Ruofeng constantly roaring in panic, Su Yan knew that Li Tianyi must have used an illusion on him. Looking at Li Tianyi, Su Yan secretly admired Li Tianyi in his heart. His illusion technique had actually reached such a level. Ming Ruofeng let out a low roar. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his entire body exploded. When the others saw this scene, they were even more surprised. Ming Ruofeng was so afraid that he chose to self-destruct. What kind of illusion did Li Tianyi use? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Yan came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the others back a step. After all, Li Tianyi now knew about the death of Princess Chu. If he wanted to snatch the palace master's position, then no one present could stop Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi looked at the defensive look on Su Yan and the others' faces and couldn't help but smile. You guys can rest assured. I'm not interested in the monster palace master's position. When the others heard Li Tianyi's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at Li Tianyi with puzzlement on their faces. Li Tianyi could understand their thoughts. He smiled slightly and said, Well, this is not the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk. After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into a room in the spirit palace. What do we do now? As soon as Li Tianyi left, Dong Chenghao and the others looked at Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength wasn't the strongest, they all chose to believe in Su Yan and followed Su Yan's lead. If Li Tianyi really wants to snatch the palace master's position, the few of us can't stop him. So, let's go and see what Li Tianyi plans to do. Su Yan smiled slightly. He was no longer as worried as before and took the lead to follow Li Tianyi. The others also followed closely behind. I want to know about the death of Princess Chu and how you, Su Yan, were able to become the monster palace master. As soon as they entered the room, Li Tianyi directly looked at Su Yan and asked. His face faintly emitted a dignified aura. When Su Yan heard Li Tianyi's words, he wasn't afraid of his aura. He directly told them about the death of Princess Chu and why she passed the palace master's position to him in the end. After Li Tianyi heard this, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The others looked at him and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid of angering Li Tianyi. Sigh, it's God's will, God's will. Li Tianyi didn't know what to think. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Forget it, forget it. Since Palace Master Chu wants to pass the position to you, Su Yan, I believe Palace Master Chu naturally has his own plans. Sigh. Li Tianyi sighed helplessly and said, Su Yan, I will keep this matter a secret from you. You just need to cultivate more. When the others heard that Li Tianyi not only didn't snatch the Palace Master's position, but also was willing to keep this matter a secret, they couldn't help but feel excited. However, before their excitement died down, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 295. Who is it? When this voice was heard, everyone in the room trembled. At this moment, everyone was already aware of the death of the Princess Chu. At the same time, everyone knew what would happen to the Monster Palace if the news of the Princess Chu's death were to spread. At this moment, a few figures slowly walked in from outside the door. The people who appeared were none other than the strongest person in the South Palace, Murong Fu, and the strongest person in the North Palace, Lei Gao. The two of them had evil smiles on their faces. Looking at Su Yan, Murong Fu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I really didn't expect, Su Yan, you would actually be the palace master of our monster palace. This Princess Chu is really too much. If she died, then she died. She actually let a mere celestial stage ant be the palace master. Isn't she afraid that the monster palace will be robbed? Murong Fu Yu. When Chu Linga heard Murong Fu's disrespect to her mother, a burst of anger immediately surged on her face. Chu Linga, the most beautiful woman in our monster palace, is quite good-looking. Murong Fu glanced at Chu Linga, but didn't say anything. He then turned to look at Li Tianyi and smiled. Elder Li, if this matter is known by the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng, what do you think will happen? You dare. As Li Tianyi spoke, a majestic aura suddenly surged from between his brows. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu was at the 7th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. He was only one stage lower than Li Tianyi, so he wasn't afraid of Li Tianyi's pressure. Looking at the anger surging on Li Tianyi's face, he laughed. Haha, Elder Li, why wouldn't I dare? Don't tell me you want to use the same method to kill me? Elder Li, your illusion technique is indeed powerful. However, if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid your illusion technique is still not good enough. Give it a try then. Li Tianyi was obviously an impatient person. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately stopped talking nonsense. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged and a majestic force erupted. With a wave of his hand, his body quickly rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu frowned when he saw Li Tianyi charging towards him. He did not dare to slow down and hurriedly retreated. Elder Li, if you dare to attack again, do you believe that I won't tell Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng about this? Lei Gao sneered at Li Tianyi when he saw this scene. How dare you? Li Tianyi shouted angrily. Let's see if we dare or not. Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and suddenly became listless. After all, Murong Fu's strength was only one stage lower than his. It would not be easy to kill him, not to mention there was Lei Gao. It was even more impossible to kill the two of them. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and said with a gloomy face, Murong Fu, what do you want? What do I want? Murong Fu sneered. Actually, what I want is very simple. I want the position of the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. You want the position of Palace Master? Su Yan could not help but laugh when he heard Murong Fu's words. Yes. Murong Fu nodded. He looked at Su Yan with a mournful look in his eyes and said with a cold smile, Of course that includes your life, Su Yan. Murong Fu. Hearing Murong Fu's arrogant words, Dong Qinghao and the others shouted angrily at the same time. Li Tianyi was even more furious. Murong Fu, it's fine if you want the position of Palace Master, but you actually dare to take someone's life. Why wouldn't I dare? Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi and the others in his eyes. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu and laughed again. Murong Fu, if you want the position of Palace Master, I, Su Yan, can give it to you. However, you want my life. At this point, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his face became gloomy. If you, Murong Fu, want to take my life, then don't think about getting the position of Palace Master. Is that so? Murong Fu raised his eyebrows. Su Yan, do you think you have the ability to stop me? I really don't have the ability. Su Yan was not angry facing Murong Fu. He still maintained his calm smile. However, I believe that Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng are very interested in the position of Palace Master. Do you think you have the strength to defeat the two of them? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but be stunned. He then sneered, Su Yan, you really know how to use Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng to force me. Aren't you afraid that I will give up the position of Palace Master and directly tell them about the death of Princess Chu? Oh, Su Yan said with a calm face. Murong Fu, are you really willing to give up the position of Palace Master? With that, Su Yan took out the Monster Palace's Palace Master seal. Murong Fu looked at the Monster Palace's Palace Master seal, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. He then looked at Su Yan, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Good, Su Yan, you really won. I, Murong Fu, am indeed unwilling to give up the position of Palace Master. That's fine too. In any case, you are only at the celestial stage. I, Murong Fu, can take your life at any time. Murong Fu sneered and took the Monster Palace's Palace Master seal from Su Yan's hands. Su Yan. When Li Tianyi saw this scene, he could not help but be startled. He wanted to say something. The others also looked at Murong Fu in confusion. They did not expect Su Yan to hand over the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master so straightforwardly. Ha ha! Murong Fu took the Monster Palace's Palace Master seal and suddenly laughed. Elder Li, I am now the Monster Palace's Palace Master. When you see me in the future, remember to salute me, okay? Humph. Li Tianyi snorted coldly and did not care about Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at everyone's ugly expressions and laughed loudly again. Then, he left the Spirit Palace. After the two of them left, Li Tianyi immediately questioned Su Yan. Su Yan, the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master was personally given to you by Palace Master Chu. Why did you? After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he kept shaking his head. Su Yan saw Li Tianyi's pained expression and said with a bitter smile, Elder Li, actually, I don't want to. However, the situation now doesn't allow us to consider it at all. If we don't hand over the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect the entire Monster Palace. Originally, everyone did not understand why Su Yan would hand over the position of Palace Master so easily. Now that they heard Su Yan's words, they all laughed at themselves in their hearts. Just as Su Yan said, if they really did not give Murong Fu the position of Palace Master today, then the entire Monster Palace might not be able to be saved. Not only the Monster Palace, but their lives might be in danger. One had to know that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had been coveting the position of Palace Master for a long time. If the two of them knew that Princess Chu had fallen, they would definitely kill their way to the East Palace and seize the position of Palace Master. At that time, things would not be as simple as today. Li Tianyi did not understand Su Yan's actions just now. Now that he heard Su Yan say this, he felt that Su Yan had foresight. In his heart, he admired Su Yan even more. It was just that when he thought of obediently handing over the position of Palace Master, he was a little unwilling. However, although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. All right, today's matter will end here. I'll go back first. Li Tianyi said weakly, then left the Spirit Palace. Only Dong Chenghao and the others were left behind. Dong Chenghao looked at Su Yan and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he did not say anything. However, how could Su Yan not know what they wanted to say? Su Yan had absolute trust in them. Looking at them, Su Yan did not hide anything. He clenched his fists and said, Don't worry, no one can take anything away from me, Su Yan. Ming Ruofeng can't, and Murong Fu can't. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After all, Su Yan was only at the Sky Phase realm, and Murong Fu was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was too great. However, these words came from Su Yan's mouth. Although this voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, making people have no choice but to believe it. Especially when Su Yan spoke, there was a faint flash of light in his eyes that caused people's bodies to tremble. When Dong Chenghao heard his words, he was stunned at first. Then, his cynical smile returned to his face. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Su Yan, I believe in you. Su Yan nodded heavily. Then, the few of them chatted for a while and left. Only Chu Linger and Su Yan were left in the Spirit Palace. Senior sister, will you blame me? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger and asked. Chu Linger snuggled in Su Yan's arms and shook her head. Fool, how could senior sister blame you? Although the Monster Palace is my mother's painstaking effort, compared to a monster palace, how could I bear to let you take the risk? As she said this, Chu Linger's face could not help but blush. Then, she looked at Su Yan and said, and I believe that you will definitely take back the Monster Palace, right? Su Yan nodded heavily. His eyes emitted a ray of light. Thinking of Murong Fu, Su Yan gritted his teeth and said in his heart, no one can take anything away from me. Murong Fu, I will make you regret what you did to me today. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan with a flash of anger in her eyes. She snuggled in his arms and said softly, Junior brother Su, don't think about these things. I don't want to see you unhappy. Su Yan nodded. Suddenly he thought of something and stood up. Right, senior sister, let me show you something. What? Chu Linger was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly took out the fire Kirin from his arms. What is this? Wow, it's so cute. Although Chu Linger asked Su Yan to call her senior sister, she was actually younger than Su Yan. Moreover, she had always been doted on by Princess Chu. Speaking of which, Chu Linger was still just a young girl. Chapter 296. Chu Linger reached out to touch the fire Qilin, but the little guy didn't give her face. It roared and dodged. Chu Linger wasn't angry. Instead, she was amused by the little guy's cleverness. She pulled Su Yan and said, hey look, it still won't let me touch it. A young girl's mind couldn't be compared to a man's. Su Yan saw Chu Linger's cute appearance and looked at her enchanting body. Suddenly, an impulse surged in his heart. Seeing that Chu Linger was still chasing after the fire Qilin, he stepped forward and pulled her back. Junior brother, you! Chu Linger was stunned by Su Yan's sudden action. Then she turned around and saw Su Yan's burning eyes. Her face couldn't help but flush. Her shy appearance made Su Yan feel even more moved. Looking at Chu Linger's sexy red lips, Su Yan couldn't help but call out, senior sister. He slowly lowered his head and kissed Chu Linger. The moment their red lips touched, Chu Linger opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at Su Yan. Following Su Yan's kiss, Chu Linger slowly became lost. The Spirit Palace was Su Yan's residence. In the entire Spirit Palace, except for Chu Linger, no one could enter without Su Yan's permission or Chu Linger's lead. Therefore, in this vast palace, the two of them didn't fear each other. The two of them were not afraid at all. As their feelings for each other warmed up, the two of them quickly fell in love. Of course, the two of them didn't forget about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. In the mystery of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, in the crystallization of the love of the previous masters of the Monster Palace, the two of them stepped into the peak of life together. For the entire night, the two of them were entangled. Until dawn, they were still hugging each other. Chu Linger nestled in Su Yan's arms, even though she and Su Yan were already husband and wife. Now, she was no longer a young girl, but Chu Linger still looked at Su Yan with a faint blush on her face. Linger. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's bashful look and kissed her forehead. When he called her, he no longer called her senior sister, because from this moment on she, Chu Linger, was Su Yan's woman. Su Yan. When Chu Linger called Su Yan, she also changed the way she addressed him. The tenderness in her heart towards Su Yan was no longer the same as before. She also knew that from now on, she would be Su Yan's woman. Although they had spent a night together. However, the two of them still had no intention of separating. They were still immersed in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, enjoying the aftertaste of life after the peak. Oh right, Su Yan. Isn't dual cultivation in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond able to greatly increase one's cultivation? But Chu Linger touched the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. The two of them had spent a night together. However, they did not feel their strength increase by leaps and bounds. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he frowned. He looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and said, could it be that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond has no effect on the two of us? Maybe. Chu Linger also frowned slightly. After all, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was originally a mysterious pond in the Monster Palace. No one knew what was in it, and no one knew why couples cultivating here would increase their cultivation. Everyone only knew that the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was a sacred place for dual cultivation. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about these things. As long as I can be with you, it's fine. Su Yan shook his head. He did not want to think about the supreme demon ancient pond anymore. He stroked Chu Linger's hair gently. His eyes were filled with gentleness. Okay. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and also leaned into Su Yan's embrace gently. Bang, however, just as Chu Linger was leaning into Su Yan's embrace, a loud explosion sounded from the supreme demon ancient pond. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy surged out from the supreme demon ancient pond. This is... Su Yan and Chu Ling couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, before the two of them could react, this powerful force directly surged into their bodies like a mountain torrent. Ah! This huge amount of energy invaded their meridians. The huge pain wrapped around their bodies, and the two of them could not help but groan at the same time. Linger. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's uncomfortable appearance and resisted the intense pain coming from his body. He only hugged her, wanting to block this power for her. But just as Su Yan got close to Chu Linger, a loud bang was heard. A huge amount of energy exploded around Chu Linger, and Su Yan was sent flying. Su Yan. Chu Linger panicked when she saw Su Yan being sent flying. She wanted to check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, this energy was too strong. It was like an invisible beast that wrapped around her tightly. Chu Linger could not resist at all. What's going on? What's going on? Su Yan panicked when he felt this huge amount of energy. At this moment, the huge amount of energy suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body again. Ah! Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. No, I have to calm down. Calm down. Looking at Chu Linger's painful face, Su Yan endured the huge pain around his body and kept comforting himself in his mind. As the saying goes, caring makes you confused. Although Su Yan was only in his early 20s, his wisdom was not inferior to some of the 100-year-old people. At the first moment, Su Yan was completely dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the scene. Plus, he only thought of Chu Linger. This caused Su Yan to be unable to calm down at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the strength of this energy and knew that he had to calm down. As long as he calmed down, he could figure out what was going on. Only then would the two of them have a way to resist this powerful energy. As Su Yan thought, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation method in his body surged. Just as Su Yan was circulating his cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly felt that the powerful energy was drilling into his meridians. Su Yan's eyes lit up. I understand, I understand. Shouting excitedly, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his cultivation method and flew in the direction of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger in pain, Su Yan hurriedly shouted, Linger, quickly circulate your cultivation method and absorb this powerful energy. This energy should be a gift from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. The moment Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation method. Indeed, it was as Su Yan had said. This was a gift from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As she circulated her cultivation method, the pain that came from her entire body turned into a warm current that surged into her meridians. 5 stars heaven form. 6 stars heaven form. Chu Linger could see the power of the heaven and earth within her body expanding and breaking through continuously. Su Yan also noticed the situation within his body at this moment. His heart skipped a beat as his eyes shone with a bright light. He circulated the cultivation method within his body continuously, controlling a surge of energy and turning it into his own power of the heaven and earth. Spirit Sea State, Level 1 Spirit Sea State, Level 1 Spirit Sea State. Chu Linger shouted out excitedly. Her body was trembling slightly. This sudden increase in strength was something that she could not accept. 8 stars heaven form. 8 stars heaven form. Su Yan looked at the power that was breaking through continuously within his body. His eyes were filled with shock as well. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours before it came to an end. Following the news of the power, the two of them could feel the power within their bodies. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Excitement, astonishment, shock. They could not believe that just by cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, they could achieve such great results. Spirit Sea State. Su Yan, I've broken through to the Spirit Sea State. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and shouted out excitedly. She had forgotten her usual shyness as she hugged Su Yan and kissed him fiercely. Su Yan was also excited that he had risen from the 3 stars heaven form to the 8 stars heaven form. However, he was even happier about Chu Linger's kiss. Chu Linger's strength had increased. Looking at the excited Chu Linger, he felt gratified and reached out to hug her. In the midst of their excitement, neither of them noticed that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was slowly decreasing. It was slowly evaporating at the speed of the naked eye. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Only then did the two of them react. Seeing that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond had suddenly dried up, the two of them could not help but be stunned. It's been thousands of years. Thousands of years. I've finally met a couple that I can rely on. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Although this voice was not loud, Su Yan and Chu Linger could feel the majesty of this voice. The two of them were stunned at the same time. At this moment, a light erupted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, forming a shadow in front of the two of them. Su Yan and Chu Linger were shocked, but they could clearly see the appearance of this person from this shadow. This person was a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. Even the purple robe she wore was unable to hide her enchanting figure. Her face that could topple countries was exceptionally alluring. Her red lips that were slightly moving seemed to have some sort of magical power. With just a glance, Su Yan felt a surge of impulse in his heart. This sudden feeling made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Su Yan, you just got Chu Linger, and you still dare to have evil thoughts about other women. You bastard. Su Yan scolded himself in his heart, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart. Just as this evil thought was being suppressed, Su Yan quickly understood that all of this was probably the doing of this shadow in front of him. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. With a cold snort he shouted, "Who the hell are you and why are you here?" Ha ha ha, as expected of the person chosen by that old man Fu Tuesday. You can actually remain so indifferent under the charm of my flaming red lips. Not bad, not bad. The person ignored Su Yan's words and laughed. Chapter 297. Who are you? Why can't we understand what you're saying? Although Su Yan and Chu Linger were not considered to be very powerful in the 5 counties, they were still very powerful. However, one of them was the daughter of the first wife of the Supreme Demon Palace's palace master. She grew up in the Supreme Demon Palace and was deeply educated by her mother. Although she did not know all the strange things in the world, she still knew a little about the matters of the cultivation world. Su Yan was born in a small family in Tianshuang City. However, he had gone through countless difficulties and obtained many inheritances from the Sword Catacomb to the Monster Palace. He knew a lot about the cultivation world. However, it was precisely these two people who were unable to understand a single word spoken by the woman who had suddenly appeared. The illusory woman looked at the shocked expressions of the two and laughed loudly. Haha, although the two of you can be considered as outstanding talents in the 5 counties, the 5 counties are just barbarians. How would you know what I'm talking about? Barbarian land. When the two of them heard the woman's words, they looked at each other and the shock on their faces deepened. The Qianjing world was divided into the 5 counties and the Zhozhou continent. Everyone knew that the Zhozhou continent was the land ruled by warriors. However, that was only because the warriors in the Zhozhou continent were more powerful than the Zhozhou continent. The Zhozhou continent was still the center of cultivation for warriors. In the 5 counties, clans flourished and sects stood in great numbers. Countless warriors gathered here, and there were innumerable treasures of the heavens and the earth. However, this woman said that the Zhozhou continent was a barbarian land. Who are you? Although Su Yan had some understanding of the 9 prefectures continent from ancient books, he knew that the strength of the cultivators in the 9 prefectures continent was much stronger than the cultivators in the 5 counties. He had also thought of visiting the 9 prefectures continent one day. However, no matter what, the Zhozhou continent was where Su Yan was born. Su Yan had an inseparable feeling for the Zhozhou continent. When he heard the woman say that the Zhozhou continent was a barbarian land, Su Yan's face darkened and his tone was angry. Looking at the mysterious and unfathomable appearance of the illusory woman, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Who am I? Haha, who am I? The illusory woman continued to ignore Su Yan and laughed unscrupulously. She glanced at Su Yan from the corner of her eyes and saw the cold light in Su Yan's eyes. She suddenly looked up and roared, "Haha, how many years has it been? How many years has it been since a man dared to talk to me like this? Futu, you old man, you chose a good man." Su Yan and Chu Ling looked at the strange appearance of the illusory woman. Their brows furrowed tighter, and their eyes became more cautious. Su Yan looked at her and tried to guess her identity. Although the woman's appearance was still charming, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her laughter. Judging from her arrogant attitude and the fact that she mentioned the Buddha sword sect's founder, it was obvious that she was related to the Buddha saint. She was related to the Lord Futu. Su Yan thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in horror. You are the god of love. When the woman heard Su Yan call out her name, she was startled. She looked down at Su Yan and asked, "You know me?" "Yes." Su Yan didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "When I received the inheritance of the Lord Futu, there was a memory of you in my memory. However, the memory was very vague. It was only a vague imprint of the god of love. However, I could feel the melancholy and helplessness in the Lord Futu's heart through this imprint. Just now you called the Lord Futu by his name. The supreme demon ancient pool has a rule that only couples can cultivate. So, I guess you are the legendary god of love." When the woman heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad. You are worthy of being the person chosen by the old man Futu. You can guess my identity just by a vague imprint. Not bad, not bad." The woman looked at Su Yan and nodded approvingly. However, she didn't have much interest in Su Yan. Instead, when she looked at Chu Linger, a bright light surged in her eyes. "What do you want to do?" When Su Yan saw the woman looking at Chu Linger, he was startled. He hurriedly stood in front of Chu Linger. Speaking of Chu Linger and Su Yan, Chu Linger was now at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while Su Yan was only at the 8-star Celestial Phenomenon realm. Chu Linger's strength was always much stronger than Su Yan's. But even so, Su Yan still stood in front of Su Yan without hesitation. This was the principle of being a man. It was also Su Yan's principle. Chu Linger was his woman, so he must not allow anyone to bully her. When Chu Linger was facing the woman, she was a little afraid when she saw the energy erupting from the woman. However, the moment Su Yan stood in front of her, her heart immediately warmed. The fear in her eyes also disappeared. She reached out and held Su Yan's hand tightly. When the woman saw this, she glanced at Su Yan and laughed. "I didn't expect you to have some affection. I just don't know how the relationship between the two of you is like." Just as the woman finished speaking, all of a sudden, a powerful energy surged from her body. This energy was stronger than all the energy that Su Yan and Chu Linger were familiar with. "Be careful." Su Yan had just warned, but under the attack of this powerful energy, before he could even activate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, his entire body trembled. "Puchi!" He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the supreme demon ancient pool. Compared to Su Yan's situation, Chu Linger was not much better. The moment Su Yan landed, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of Chu Linger's mouth. Just as her body was about to land, the illusory woman suddenly waved her hand and Chu Linger's body landed in front of her. "Linger." Su Yan was shocked. He wanted to save Chu Linger, but the energy was suppressing Su Yan. No matter how hard Su Yan struggled, he could not stand up. The woman looked at Su Yan who was struggling and smiled. "Su Yan, only one of you can live. Now, make your choice." "Haha, make your choice." Su Yan coldly snorted as he forcefully suppressed the corrosion of this energy. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Don't even think about it. Today you can forget about taking our lives." "Is that so?" The woman looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Su Yan, do you believe that I will obediently wave my hand and Chu Linger will die?" As the woman spoke, a powerful energy suddenly surged from her body. In an instant, Chu Linger's body surged with a huge pain. With a low roar, she fainted. "No, no!" Su Yan looked at this scene. His whole body trembled. His face was filled with grief. He looked at Chu Linger's body that was gradually collapsing. He had not shed tears for many years. At this moment, he was sobbing silently. "Linger! Linger!" Su Yan was grief-stricken and bitter. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, do you know that this is all your fault? You are the one who killed her." The illusory woman laughed as she spoke. Then, she waved her hand and a powerful energy rushed towards Su Yan. The strength of this energy was beyond imagination. Su Yan had no way to resist. Under the pressure of this powerful energy, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He emitted a red light. "No, no, I want to avenge Linger." Su Yan roared. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly surged. Go to hell. Su Yan roared and patted his storage bag. The Buddha sword flew out. Su Yan took a step forward and attacked the woman. When the woman saw this, she frowned slightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on her face. Interesting, interesting. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon stage can actually break through my love. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The illusory woman sneered and waved her hand. A powerful force burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. This power was like a flash flood. Its speed was strange. Although Su Yan was borrowing the blood dragon pupil, he was still unable to see the fluctuations of this power. Bang, with a loud sound, Su Yan felt a huge pain in his body and was sent flying. Dang! At this moment, the woman shouted. Her body suddenly pressed towards Su Yan. That powerful force pressed down on Su Yan's mind. The moment the power surged, a ray of light of death exploded in Su Yan's mind. Death. Everyone was afraid. Su Yan was no exception. Especially since Su Yan had experienced death once. He had a greater desire to live than anyone else. However, at this moment, Su Yan's face was ashen. He did not have the slightest fear of death. There was only anger. He hated himself for being useless and unable to protect his woman. As the power grew stronger, Su Yan gradually lost his mind and fainted. At this moment, the power on the woman's body also disappeared. Just as this power disappeared, Chu Linger, who had just lost her life, suddenly woke up. Chu Linger had just woken up when she saw Su Yan lying in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Her heart suddenly ached. She let out a sorrowful roar and flew towards Su Yan. However, before she could take a step, she was blocked by the woman. When Chu Linger saw the illusory woman, the sadness in her heart suddenly turned into anger. With a loud bang. Chapter 298. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Chu Linger grew up under the protection of Princess Chu. In addition, Chu Linger was as beautiful as a flower. In the entire Monster Palace, many disciples were fond of Chu Linger. They even took good care of Chu Linger, their junior sister. The fight for the entire Supreme Demon Palace had never happened with Chu Linger. This also contributed to Chu Linger's simple character. She had never been angry. Even when Su Yan had perished last time, Chu Linger had only felt sorrow in her heart, but not anger. However, this time, Chu Linger was really angry. Seeing the cold smile on the woman's face, the anger in Chu Linger's body continued to surge. A killing intent that had never appeared before also appeared in her eyes. I'll kill you. Chu Linger roared crazily and attacked the Phantom Woman. The Phantom Woman didn't dodge. Just when Chu Linger's sword was about to pierce her, she said slightly, "He's not dead." Although her voice wasn't loud. However, when Chu Linger heard it, it exploded in her ears like thunder. What? Chu Linger looked at the Phantom Woman. You mean Su Yan is not dead? Yes. The Phantom Woman nodded. She glanced at Su Yan and said, I just put him into a temporary coma. After we leave, he will naturally wake up. That's great, that's great. When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was not dead, she immediately cheered happily. However, in her excitement, she thought of the words of the woman in the illusory image and frowned. She raised her head and looked at the woman in the illusory image and asked, Senior, what exactly did you mean by what you said earlier? What did you mean by saying that after we leave, he will naturally wake up? Senior, you called me Senior. When the Phantom Woman heard Chu Linger call her Senior, she was very happy. She reached out and touched Chu Linger's hair. She nodded and said, Yes, he will only wake up when we leave. Leave? Where to? Chu Linger looked at the Phantom Woman and couldn't help but take a step back. To a place where you can be strong. The Phantom Woman looked into the distance and said. Then she saw Chu Linger's expression and said again, Of course, leaving also means that you will be separated from your lover for a while. Separated for a while. Chu Linger was stunned again. She looked at Su Yan and her eyes were filled with reluctance. She shook her head and said, No, I don't want to leave. I want to be with Su Yan. The Phantom Woman was not anxious when she saw Chu Linger's expression. She smiled and said, Chu Linger, you can choose not to leave. However, if you don't leave, Su Yan will never have the chance to wake up in this lifetime. No, how is that possible? You are lying. Chu Linger looked at the phantom woman with anger in her eyes. You can give it a try. Facing Chu Linger's anger, the illusory woman still maintained her indifferent smile. Ever since Chu Linger and Su Yen developed feelings for each other, they had spent more time apart than together. Only last night, the two of them had hugged each other and spent the night together. However, how could Chu Linger bear to leave the two of them now? However, compared to Su Yan's life, the reluctance in her heart was insignificant. The phantom woman saw Chu Linger's hesitation. She smiled and said, Chu Linger, believe me, I will not harm you. I want you to leave because I want you to become stronger. Only if you leave will Su Yen be angry. Only anger will make him stronger. I believe you. Chu Linger snorted when she heard the phantom woman's words. She said, I don't even know who you are. How can I believe you? The phantom woman was stunned when she heard Chu Linger's words. Then she laughed and said, That's true, that's true. However, if you don't choose to believe me, do you have a choice? When the phantom woman said this, her face suddenly turned cold. A powerful force surged out from her body. In front of this powerful force, Chu Linger felt a strong pressure. However, Chu Linger was not afraid. After going through so many things, Chu Linger was no longer a flower in a greenhouse. Chu Linger looked at the powerful force fluctuating from the phantom woman. She sneered and said, Indeed, the two of us do not have a choice in front of you. However, if you want to separate me from Su Yen, you must tell me your identity. Otherwise, even if I die, I will be with Su Yen. Chu Linger's tone was full of determination. It gave people an irresistible force. You are digging your own grave. The phantom woman suddenly became furious. She was the love god, the ruler of the 5 counties. In the thousands of years of the world of the 9 provinces, no one had ever dared to threaten her. But now, a mere first-level spiritual sea realm girl dared to threaten her. Thinking of the illusory woman, a burst of anger surged in her chest. A powerful force suddenly pressed towards Chu Linger. However, Chu Linger did not back down. Instead, she faced it head-on. Her eyes emitted a light of determination. The phantom woman looked at Chu Linger's appearance. She stared at the blood essence flowing in her body and the light emitted from her eyes. She was stunned. In her mind, the scene of her youth slowly appeared. I have roamed the Qianjing world for thousands of years. Although I have never been threatened, wasn't my mentality when I was a girl the same as hers? Thinking of this, the killing intent in the phantom woman's eyes slowly disappeared. The anger surging in her chest also disappeared. In exchange, a kind expression appeared. Chu Linger, you are indeed worthy of being chosen. All right, you will know about this sooner or later. There is no harm in me telling you now. The phantom woman glanced at Chu Linger as she spoke. She saw that Chu Linger was listening. She did not stop. After thinking for a moment, she said, If you have heard of the Futu Sword sect, you will know the name of the love goddess, the Enchantress. The love goddess, the Enchantress. Chu Linger could not help but be stunned. Clearly, she had never heard of this name. The love goddess, the Enchantress, saw Chu Linger's reaction. She was not surprised. Instead, she smiled and said, Chu Linger, it is not strange that you have not heard of my name. However, you should have heard of the world of the 9 provinces. The world of the 9 provinces. Although Chu Linger did not know much about the world of the 9 provinces, she had heard of it. She looked at the love goddess and nodded slightly. Yes, very good. The love goddess nodded with satisfaction and said, Then I am a warrior from the world of the 9 provinces. However, because of an incident, I have already fallen. To be precise, what you see now is only a remnant of my soul power left behind by my will. As the demoness of love spoke, a trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful face. She sighed and continued, As for the existence of the supreme demon ancient pool, it is better to call it the pool of the goddess of love than the supreme demon ancient pool. Because the pool of the love goddess was created by me. It has existed for even longer than the monster palace. The pool of the love goddess. Chu Linger was surprised to hear this. She interrupted the love goddess and asked, What is going on? The demoness didn't beat around the bush and pointed at the supreme demon ancient pond. It's not that big of a deal. I was the one who created the supreme demon ancient pond in order to find someone who could accept my legacy. The person who will accept your legacy. Chu Linger suddenly widened her eyes. Yes, the reason why I created this pool was to find someone who can accept my legacy. Because I am the love goddess and my cultivation method is very special, in order to accept my legacy, they must be a couple. To be more precise, they must have feelings in their heart. Of course, outside of feelings, their bloodline is even more important. It's a pity that I've been searching for it for so many years, until the Supreme Demon Palace was built. This pond that no one knew about was called the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Over the years, countless couples have come here. It is a pity that I have not taken a liking to anyone. When Chu Ling heard this, she seemed to understand something and interrupted the demoness. So you thought that if someone entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate, you would use your power to increase their strength? Yes. The love goddess heard Chu Linger's words and was even more satisfied with Chu Linger. She nodded and smiled. Yes, I wanted to attract more people here so that I could find a suitable candidate. It is a pity that after hundreds of years, I still have not found a suitable candidate. Plus, every time I use the power of my remnant soul to bless him, my strength is getting weaker and weaker. I don't know how long I can last. As she spoke, the beauty of love's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Chu Linger. Her voice also grew excited. Until you appeared, I saw hope. I knew that my years of hard work were not in vain. Of course, I did not expect your lover to be the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. The successor of the Buddha Sword sect. When the Enchantress of Love said this, there was some excitement in her eyes, but also some sadness. This sadness came from the bottom of her heart. Standing beside her, Chu Ling could feel that the kind-hearted Chu Ling had been infected by her. She suddenly felt that the love demoness, who had been so hateful just a moment ago, was actually a little pitiful. Of course, Chu Linger was also confused. She looked at the love goddess and asked, "Senior love goddess, what is going on with the Buddha Sword sect?" The Buddha Sword sect? The love goddess looked up at the sky and the sadness in her eyes deepened. She lowered her head and sighed. Forget it, forget it. I can't tell you everything about the Buddha Sword sect in a short time. I will tell you in detail in the future. Chapter 299. If it were a moment ago, Chu Linger would never agree to leave with the beauty of love. However, after hearing what the beauty of love said, although what the beauty of love said was not vivid, the sadness in her eyes infected Chu Linger. Thousands of years of waiting, thousands of years of bitter waiting, just to find someone who could accept her legacy. Thousands of years of protection. How much did she have to bear? Chu Linger could not imagine it. The beauty of love saw Chu Linger's hesitation and smiled bitterly. Chu Linger, you don't have a choice today. Why? Chu Linger was a little unhappy when she heard the beauty of love say this. Because when the two of you cultivated in the ancient demon pool and received my power inheritance, you were destined to leave with me. Otherwise, Su Yan will die because of you. When Chu Linger heard this, she didn't understand what was going on. However, Chu Linger knew that all of this was definitely the work of the Enchantress of Love. Her face couldn't help but surge with anger. However, just as she was about to speak, the beauty of love shook her head and smiled. Chu Linger, don't be angry. In fact, this is not something I can control. It is the power of the goddess of love that is restraining it. When I chose you, you were destined to become the next goddess of love. However, you are too weak to control the power of the goddess of love, so you must leave. Only by leaving can the power of the goddess of love not restrain the power of the goddess of love that Su Yan received. Only then can Su Yan wake up. The power of the goddess of love. What the hell is this power of the goddess of love? Chu Linger was a little angry when she thought about it. After all, she had just been with Su Yan, and they had a lot to talk about. How could she bear to let him leave now? When the beauty of love heard Chu Linger's words, a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. I don't know what the power of the goddess of love is. You don't know either. When Chu Linger heard this, she was stunned. She looked at the beauty of love with disbelief. The beauty of love saw Chu Linger's doubt and smiled bitterly. I really don't know what the power of the goddess of love is. Although I have cultivated this power for thousands of years, I have not been able to fully understand it. Because of this, I want someone to accept my inheritance and truly unlock the power of the goddess of love. The beauty of love looked up at the sky. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She sighed and said, Actually, I can understand your feelings. But this is the consequence of accepting the power of the goddess of love. You have no other choice. As the goddess of love spoke, the goddess of love became more and more. This sadness came from the bottom of her heart. It could not be faked. Seeing the beauty of love like this, Chu Linger thought about leaving Su Yan. She felt sad. Tears came out of her eyes. She looked at Su Yan in the ancient demon pool and choked. Is there really no other choice? There is no other choice. The beauty of love also looked at Su Yan in the pool. She looked back at Chu Linger and said, Chu Linger, come with me. If you stay here for too long, I am afraid that Su Yan will be eroded by the power of the goddess of love. Then, even I will not be able to save him. Chu Linger really did not want to leave, but she could feel that the beauty of love was not lying to her. The beauty of love only had the power of a remnant soul. However, this power wasn't something that he could withstand. If the beauty of love wanted to take her away or kill Su Yan, there was no need for her to say so much. In addition to the sadness that the beauty of love had shown, Chu Linger could clearly feel that it was not an act. It meant that the beauty of love was not lying to her. If she stayed there, she was afraid that she would hurt Su Yan. Although Chu Linger did not want to leave, compared to Su Yan's life, she would rather leave than let Su Yan die. Chu Linger followed the beauty of love and slowly flew into the sky. Seeing Su Yan's figure become more and more blurry, Chu Linger's heart became more and more reluctant. Senior goddess of love, when will I see him again? Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's figure that was about to disappear and asked the beauty of love while crying. That depends on his growth. 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The beauty of love looked at Chu Linger's sad appearance and smiled bitterly. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Chu Linger could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. Then she looked at Su Yan's figure that was about to disappear, clenched her fist and shouted, Su Yan, you must come and find me. I will wait for you. I will always wait for you. After Chu Linger finished speaking, she was already sobbing. The beauty of love looked at Chu Linger's appearance and felt helpless. She looked down at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, you must grow up quickly. We will wait for you in the 9 states. After she finished speaking, a ray of light surged from the goddess of love's body. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. She and Chu Linger immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. After the two left, Su Yan, who was lying in the supreme demon ancient pool, slowly opened his eyes. Linger. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he could not be bothered to check his injuries. He leaped up and searched for Chu Linger's figure in the surroundings. However, the surroundings were empty and there was no sign of Chu Linger. Linger? Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. The voice echoed in the spirit palace and finally disappeared into the horizon. Linger. Su Yan thought of the woman in the illusion and fell to the ground. His face was already wet with tears. He slammed the ground and said angrily, Goddess of love, I don't care who you are. I must kill you to avenge Linger. After all, before Su Yan fell unconscious, Su Yan saw Chu Linger die. As for what happened after that, Su Yan did not know. He only thought that Chu Linger had died. Thinking of Chu Linger's death, Su Yan cried more and more sadly. He did not care about the dignity of a man. At this moment, it was all fart. If possible, Su Yan was willing to exchange everything for Chu Linger's resurrection. Linger, I will avenge you. I will. Su Yan exploded with anger in his grief and roared at the sky. However, at this moment, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Yan, successor of the Buddha sword sect. Don't worry, your Linger is not dead. I just brought her to the 9 states. If you want to see her again, come to the 9 states. This memory was left by the beauty concubine. Linger is not dead. When Su Yan heard the words of the love enchantress, his entire body froze. Then, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. However, when he heard the latter part of the sentence, the excitement in his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He clenched his fist and said, the 9 states, I will definitely go. As Su Yan said this, the anger in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. He had the same feelings as Chu Linger when she left. After all, he and Chu Linger had just been together. How could he bear to leave now? Amidst this grief, Su Yan even blamed himself. Lu Lan was taken away, and he could not protect her. At this moment, Chu Linger was taken away, and he still could not protect her. Even the monster palace had fallen into the hands of others, and he could not protect it. Thinking of this, Su Yan secretly hated himself. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes. He roared, "I want to become stronger, stronger. Strength, strength." Su Yan muttered to himself. The desire for strength in his heart had reached the extreme. However, Su Yan did not lose his mind because of this. Instead, he used his cultivation method and carefully felt his strength that had just risen to the 8-star celestial realm. Bang! As the cultivation technique in his body was circulating, Su Yan suddenly clenched his fist. The air that was hidden in the void suddenly surged with a loud sound. The 8-star celestial realm is indeed extraordinary. Su Yan smiled coldly as his eyes emitted a bright light. Of course, Su Yan knew that this power would never be enough. He had to become even stronger. After all, with this little bit of power, he couldn't even snatch back the monster palace. Strength, strength. Su Yan muttered to himself. The excited emotions in his heart slowly calmed down. He knew very well that strength could not be crossed in a day or two. Only by constantly cultivating could it be possible. Thinking of this, Su Yan sat down cross-legged. His cultivation technique was circulating, and his mind was also rapidly revolving. Su Yan remembered very clearly that before his rebirth, he was a heaven stage martial artist who had crippled the heaven stage. The reason why he broke through was because he had swallowed Nangong Xiongming's soul. Nangong Xiongming, you have always been my benefactor. Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Then, he slowly began to feel the power of heaven and earth around him. Although Su Yan was currently at the 8-star celestial realm. However, Su Yan had actually stepped into the celestial realm and had not truly felt the existence of the power of heaven and earth. After all, Su Yan had encountered too many times during this period of time. And from the 3-star celestial realm to the 8-star celestial realm, this was mainly because of the dual cultivation with Chu Linger and the gift of the supreme demon ancient pool, which led to the breakthrough. Of course, Su Yan did not know that all of this was actually the work of the love goddess. Right now, what Su Yan wanted to do was to understand the situation in his body. Water elemental power. Fire elemental power. Wind elemental power. Su Yan circulated the cultivation technique in his body, feeling the power of heaven and earth around him. With every increase, the smile on his face became wider. Moon celestial phase, haha, I am no longer crippling the heaven stage, but moon celestial phase. No! As Su Yan was speaking, his body suddenly froze. He frowned and shook his head. No, the power of heaven and earth is not only that. Could it be? Could it be? Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the power surging in his palm with a look of surprise. Chapter 300. Solar Celestial Phase. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he thought of this. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, Su Yan had never heard of anyone who had condensed the solar celestial phase. The celestial phase was divided into the celestial phase, lunar celestial phase, and solar celestial phase. The celestial phase comprehended 1 to 2 types of heaven and earth power. The lunar celestial phase had more than the celestial phase. As for the solar celestial phase, it was the power of everything in the world. In layman's terms, everything in the world could become one's own power. The solar celestial phase was much stronger than the lunar celestial phase. After all, everything in the world could become one's own heaven and earth power. The power contained was immeasurable. Not only was the power stronger, but even the cultivation speed was several times faster than the lunar celestial phase martial artist. For example, Rat Li was a lunar celestial phase martial artist. The heaven and earth power he controlled was the fire origin power. If Rat Li wanted to increase his strength quickly, other than absorbing the heaven and earth spirit chi, he also had to absorb the fire origin power to break through quickly. On the contrary, other martial artists who controlled the heaven and earth power were the same. However, if it was a solar celestial phase martial artist, then all of this didn't exist. This was because everything in the world could become one's own heaven and earth power. In other words, no matter where, solar celestial phase martial artists only needed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Just based on this, one could conclude that this solar celestial phase martial artist was several times faster than those lunar celestial phase martial artists. Or even more. Of course, the degree of solar celestial phase appearing could be said to be very rare. It could be said that in hundreds or even thousands of years, there might not be one. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly comprehending the heaven and earth power around him. His eyes flickered. Although he knew that it was very likely that he had condensed the solar celestial phase, he still couldn't believe it was true. After all, the difference between the crippling celestial phase and the solar celestial phase was too hard to accept. Su Yan comprehended for more than an hour before he was convinced that he had indeed condensed the solar celestial phase. Solar celestial phase. Solar celestial phase. I didn't expect that I would actually condense the solar celestial phase. Su Yan could feel the power of the heavens and earth surging around him. His eyes shone with excitement, and his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. After all, the benefits brought about by the celestial phenomenon were not as simple as just speeding up one's cultivation. The real benefit of the solar sky avatar was that after stepping into the spiritual sea realm, all the power of heaven and earth would gather in the Dantian and form the spiritual sea. At that time, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. At that time, the power of the solar heavenly embodiment would be fully unleashed. Of course, aside from his excitement, Su Yan also knew that Sun phase was much more difficult than condensing the spirit sea realm for ordinary warriors. After all, to enter the spirit sea realm, one had to condense all the power of heaven and earth into the spirit sea. The power of heaven and earth contained in the solar celestial avatar could be said to be all things in the world. To condense everything in the world into the Dantian, one could see how difficult it was for a Retian realm warrior to enter the spiritual sea realm. Of course it was difficult. The benefits of the celestial body-honoring technique would not become useless because of this. After all, in the spirit sea realm, as long as one had the celestial aspect, a single power of heaven and earth would be able to condense a spirit sea. In other words, in the spiritual sea realm, as long as you have power in your body, when you reach the bottleneck you can condense it. In the same way, if you want to quickly step into the spiritual sea realm, you can give up some of the power of heaven and earth and condense the spiritual sea. This way, you can reduce some of the trouble and step into the spiritual sea realm. Of course, if you give up, then the benefits of the solar sky avatar will be gone. Give up. When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes turned, then he shook his head and chuckled. Right now, I am only at the 8-star celestial phase realm, so it is too early to consider this matter. The most important thing right now is to think about how to step into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Ever since Su Yan stepped into the celestial phase realm, he had been advancing without any hindrance. In the celestial phase realm, Su Yan had never truly cultivated properly. Now that the cultivation technique in his body was circulating and absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, Su Yan truly felt the power of the celestial phase realm. If he wanted to step into the 9-star realm from the 8-star realm, the amount of spiritual energy required was so huge that Su Yan didn't even dare to imagine. It's a pity that the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda has lost its spirit spring. Otherwise, with the spirit spring, I can enter the 9-star realm faster. Su Yan felt the spiritual energy in the spirit palace and was rather dejected. Although the spirit palace was considered a place with more spiritual energy in the monster palace, compared to the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, it was slightly thinner. Moreover, Su Yan was very clear that with the amount of spiritual energy in the spirit palace, even if Su Yan was at the celestial phase realm, if he wanted to enter the 9-star celestial phase realm, a year wouldn't be enough. A year. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. For a warrior, how many people would enter seclusion for a few years, or even decades? A year was indeed not long. However, Su Yan couldn't wait any longer. This was because Su Yan was carrying too many burdens on his shoulders at the moment. More importantly, the monster palace was still in the hands of Murong Fu. Murong Fu, that brat, was ruthless and wanted to deal with him. It was hard to say what Murong Fu would do in this 1 year. Therefore, a year was too long for Su Yan. I have to find a place with more spiritual energy to cultivate. Su Yan muttered to himself. His eyes were shining with a determined light. At the same time, his mind was spinning quickly. Unfortunately, in the entire monster palace, apart from the East Palace main hall, the spiritual energy was only in the spirit palace. In the monster palace, where could there be a place with more spiritual energy than these two places? Thinking about this, Su Yan felt a little melancholy. Could it be that other than seclusion, there's no other way? Su Yan whispered. Suddenly, he thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now. Then I can use spirit stones to cultivate. As long as there are enough spirit stones, It will be enough for me to quickly reach the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. Spirit stones. The reason why it was used as a currency was because every warrior could absorb the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. It was just that at that time, Su Yan was too poor. When Su Yan was not poor, he had reached the Saint Bloodline realm, where he could comprehend one bloodline at a time. Other than comprehending the Tao, there was no need for spirit energy at all. This also caused Su Yan to almost forget that he could use spirit stones to assist in cultivation. At this moment, Su Yan did not feel that it was too late. He smiled slightly, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out a spirit stone. He operated his cultivation method and absorbed the spirit energy contained in the spirit stone. Unfortunately, when this spirit stone entered Su Yan's body, it was like an embroidery needle falling into the sea. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. There was not the slightest fluctuation of strength. Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly. It seems that if I want to use spirit stones to cultivate, I'm afraid I'll need hundreds of millions of spirit stones to support myself to reach the 9-star realm. Spirit stones, where do I go to get spirit stones? Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He, who had not had a desire for spirit stones for a long time, once again had a desire for spirit stones in his heart. Forget it. I'll first refine the spirit stones I have with me and the abundant spirit energy in the spirit palace. Su Yan patted his storage pouch as he couldn't think of where to get the spirit stones at the moment. Taking out the spirit stones he had when he was the palace master of the monster palace, he placed them in front of him. Although there were not many spirit stones, there were still hundreds of thousands of them. Looking at the spirit stones piled up into a small mountain in front of him, Su Yan could not help but think of the embarrassment when he first entered the Hidden Demon region. At that time in the Hidden Demon region, Su Yan almost had to sleep on the streets because of a spirit stone. Although he had so many spirit stones now, Su Yan still felt a burst of embarrassment and could not help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that after running around for spirit stones, I would still be able to get a monthly salary in the Monster Palace. I still have to worry about spirit stones. Forget it. Let's refine these spirit stones first. Su Yan smiled bitterly and did not think about these things anymore. He closed his eyes, and the cultivation method in his body slowly began to operate as he began to cultivate. The days of cultivation were definitely boring. After all, many years of cultivation could not be exchanged for a breakthrough overnight. But he could not cultivate. Because if you wanted to be strong, you had to cultivate. Su Yan knew this very well. The moment he closed his eyes, his whole heart sank. He was focused on absorbing the spirit energy in the spirit palace and the spirit stones in front of him. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. 3 days had passed. Su Yan was cultivating, but when the cultivation method in his body was operating, he suddenly frowned and hurriedly opened his eyes. He looked at the spirit stones piled up in front of him, and there was not a single one left. So fast. Su Yan was surprised. Although Su Yan did not have many spirit stones, he still had hundreds of thousands of them. But in just 3 days, they were all gone. How could Su Yan not be surprised? It can't be so fast. Su Yan shook his head and operated the cultivation method. He felt the spirit power contained in his body and slightly calculated the spirit power that one spirit stone could convert. He was even more convinced that the spirit stones would not be used up so quickly in these 3 days. Could it be a thief? Su Yan's first reaction was that someone had broken into the spirit palace. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by Su Yan, because the place he was currently living in was the spirit palace. This spirit palace was the first temple for the disciples of the monster palace. It contained a seal that even Li Tianyi might not be able to open. And Su Yan had not opened the door in these 3 days. In other words, it was impossible for anyone to enter the spirit palace in these 3 days. If it's not a thief, then where did the spirit stones go? Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. When he saw the little guy curled up in the corner, he suddenly realized. He looked at the little guy licking his lips, as if he had not had enough. Chapter 301. These spirit stones could be said to be all of Su Yan's belongings. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use these spirit stones to increase his strength, but who would have thought that the fire Qilin would steal them all? Looking at the cute fire Qilin, Su Yan was angry, but he was also helpless. Sigh, little guy, how many spirit stones can you swallow? You've absorbed the entire spirit spring and these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but you haven't grown at all. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin, who was still the same as before, and could not help but smile bitterly. He really doubted whether this little guy would grow up. Su Yan patted his empty storage bag, shook his head, and said, Forget it, forget it. You've already eaten it, so there's no need to pursue it. Let's go, we haven't been out for a few days. I don't know what Murong Fu will do now that he's the palace master. Let's go out and take a look. The fire Qilin obviously understood Su Yan's words, and jumped into Su Yan's arms. Looking at such a cute and smart fire Qilin, the anger in Su Yan's heart had completely disappeared at this moment. Looking at the fire Qilin in his arms, he smiled and said, Little guy, you have to remember that when you go out, you have to hide well. Otherwise, if you're taken away and become a pet beast, I can't help you. Saying this, Su Yan felt a little helpless. After all, his current strength was really nothing in this monster palace, and the fire Qilin was a sacred beast. If it was seen by others, it would definitely attract many experts to fight over it. Su Yan did not want to have more trouble because of this. After all, his current strength was still too weak. Hearing Su Yan's words, the fire Qilin growled and then went into Su Yan's arms. Looking at the cute little guy, Su Yan was overjoyed. He laughed and walked out of the spirit palace. However, the moment he opened the door, he saw Li Tianyi flying towards him. Greetings, Elder Li. Su Yan didn't find it strange that Li Tianyi was here. He cupped his hands and greeted him. Su Yan, there's no need to be so polite. I came here today to talk to you about something. Li Tianyi waved his hand, an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Su Yan frowned and asked, Elder Li, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that Murong Fu is trying to get rid of you. Try to get rid of me. When Su Yan heard Li Tianyi's words, he smiled faintly. He was not surprised at all. After all, the grudge between him and Murong Fu wasn't just a matter of a day or two. Murong Fu had long wanted to get rid of him, but he never found the opportunity. Now that he heard Li Tianyi say this, Su Yan was quite interested in what Murong Fu had thought of. He looked at Li Tianyi and asked, Elder Li, what method did Murong Fu come up with to get rid of me? I'm not sure. I overheard it, so I came to tell you. Li Tianyi shook his head. You're not sure. Su Yan frowned. After experiencing so many things, Su Yan's mind had matured a lot. He was no longer as reckless as before and had become calmer. Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan and asked, Su Yan, are you planning to go out? Yes. Su Yan nodded and said, I've been in the palace for a few days, so I want to go out for a walk. Su Yan didn't tell Li Tianyi that he wanted to go out for spirit stones. After all, Su Yan couldn't trust Li Tianyi like he did with Dong Qinghao and the others. Go out for a walk? Why do you still want to go out for a walk? When Li Tianyi heard Su Yan's words, he looked at Su Yan reproachfully and sighed. Su Yan, do you know what kind of situation you are in now? You still have time to go out for a walk? Why don't you work hard to cultivate? Hearing Li Tianyi's reproachful voice, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Li Tianyi. Looking at Li Tianyi's serious expression, Su Yan didn't know how to answer for a while, so he simply didn't say anything. When Li Tianyi saw Su Yan's expression, he felt a sense of disappointment. He sighed slightly and said, Sigh, forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Take this illusion first. When Su Yan saw the book Li Tianyi handed over, he was suddenly stunned. Take it. What are you waiting for? Li Tianyi stuffed the book into Su Yan's hands. Su Yan looked at the ancient book in his hand and saw the words Illusion Mystic Technique, flashing with spiritual energy. Only then did he snap back to his senses. He cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your gift, Elder Li Tianyi. However, I can't accept it. You can't accept it. Li Tianyi frowned and glanced at it with a look of anger on his face. After all, this illusion mystic technique was something that many people dreamed of but couldn't obtain. Now that he was giving it to him for free, he actually didn't accept it. Su Yan was naturally aware of the preciousness of this transmogrification technique. During the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had seen Elder Li Tianyi's illusions. At that time, he had the intention to cultivate illusions. However, Su Yan knew that he needed someone to guide him to cultivate illusions. If he were to rely on his own comprehension, he would not be able to fully comprehend it. Of course, if he had an ancient book on illusion mystic techniques, it would be much easier to comprehend them. Now, Li Tianyi had suddenly bestowed him with this book. Su Yan was naturally delighted. However, despite his delight, Su Yan knew very well that Li Tianyi's goal in bestowing the book was to make him his disciple. If Sword Sage had not appeared, Su Yan might have been able to accept Li Tianyi as his master. After all, if Sword Sage had not appeared, Su Yan would have been expelled from the sword collection tomb. However, with Sword Sage's appearance, Su Yan knew that he had not been expelled from the sword collection tomb. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to leave the mountain for training. Furthermore, Sword Sage was still alive. Su Yan naturally would not submit to anyone else. It was because of this that Su Yan said that he could not accept Li Tianyi's illusion mystic techniques. In fact, Su Yan was quite touched that Li Tianyi had bestowed this book to him. After all, he did not have much of a relationship with Li Tianyi. For Li Tianyi to give him such a precious item, it was clear that Li Tianyi valued him. Looking at the slightly angry Li Tianyi, Su Yan smiled embarrassedly and told Li Tianyi the cause of the matter. Of course, Su Yan only said that he had become Li Tianyi's disciple many years ago. He did not mention the sword collection tomb and the time with Sword Sage. You can't become my disciple. Li Tianyi had indeed bestowed this book to Su Yan because he wanted Su Yan to become his disciple. After all, Li Tianyi had this idea when he saw Su Yan resisting the illusion. Now that he heard that Su Yan could not become his disciple, Li Tianyi was naturally disappointed. However, when he thought of Su Yan's talent in illusion, Li Tianyi's love for talent overflowed again. He looked at Su Yan's determined gaze. Li Tianyi smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. Su Yan said that you are still the palace master of Monster Palace. It's not appropriate for you to become my disciple. Sigh. Li Tianyi said and sighed helplessly. I can't accept you as my disciple. The two of us are not fated. However, you can take this illusion first. You don't have to become my disciple. Just treat it as me, Li Tianyi, promoting a disciple of Monster Palace. That's fine. This. Su Yan was stunned for a moment. In fact, he knew that this was a gift from Li Tianyi. If it was someone else, they would have already agreed. After all, where in the world could you find such a good thing? However, Su Yan, who never liked to owe people, felt that something was wrong. Li Tianyi saw Su Yan's hesitation and smiled bitterly. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, I have already said so. What are you still hesitating for? No matter what, this old man is stronger than you. I don't want you to call me master. If I want to teach you something, I think I can still do it. Su Yan heard Li Tianyi say so. If he still refused, it would be unreasonable. After all, Su Yan also had some desire for illusion. Elder Li, Su Yan thanks you. Su Yan took the ancient book from Li Tianyi's hand and cupped his hands. Elder Li, although I can't become your disciple, I, Su Yan, will remember your kindness today. I will not forget it for a moment. Li Tianyi obviously didn't have much interest in this. He nodded slightly and changed the topic. Su Yan, to be honest, in addition to teaching you illusion today, I mainly want you to be careful of Murong Fu. This person is ruthless. You have a grudge with him. Now that he is the palace master of the Monster Palace, he will definitely find ways to get rid of you. So, you have to be careful. Su Yan listened to Li Tianyi's words and could feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He felt touched in his heart. After all, before he dealt with Li Tianyi, Su Yan and Li Tianyi still had some conflicts. This was also the reason why Su Yan had always been wary of Li Tianyi. Now that he heard Li Tianyi treat him like this, he felt a little guilty that he was still suspicious of him. He cupped his hands and said to Li Tianyi, "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Li. I will be more careful." Li Tianyi nodded and then waved his hand. A wave of will surged into Su Yan's mind. Suddenly, a boundless memory entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was slightly stunned. He felt that this memory was Li Tianyi's experience in cultivating illusion techniques. He felt touched in his heart. Su Yan, cultivate well. I will help you take back the Monster Palace. Li Tianyi said seriously and then retracted his hand. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to advance from the 3-star realm to the 8-star realm in just a few days. How did you do it? Li Tianyi was surprised, but his eyes also flashed with a trace of unconcealable excitement. Looking at Li Tianyi's expression, Su Yan smiled and said, "It's just luck, just luck." The reason why Su Yan said this was not to hide anything from Li Tianyi, but after all, dual cultivation was a private matter, so Su Yan did not want to mention it. Seeing Su Yan say this, Li Tianyi did not ask any more. He only comforted Su Yan. "And good, very good. But don't be arrogant. You have to pay more attention to Murong Fu." Elder Li, what do you have to pay attention to? Chapter 302. Hearing this voice, Su Yan and Li Tianyi couldn't help but frown. They were all too familiar with this voice. This person was none other than Murong Fu, the one who snatched the monster palace from Su Yan's hands. Murong Fu snatched Su Yan's monster palace. Although there wasn't a bloody outbreak, his methods were even more inhumane than a bloody outbreak. Su Yan's hatred for Murong Fu had reached its peak. When he saw Murong Fu walk over, he angrily shouted, "Murong Fu, what are you doing here?" Li Tianyi was also very displeased with Murong Fu's vicious and merciless methods. When he saw Murong Fu walking over, his complexion turned gloomy. Obviously, Murong Fu was like a cool breeze after obtaining the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He didn't care about their expressions at all. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Yan, Li Tianyi, you two should be more polite. You should know that I am now the Monster Palace's palace master. You two actually dare to speak to me like this. I can guarantee that you two don't respect your elders." Humph. Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yan and Li Tianyi both snorted disdainfully. Murong Fu didn't get angry at their attitudes. He smiled slightly and then looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, as the palace master, I order you to quickly head to the Hidden Demon region to host the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon region." Auction? Su Yan had taken over the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He naturally knew that the auction had always been a lucrative job for Monster Palace. Every time the disciples went to the auction, they would get a lot of benefits. Now, Murong Fu had actually arranged for him to host the auction. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? Looking at Murong Fu's gloomy smile, Su Yan was even more certain that this was definitely not a good thing. "Murong Fu, what are you planning?" Su Yan looked at Murong Fu, killing intent flowing out of his eyes. But after asking this question, Su Yan felt some regret. Since Murong Fu wanted to frame him, why would he tell him? As Su Yan expected, Murong Fu didn't say much to Su Yan. Instead, he sneered and said, "Su Yan, you can choose not to go. Of course, if you don't go, don't blame me for being rude. I'm sure you know the rules of the Monster Palace." As Murong Fu spoke, he waved his hand and sneered, "Well, it's useless for me to talk to you here. Su Yan, get ready. We'll set off tomorrow." After saying that, Murong Fu didn't care about Li Tianyi and Su Yan's reactions and left. Li Tianyi looked at the arrogant Murong Fu and couldn't help but burst out swearing. Then he looked back at Su Yan and asked, "Su Yan, what do you think of this matter?" "Take it." Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Didn't Murong Fu know that I would definitely go? Then I'll go and see what kind of conspiracy he has." Sigh. Li Tianyi sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say. Although he was stronger than Murong Fu, it was a pity that there were stronger existences in the Monster Palace, Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew that the Princess of Chu had died, at that time, the Monster Palace wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. It would definitely cause a bloody storm. Murong Fu used this reason to firmly control Li Tianyi, Su Yan, and the others. Of course, although the death of the Princess of Chu could be used by Murong Fu, it was actually controlled by Su Yan. In other words, the secret of the Princess of Chu's death was actually a double-edged sword. After all, Murong Fu was also a little afraid of Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew this secret, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the palace master. Li Tianyi wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu was the palace master of the Supreme Demon Palace. If they really fell out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. "Su Yan, you should be more careful." Li Tianyi helplessly patted Su Yan's shoulder and sighed helplessly. He didn't say any more nonsense and left. Su Yan was left alone with a melancholy expression. After all, Murong Fu was Sima Jixin. Everyone knew that. This time, Murong Fu asked Su Yan to host the auction in the Hidden Demon region. It was definitely a conspiracy. Although it was called a conspiracy, it was more accurate to say that it was an overt scheme because Su Yan had no choice at all. Before Su Yan grew up, it was impossible for him to fall out with Murong Fu. Endure. What Su Yan had to do now was to endure and become stronger while enduring. Forget it, forget it. In any case, I really need spirit stones now. I don't know where to find spirit stones in this Supreme Demon Palace. Perhaps I will be able to obtain some spirit stones in this trip to the Hidden Devil region. As Su Yan thought of this, the melancholy in his heart lessened by quite a bit. Then, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Gu Yuezong. Su Yan had never forgotten this sect. It was because of this sect that he fell into the 10,000 Ghosts cave and came to the Monster Palace. It could be said that Gu Yuezong had ruined Su Yan's overall plan. Thinking of Gu Yuezong and the Hidden Demon region, Su Yan couldn't help but think of another person, Buttface. I haven't seen Buttface for a while. I wonder how he's doing now. Thinking of Buttface, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. After all, in Su Yan's life, he didn't have many friends. Besides the friends he made in the Monster Palace and the Hidden Sword Tomb, Buttface could be said to be a fellow disciple of the same sect. Su Yan's only friend was Buttface. I'm leaving tomorrow. Now I'm going to look for Dong Chenghao and the others. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and planned to say goodbye to Dong Chenghao and the others. But before Su Yan could move, a few figures flashed in mid-air. The people who came were Dong Chenghao, Rat Li, and Macario Ice. What a coincidence today. I wanted to look for them, and they all came. When Su Yan saw them, he couldn't help but smile. He was happy that he didn't have to look for them. Su Yan. Dong Chenghao and the others stepped forward and greeted Su Yan. Hello, senior brothers. When Su Yan saw them, he was in a good mood. He was always serious, but he couldn't help but joke with them. The three of them obviously rarely saw this side of Su Yan, and they couldn't help but be stunned. When Su Yan saw the three of them, he patted Dong Qinghao's shoulder and said, Senior brother Dong Qinghao, let's go to your palace and ask for a few cups of wine. F***CK, we're already at the entrance of your palace. Why are you still going to my place? Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse. However, he was just saying it casually. He called the three of them and flew to Dong Qinghao's palace. Dong Qinghao used to be one of the top 10 masters in the East Palace. He naturally had his own private palace. Although it couldn't be compared to Su Yan's spirit palace, it was still one of the more luxurious ones among the disciples. Not only that, but Dong Qinghao's palace also had the most servants. When the few of them arrived at Dong Qinghao's palace, Dong Qinghao was not careless. He ordered the servants to prepare the best food and wine in his palace. The table was filled with the best food and wine. When the four of them sat down, they didn't hesitate. They each raised their cups and drank. They didn't mention anything unpleasant. They just drank. Su Yan drank happily. However, he knew that no matter how happy he was, he still had to say goodbye. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Dong Qinghao stood up and said drunkenly, Sigh, I didn't want to talk about unpleasant things at this moment. However, there is one thing that I have to mention. As Dong Qinghao spoke, the usual cynical smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression. Dong Qinghao saw that the three of them were looking at him. He didn't keep them in suspense. He took a sip of wine and said, I will be leaving the Monster Palace tomorrow. What? When Su Yan and the other two heard Dong Qinghao's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After listening to Dong Qinghao's explanation, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised. They said in unison, What? You are also going to host the Hidden Demon Region's auction. You are too. Dong Qinghao also looked at the three of them with a face full of shock. The three of them nodded at the same time. Then, the four of them burst out laughing at the same time. Come, drink, drink. I thought I would have to say goodbye to you. I didn't expect that all four of us would be going. Dong Qinghao laughed and raised his glass. Su Yan and the other two didn't hesitate. They also raised their glasses and drank. F***CK. I thought this Murong Fu wanted to get rid of me. I didn't expect him to want to get rid of all four of us. He is really ruthless. Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse after drinking. In fact, Su Yan and the others had the same idea as him. They all thought that the Murong Fu only wanted to get rid of them. They didn't expect that the Murong Fu wanted to get rid of all 4 of them in one fell swoop. Su Yan thought. The hatred for the Murong Fu in his heart grew stronger. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the 3 of them and said, forget it, forget it. No matter what, this Murong Fu wants to deal with the 4 of us. At least the 4 of us can take care of each other. And I also want to see what this Murong Fu is going to do to deal with the 4 of us. Su Yan sneered. His eyes emitted a bright light. Hearing Su Yan's words, the other 3 also shouted in unison, yes, let's see what this Murong Fu is going to do. Come, drink, drink. The 4 of them raised their glasses and drank. Dong Qinghao was the first to react. He asked, by the way, Su Yan, I wonder if this Murong Fu is going to deal with junior sister Chu this time. Junior sister Chu. Hearing Dong Qinghao mention Chu Linger, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but ache. Originally, he didn't want to mention this matter. However, the 3 of them had deep feelings for Chu Linger. Thus, he explained the matter of Chu Linger being taken away. After the 3 of them heard Su Yan's explanation, their lively eyes dimmed. Each of them was silent. This kind of atmosphere was extremely depressing. Come, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight. Su Yan stood up and shouted. He broke the depressing atmosphere because he didn't like this feeling. Not only him, Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, and Ratley also didn't like this feeling. After Su Yan broke the depressing atmosphere, the 4 of them began to drink heartily. They threw all their unhappiness to the back of their minds. This time, they really didn't go home until they were drunk. Chapter 303. A Night of Silence. The next day, just as the first ray of dawn rose, Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, and Ratley had already woken up. Although the 4 of them were dead drunk last night, because the wine in Dong Qinghao's palace was extremely precious, no matter how drunk they would be fine the next day. In addition, everyone's belongings were basically stored in their storage bags, so there was no need to pack them up. The 4 of them were even more unwilling to say goodbye to the so-called palace master, Murong Fu. As soon as the sky brightened, under the lead of Su Yan, they flew directly to the teleportation array that led out of the monster palace. It was funny. Su Yan was actually the weakest of the 4, but when the 4 of them walked together, Ran was the leader of Su Yan. No one felt the slightest bit awkward. The strongest person here was Macariu Ice, who was at the 3rd stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, followed by Dong Qinghao, who was at the peak of the 9-star Celestial Phenomenon stage, and was only 1 step away from the Spirit Sea Realm. Then there was Rat Li, who was at the peak of the 8-star Celestial Phenomenon stage. And then there was Su Yan, who had just stepped into the 8-star Celestial Phenomenon stage. Are we leaving? The 4 of them walked to the teleportation array and floated in the air as they looked down at the monster palace. Their hearts were somewhat melancholic. After all, leaving the monster palace this time, the 4 of them knew that another calamity was waiting for them. This was especially true for Su Yan. After all, among the 4 of them, he had stayed in the monster palace for the shortest amount of time, but he was the one who had experienced the most. Su Yan still clearly remembered that when he first came to the monster palace, he only wanted to use the monster palace as his refuge. Who would have thought that in just a few months, his heart would be tied to the monster palace? Looking at the bustling monster palace, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a bright light. He clenched his fists and said, Palace Master Chu, don't worry. When I return again, it will be the day I take back the monster palace. Although Su Yan's words were a bit like a promise to the soul of the Princess of Chu, it was also a promise to himself. Monster Palace, I will return. Su Yan raised his head and roared in a low voice. Then, he flew directly into the teleportation portal. Macariu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley glanced at the monster palace. The same light of determination appeared in their eyes. At the same time, they secretly clenched their fists, as if they had made some kind of decision. Then, they followed Su Yan and stepped into the teleportation portal. The hidden demon area. Although it was a place where all the major forces in the 5 counties gathered. However, everyone knew that the real force in charge of the hidden demon area was the monster palace. Therefore, there was naturally a teleportation portal between the monster palace and the hidden demon area. Otherwise, It would have taken at least 10 days to half a month to travel from the Monster Palace to the hidden demon area. Now, there was a teleportation portal. In just an instant, the four of them had already appeared above the hidden demon area. Every day, the hidden demon area welcomed all kinds of major forces, all kinds of businessmen, and warriors of all levels. The appearance of the four of them did not bring any abnormalities to the hidden demon area because they all hid their strength. Su Yan, where are we going now? Dong Qinghao looked at the people coming and going in the hidden demon area and asked Su Yan aloud. Although his strength was stronger than Su Yan, he still treated Su Yan as the center. Su Yan did not have any taboos about this. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he looked at the still bustling Monster Palace and sighed. Although Su Yan had not left the hidden demon area for long. However, when he came to this place again, things had already changed. Everything had already changed. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt that it was a little funny. The first time he came to the hidden demon area, he wanted to find an opportunity to enter the Monster Palace. But when he came here, he was forced to come here to reclaim the Monster Palace. The changes before and after were too great. If he told others, no one would believe him. Su Yan wanted to recite a poem at this moment to express the feelings in his heart. However, he was not a refined person after all. In addition, he did not know what dangers he would face this time. How could he be so leisurely and elegant to recite poems? Murong Fu asked the four of us to come here this time to host the auction, but we can't rule out the possibility that he will make the first move. Let's not go back to our sex station here first. Let's find an inn to stay first. Su Yan thought about Dong Qinghao's words and hesitated for a moment before speaking. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded in agreement. The four of them were not people who were afraid of death. However, the most important thing about this matter was that they did not know where the hidden danger was. Murong Fu asked them to host the Monster Palace auction in the hidden demon area. This was a lucrative job. Normally, many disciples would dream of hosting this auction. After all, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits just by coming here once. Now that Murong Fu asked them to come, naturally, it was not a good thing. The three of them felt that Su Yan's words made sense, so they did not say much. Under Su Yan's lead, they went to the inn that Su Yan first came to. Looking at this familiar place, Su Yan thought of the first time he came here, penniless, and suddenly felt a little funny. Of course, these were things of the past after all. Su Yan did not say anything to Dong Qinghao and the others. The four of them asked for a suite. It was reasonable to say that the four of them were all big men. It was awkward to ask for a suite and live in the same room. However, the four of them lived together for safety reasons. After all, no one knew when danger would happen. The four of them lived together and looked after each other. However, the suite was well designed. Not only did it have a living room, but it also had a separate room. This reduced the awkwardness between the four big men. The four of them were not in a hurry to go out. Instead, they sat together in the living room. This time, what do you think Murong Fu will do to us? Rat Li was the first to ask. I think Murong Fu will probably set some traps at the auction and then deal with us. Macario Ice was the first to speak his thoughts. Dong Qinghao was not slow. He smiled slightly and said, I don't think so. Murong Fu must have other means to deal with us. This auction is probably just a cover to let us lower our guard and then kill us when we are not paying attention. My opinion is almost the same as senior brother Dong Cheng's. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he nodded and said, This Murong Fu is actually in the Monster Palace. The reason why he can't deal with us is that he is afraid that Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King will know the secret of Palace Master Chu's death. Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King did not dare to act rashly when they did not know that Princess Chu had died. They did not dare to leave the Monster Palace. So, in this hidden demon region, it is very easy for Murong Fu to deal with us. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but be startled. Macario Ice looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. Su Yan, you mean that Murong Fu will probably come to deal with us personally? We can't rule out this possibility. Su Yan said with a gloomy expression. After all, we all know Murong Fu's methods. So before we know what Murong Fu is up to, we better be careful. Yes. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded. Su Yan looked at the worried faces of the three and said with a smile, Well, senior brothers, don't worry. As the saying goes, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. What will come will come. Let's not worry anymore. If we start to worry now, I'm afraid we will really fall into Morong Fu's trap. So we should be happy. Anyway, the auction hasn't started yet. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to walk around the hidden demon region? Su Yan suggested. Yes, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go out and play. Dong Qinghao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His cynical smile returned to his face. No matter what, Morong Fu is only a rank 7 spirit sea realm. If he really comes, we don't have to be afraid of him. Yes. Macario Ice and Rat Li both nodded. The few of them were bored by this oppressive atmosphere. They immediately nodded and went out for a stroll. Although the four of them said so, for safety's sake, the four of them still walked together. Passing through the bustling streets of the hidden demon region, the oppressive atmosphere in the four of them lessened a lot. Along the way, they talked and laughed. Oh right, this hidden demon region is the biggest black market in the 5 counties. It's said that you can buy anything here. This time, do you guys want to buy anything? Dong Qinghao looked at the many stalls on the side and asked the three of them. I don't have anything to buy. After all, I've been to the hidden demon region before. Moreover, the best things in the hidden demon region are all at the Monster Palace auction. If we really want to buy something, then we can just wait for the day of the auction to sell it. Macario Ice added. After all, among the four of them, only Macario Ice had hosted an auction before. Naturally, the three of them were more familiar with the details of the auction. Rat Li also nodded. Even if I have the money, I'll wait until the auction to sell it. I don't care now. Su Yan, what about you? Dong Qinghao heard their conversation and turned to look at Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao ask him, his eyes turned slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, I really don't have anything to buy. If there's anything I want to buy, then I'm more concerned about where to go to earn more spiritual stones. I want to do that too. Spiritual stones were hard currency. In addition, they could be used for cultivation. Naturally, it was everyone's favorite item. When Dong Qinghao heard Su Yan's words, his eyes narrowed into slits. When Macario Ice heard the two of them, he immediately said, Hey, speaking of earning spiritual stones, I know a good place to go. Where? When the three of them heard Macario Ice's words, their eyes shone with excitement. They looked at Macario Ice. Chapter 304. Let's go, follow me. Mu Lu Bing looked at the flickering light in the eyes of the three people. He smiled and kept them in suspense. He didn't immediately tell them where this place was. Instead, he led the way forward. Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, and Rat Li looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They followed Macario Ice. Although the Hidden Devil region gathered the disciples of various sects from the south and north. However, in the Hidden Devil region, the strength of the warriors were mostly in the Saint Bloodline realm and the Sky realm. Su Yan and the others walked together. It could definitely be said that they were a powerful group in the Hidden Devil region. However, the four of them deliberately hid their strength, so they didn't attract too much attention along the way. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a barren mountain. Is this the place? Su Yan looked at the barren mountain and asked in surprise. He originally thought that the place Macario Ice mentioned to earn spirit stones would be the same as the place where he earned spirit stones for the first time. They would earn spirit stones through the missions under the Hungduan mountain range. After all, with the strength of the four of them, if they wanted to accept missions to earn spirit stones, it would be easy. However, Su Yan never thought that Macario Ice would bring them to this barren mountain. How can there be spirit stones in such a desolate place? Dong Qinghao looked at the empty space in front of him and frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe that there would be spirit stones in such a desolate place. Senior brother Mu, are you bluffing? Not only the two of them, Rat Li also doubted. Facing the doubts of the three of them, Macario Ice smiled. The so-called flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, the myriad of things in the world, nothing is too strange. Don't be fooled by the scene in front of you. Do you know what this place is called in the Hidden Devil region? What is it called? The three of them asked in unison. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a place would have any elegant and magical name. Come with me. Mu Lu Bing looked at the expressions of the three men. She knew that if they only listened to her one-sided story, they wouldn't believe her. So, she simply didn't say anything. Her figure flashed, and she rushed up the mountain. The three of them exchanged glances. Although they had doubts in their hearts, seeing Macario Ice's confidence, the three of them did not hesitate and followed Macario Ice's footsteps up the mountain. In fact, it was more accurate to call it a mountain, but it was just a small slope. After all, if this low mountain was compared to the Hungduan mountain range, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a plain. The four of them walked together for a while. Macario Ice suddenly stopped. His eyes turned and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Everyone, be careful. Once we enter this area, a spirit mine will appear. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people fighting for it. There is no lack of experts here, so we must be careful. The friendship between the four of them had long established mutual trust. When they saw Mu Liubing's solemn expression, Su Yan and the other two knew that Mu Liubing was not trying to frighten them. Their eyes darkened and they no longer had the teasing smile from before. Instead, their eyes flickered as they scanned their surroundings. However, there was nothing on this barren mountain. Not even a demon beast or a bird could be seen. Seeing this, the serious look on Rat Li's face disappeared. He looked at Macario Ice and said jokingly, "Senior Brother Mu, you are not lying to us, right?" Bang! Before Macario Ice could answer, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of them. The four of them were startled. Su Yan's eyes shrank. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the flash of light in the void, his brows suddenly wrinkled. This is... Dong Qinghao and Rat Li's expressions were not much different from Su Yan's. Their faces were full of fear. Only Macario Ice seemed to have been prepared. He was not too flustered. Looking at the three of them, he smiled slightly and said, "Now you know that what I said is true." Seeing the three of them nod, Macario Ice saw that the movement in front of them was far from him. He began to explain the barren mountain to the three of them. It turned out that this barren mountain did have a great background. It was called Spirit Stone Mountain. There were many spirit mines buried here. Spirit mines. Hearing Macario Ice say that there was a spirit mine here, the three of them suddenly had a flash of light on their brows. They were not unfamiliar with spirit mines. It was a place that produced spirit stones. All the spirit stones were collected from spirit mines. Almost every big sect occupied a spirit mine. Of course, Monster Palace was an exception. After all, Monster Palace was located on the reefs of the East Sea. There were no spirit mines in Monster Palace. This also led to all the income of Monster Palace to be obtained from the hidden demon area. Therefore, it could be said that Monster Palace was a relatively poor existence among the major forces. Perhaps some people would say that Monster Palace was such a powerful existence. Why didn't they go to other sects to snatch it? In fact, it was not that Monster Palace's successive sect masters had not considered these things. It was just that all the disciples of Monster Palace were of the Supreme Monster bloodline. The Supreme Monster bloodline was just a nicer way of saying it. In fact, the real bloodline was the bloodline of monsters. Since ancient times, monsters and humans could not coexist. Everyone discriminated against the Supreme Monster bloodline. Therefore, even if Monster Palace was powerful enough now, they were afraid of angering the public. Therefore, they had always kept a low profile on the East Sea. In fact, this was also the goal that the previous palace masters of the Supreme Demon Palace had been striving for. They all hoped that one day, the Supreme Demon Palace and the Supreme Demon Tribe would truly stand at the top of this world and not be discriminated against by others. Senior Brother Mu, you're saying that there really is a spirit mine here? Su Yan looked at Macario Ice in surprise. He still could not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. After all, it was really hard to believe that there was a spirit mine in this godforsaken place. It was not only Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li also could not believe it. Macario Ice looked at the three people who were doubting him and smiled. The three of you don't understand. When you go deeper into this place, you will not see this mountain in this way. This mountain not only has a spirit mine, but also many rare treasures, Macario Ice said. The moment he looked into the distance, a ray of light burst out of his eyes. Treasures! Su Yan and the other two did not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. How could they believe that there were treasures here? Macario Ice knew that no matter what he said, the three of them would be doubtful. After all, this place was barren. It was really hard to believe. Only when they saw it for themselves would they understand the mystery of this mountain. Just like Makaryu Ice when he first came here, he also could not believe it. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he truly understand why a mountain could not be judged by its appearance, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Makaryu Ice narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the front had become quiet, he turned back and said to the three people, "Let's go. Let's go forward." "Okay." The three of them nodded. Without waiting for Makaryu Ice to go first, they gathered their chi and flew forward. They just wanted to see if there was any mystery in this barren mountain. Seeing this, Makaryu Ice smiled slightly. Then, he gathered his chi and followed them. In order to find the treasures and spirit mine that Makaryu Ice had mentioned as soon as possible, Dong Qinghao took the lead. The four people began to move forward at a very fast speed. Unfortunately, half an hour passed. The three people did not see the spirit mine that Makaryu Ice had mentioned, let alone any treasures. "Brother Mu, it's been so long, but we haven't even seen a single spirit stone, let alone a spirit mine." Ratley could not help but turn back and ask Makaryu Ice. When Makaryu Ice heard Ratley's words, he could not help but smile and said, "Do you really think that this entire mountain is a spirit mine? You know, this is the territory of the Hidden Devil region. Every day, many people search here, but they may not find it. We have only been searching for a short time. How can we find a spirit mine so easily?" Although Su Yan also had some doubts about this place, he also felt that Makaryu Ice's words were reasonable. He looked into the distance and said, "Let's look again. After all, we haven't been searching for a long time." Hearing Su Yan's words, Ratley did not say anything. They continued to look for spirit mines in this mountain of spirit stones. When they were outside, they did not meet many people. But, as they went deeper, they met more and more warriors on the road. These were the warriors of various big forces and big sects who had come to the Hidden Devil region. Seeing people appear, the few people who were originally dispirited suddenly became spirited. "Senior Brother Mu, so many people are searching here. Could there really be a spirit mine here?" Ratley looked at the increasing number of people and said with a faint smile, "What do you mean by really?" "There are spirit mines here," Makaryu Ice said in a bad mood. Then, he looked around and saw more and more people appear. He said helplessly, "I didn't expect that in this short period of time, so many spirit mines would have been taken away." Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, the three people frowned and looked at Makaryu Ice. They did not understand the meaning of Makaryu Ice's words. Now that Makaryu Ice knew, the three people no longer doubted that this mountain had a spirit mine. So, he did not keep them in suspense. He pointed to a place in front and said, "Look, there used to be a spirit mine there. But, it has already been collected by someone." "Has it been collected by someone?" Su Yan heard Makaryu Ice's words and frowned slightly. He looked into the distance and asked, "Senior Brother Mu, is there no one here to take care of it? Or is there a big force that has taken care of this place?" After all, this kind of thing was the most common thing in this world where the strong were respected. Only the strong were qualified to receive such a gift from nature. Who dares to occupy it? Makaryu Ice heard Su Yan's words and shook his head. "It's not that no one has occupied it. It's just that this place is a little strange. During the day, there are countless people here. But, at night this place is haunted." Haunted. Chapter 305. Ridiculous. When Makaryu Ice heard the words of the three, his expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. With a serious face he said, "Don't speak nonsense. There have been many hauntings in this place. It is said that even disciples of the origin boundary might not be able to leave this place." Looking at Makaryu Ice's serious expression, the three knew that he was not joking. They also stopped smiling and asked Makaryu Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, what is going on?" Makaryu Ice looked around cautiously. Seeing that there was no one around, he explained to the three, "This Spirit Stone Mountain, you saw it just now. It is desolate and bleak, and even a little gloomy." When the three heard Makaryu Ice's words, they remembered that there was not a trace of human habitation in the Spirit Stone Mountain. Adding that there was no one around, it was indeed desolate and bleak. Now that they thought about it, if a person came here alone, they would feel a little gloomy. They could not help but nod. When Makaryu Ice saw the three nodding, he asked again, "Think about it, if there were no spirit stones in the Spirit Stone Mountain, if there was nothing strange about it, would no one have set their eyes on this place?" Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, the three could not help but be startled. Indeed, spirit stones had always been a scarce existence. Every time a spirit stone mountain appeared, it would attract the attention of all the major forces. If there were many spirit stones in this spirit stone mountain, then it would have attracted the attention of all the major forces. How could it become so desolate and bleak? There was only one explanation for this. There must be some mysterious existence here. When Makaryu Ice saw the expressions of the three, he knew that they had thought of the key point of the matter. After a slight pause, he continued, "The reason why no one wants to fight here is because of the hauntings. I once heard an old man mention this spirit stone mountain. There was once a origin boundary cultivator who wanted to occupy this spirit stone mountain and start a new sect. Unfortunately, he only entered for one night before disappearing. Not only that, but there are also many cultivators who are eager to give it a try. The same goes for the various great powers. They all want to occupy this spirit stone mountain. Unfortunately, when night falls, those people mysteriously disappear. It is said that the number of warriors who have died in this spirit stone mountain is more than the number of people in the entire monster palace. This is also why I said that there are not only spirit stones here, but also treasures. Those treasures were left behind by the people who died here." When the three of them heard what Makaryu Ice said, they were all stunned. They never thought that this seemingly ordinary spirit stone mountain would actually have such a long history. Makaryu Ice looked at the expressions of the three and smiled slightly before continuing. "It is precisely because of this that there is an unwritten rule on this spirit stone mountain. That is, no matter who it is, or where they come from, they cannot monopolize the spirit stone mountain. As long as we occupy the spirit stone mountain, we will definitely be killed," Makaryu Ice said seriously. His face was solemn, and it was obvious that he believed this without a doubt. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li could not help but look at this mountain. They never thought that there would be so many things that happened here. Only Su Yan did not believe it, but he did not say it out loud. After all, Su Yan had not seen the whole thing with his own eyes. Although he did not believe it, it did not mean that the mystery did not exist. Moreover, Su Yan was most concerned about the spirit stone mountain. Therefore, he did not continue to discuss this matter with Makaryu Ice. Instead, he asked Makaryu Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, what do we have to do to find the spirit stone mountain?" Lack. Although there are many spirit stones on the spirit stone mountain, the spirit stones here are intricate. Some spirit stones even disappear after they appear. Makaryu Ice narrowed his eyes and said, "They disappear after they appear." When the three of them heard Makaryu Ice's words, they were surprised. After all, the spirit stone mountain was a physical existence. They simply could not accept that the spirit stone mountain would disappear into thin air after it appeared. Makaryu Ice knew that the three of them did not believe him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The three of you don't have to look at me like that. Actually, I don't know what is going on. After all, I only heard about it from an old man. I have never seen it myself." The three of them originally thought that Makaryu Ice would lead them to the spirit stone mountain. Now that they heard that Makaryu Ice was not clear about it, they could not help but feel disappointed. After all, the four of them came here to find the spirit stone mountain. When they heard Makaryu Ice say that there was a spirit stone mountain, they were happy. But now they were happy for nothing. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Although there are many spirit stones on the spirit stone mountain, spirit stones are rare after all. If we don't find it today, we can only blame the four of us for not having such good luck. Makaryu Ice said helplessly when he saw the disappointed look on the three's faces. After all, it was Makaryu Ice who suggested that they come here to find the spirit stones. If they did not find the last spirit stone, Makaryu Ice would feel guilty. Su Yan looked at Makaryu Ice. How could he not guess what he was thinking? He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu, spirit stones are precious. How can it be so easy to find them? So, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we don't have anything to do in the Hidden Devil region today. We came here to look for some opportunities. It would be best if we can find them. If we can't, then forget it. Just treat it as us coming here to broaden our horizons." When they heard Su Yan's words, Dong Qinghao and Rat Li also expressed their views. In fact, their words were roughly the same as Su Yan's. They wanted Makaryu Ice not to be discouraged because they could not find the spirit stones. Makaryu Ice nodded. His mood had obviously improved a lot. However, the four of them were not in a hurry to find the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, they had seen many people return in disappointment along the way. Obviously, they had not found the Spirit Stone Mountain. So many people had not found it. Su Yan was not conceited enough to think that the few of them would definitely find it. Therefore, they did not deliberately look for the Spirit Stone Mountain. Instead, they looked for the Spirit Stone Mountain as if they were having fun. Dong Qinghao relaxed his mood and said with a teasing smile, "Hey, if we don't deliberately look for the Spirit Stone Mountain now, will the Spirit Stone Mountain suddenly appear in front of us?" "You're dreaming." Macario Ice looked at Dong Qinghao's playful appearance and scolded him with a smile. In the end, it was also because of this that the few of them did not find the Spirit Stone Mountain. They also did not find the treasure that Macario Ice had mentioned. Not only them, but all the cultivators who came here also did not find the Spirit Stone Mountain. When the sun was about to set, everyone rushed down the mountain. When Macario Ice saw that everyone was about to leave, he hurriedly pulled the three people who still wanted to go forward and said, "It's going to be sunset soon. Let's quickly leave this place." The three people originally wanted to look for the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they remembered what Macario Ice had said, they finally followed him and left. Looking at the Spirit Stone Mountain, there was a trace of reluctance in their eyes. The four of them returned to the place where they stayed. Because the four of them gathered together and drank some wine, and because they remembered that the matter of Murong Fu targeting them had not been investigated yet, the four of them did not participate in the unique nightlife of the Hidden Demon area. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Su Yan was lying on the bed. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. The spiritual qi here was thinner than in the Spirit Palace. In addition, there were no spirit stones. Even if he cultivated, he was afraid that he would not make much progress in one night. Therefore, Su Yan simply did not cultivate. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling and thought about all the things that had happened during this period. Although he said that he was thinking about all the things that had happened during this period of time because he was in the Hidden Demon area, he thought most of the things that had happened in the Hidden Demon area. Thinking of the Hidden Demon area, Su Yan naturally thought of Buttface. I wonder how this guy is doing now. Has his strength improved? Su Yan muttered to himself and smiled. Let's see. Tomorrow, there will be some time to look for him. If possible, when the time comes, I will bring him back to the Monster Palace. That will be one more helper. Since the trip to the Blood Demon Cave, Su Yan deeply understood the importance of a friend. After all, a person's ability was limited. Su Yan thought that it had been a long time since he had a good rest. He wanted to take advantage of tonight to have a good sleep. It was a pity that he had been cultivating all this time. Even if he really wanted to sleep now, how could he sleep? He tossed and turned on the bed, and the image of spirit stones kept surging into his mind. After all, what Su Yan lacked the most now was spirit stones. Spirit stones, where exactly am I going to find spirit stones? Su Yan said with a wry smile. Suddenly, the scene of the Spirit Stone Mountain today appeared in his mind. If I can find a spirit stone mine that allows me to cultivate, then breaking through to the 9-star celestial phase stage is just around the corner. Su Yan thought, and a bright light emitted from his eyes. His heart was filled with desire for spirit stones. This desire continued to surge, and Su Yan was simply unable to calm down. No, I have to go to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yan thought, and suddenly jumped up from the bed. Without saying anything, he opened the door and left the tavern, running in the direction of the Spirit Stone Mountain. The Spirit Stone Mountain was located at the very edge of the Hidden Devil region. This place was originally desolate and uninhabited. Coming here during the day, it was somewhat gloomy. At night, the cold wind whistled, causing the Spirit Stone Mountain to be shrouded in a deep and serene smell. When Su Yan arrived here, he didn't think too much. Now that he saw that there was no one around, he couldn't help but think of what Macario Ice said during the day that the Spirit Stone Mountain was haunted. Thinking about it, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Regarding the matter of ghosts, Su Yan naturally didn't believe it. Su Yan was now worried about whether or not there would be any strange things on the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, this was the Great Thousand World, and there were all kinds of strange things. Haunted. When Su Yan thought of the haunted matter, he became more interested. The corner of his mouth slightly raised and he said, "If there were no ghosts here, I would be a little worried. Now I want to see what is on the Spirit Stone Mountain. Chapter 306. The spiritual stone mountain had always been barren. Tonight, the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. A dark fog shrouded the entire spiritual stone mountain, making the already gloomy spiritual stone mountain even more terrifying. A cold wind blew, shaking the grass and trees on the mountain. Under the faint moonlight, it was even more frightening. A woo! At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the top of the mountain. Su Yan was shocked, and his brows furrowed into a black line. Although Su Yan did not believe that this place was haunted, he was certain that there was something fishy about this Spirit Stone Mountain. Otherwise, the spirit or mine on the Spirit Stone Mountain would have attracted countless martialists to fight over it. It would not be that no one cared about it until now. A woo! A woo! At this moment, that roar sounded from the top of the mountain again. This roar was sometimes sharp and sometimes low, like a ghost's howl. Could it be that the mountain is really haunted? Hearing this roar, Su Yan could not help but feel a little suspicious. After all, Su Yan was alone in the spiritual stone mountain. In the middle of the night, with the cold wind blowing, it was really a little scary. Xiao! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan. Who is it? Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and he shouted in a low voice. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! As Su Yan roared, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded in front of him. Then, a black shadow continuously flashed in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flashed, and his expression became increasingly cold. Looking at the flashing black shadow, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and did not have the slightest intention of retreating. In fact, when Macario Ice asked him to leave the mountain today, Su Yan was somewhat unwilling. After all, the spiritual stone mine was too tempting for Su Yan at this moment. Furthermore, Su Yan did not believe in ghosts at all. Even if this mountain is really haunted today, I still want to find out. Su Yan looked at the constantly flashing black shadow in front of him. His eyes flashed, and the cultivation method in his body suddenly surged up. A burst of bright light burst out from his body, and a frosty color shrouded Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh! Instantly, a series of shrill ghost howls erupted. The ghost howl sword was called the ghost howl sword because of its special characteristics. When it was activated, it would emit bursts of ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword, a ghostly howl erupted from the ghost howl sword. Following that, a black gas burst out from it. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black figure flashed again. Today, I'll see if you're a real ghost or not. Su Yan's pupils constricted abruptly as he sneered. Swish! He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he stepped on the sword dragon and charged straight up. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly hit the constantly flashing black figure. Ah! The black figure let out a low cry and immediately disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Could it be that this place is really haunted? However, the moment this thought appeared, it was quickly rejected by Su Yan. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. It doesn't matter if you're really haunted or not. I'm going to break into this spirit stone mountain of yours. Humph! Su Yan said in a low voice to boost his courage. Although he did not believe in ghosts, Su Yan would definitely be lying if he said that he was not afraid of such a strange phenomenon. However, the fear in his heart was insignificant compared to Su Yan's knowledge of the Spirit Stone Mountain's Spirit Stone Mine, and the secrets that existed within it. Su Yan followed in as he slowly circulated his cultivation method. He did not dare to be careless as he cautiously observed his surroundings and walked forward step by step. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The reason Su Yan came to the Spirit Stone Mountain today was not only for the Spirit Stone Mine, but also because of his curiosity. He was curious about ghosts and wanted to explore the secrets of this Spirit Stone Mountain. He wanted to unravel the truth of the haunted place. Of course, other than his curiosity, the most important thing was that the Spirit Stone Mine caused the death of the Spirit Stone Mine. Su Yan was on guard against the dangers that could appear at any time as he constantly searched for traces of the Spirit Stone Mine. Unfortunately, along the way, other than the strange phenomenon that appeared just now, the entire mountain returned to its calm state and there was no sound coming out. However, even so, Su Yan could still feel the gloomy presence here and did not dare to relax in the slightest. Rumble. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a torrential downpour followed, causing the oppressive atmosphere to become even more oppressive. The heavy rain fell on Su Yan's mystical ice-cold shield and was blocked by it. However, it did not cause any inconvenience to Su Yan. Looking at the blurring area in front of him, Su Yan could not help but frown. This heavy rain did not come earlier or later, but it did not come at this moment. Although the heavy rain would not soak Su Yan's clothes, it would bring some obstruction to Su Yan's senses and weaken his inspection of the surroundings. Other than the strange phenomenon just now, this place is peaceful. Su Yan leaped and walked deeper into the forest. However, that strange phenomenon didn't appear again. Apart from the fact that there wasn't any strange phenomenon, Su Yan also did not find the spirit stone mine. Am I still going to return empty-handed? Su Yan had unknowingly arrived at the place where he had been during the day. However, there was not the slightest harvest. This made Su Yan somewhat unwilling. His eyes turned and wanted to continue to walk forward. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted. The bloody light shot straight up into the sky, emitting a burst of bright light, illuminating the entire Spirit Stone Mountain as if it was daytime. This is... Su Yan was shocked. When he saw the scene in front of him, his whole face twisted together. His mouth was wide open and he was shocked beyond words. The moment the light flickered, even the heavy rain that was falling from the sky seemed to be about to stop, as it kept sliding outwards. This heavy rain did not stop, but was forced to change direction by a huge force. Su Yan quickly thought of the result of this strange phenomenon. In fact, this phenomenon was not difficult to explain. Just like the mysterious ice-cold shield on Su Yan's body, it could also block the rain and prevent it from falling on his body. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was shocked. What kind of force could block so much rain? Su Yan was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "Not good!" The cultivation method in his body was quickly activated and his body swept back. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the rain that had been blocked condensed together, turning into a pillar of water that shot towards Su Yan. It was so fast that Su Yan was unable to dodge in time, and he was hit by it. His body was sent flying back hundreds of meters. Although he was not injured, his body rolled in the grass and trees, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this. His eyes turned and he muttered to himself, "What is going on? How can there be such a powerful force? If it was someone else, they would have already run down the mountain." However, Su Yan did not. Instead, he held his breath and moved forward again. However, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He moved slowly, afraid that he would make some noise and alert the force just now. At this moment suddenly, a horse's neigh was heard. Rumble. The moment this sound fell, the spiritual stone mountain suddenly shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Su Yan felt the strong earthquake and frowned. There was a trace of retreat in his heart, but he was also a little unwilling. He bent down and took a step forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of horses were galloping, constantly neighing, and constantly attacking the spiritual stone mountain. There were many warriors on the backs of the horses, holding various weapons in their hands, and countless blood burst out. In a short while, the ground was covered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. It was not enough to describe this scene as tragic. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even with his experience, he had never encountered such a fierce battle. Is this really a haunted house? Su Yan thought about what Makaryu Ice said during the day, and suddenly frowned. His heart was also a little shaken, especially when he saw the powerful explosion of energy. Su Yan also felt a sense of retreat in his heart. After all, he had experienced death once. Su Yan knew that the most important thing was to stay alive. He did not want to lose his life here because of the spiritual stone and his curiosity. "Boy, after seeing the game between the two of us, do you still think you have a chance to escape?" Just as Su Yan was about to retreat, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly rang out. "Who is it?" Su Yan was shocked. He shouted in a stern voice to hide the fear in his heart. Ha 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 ha. After Su Yan's shout, another laughter was heard. This voice suddenly came from the left, and then from the right, as if it surrounded the entire spiritual stone mountain. Who the hell is it? Su Yan heard the laughter, and felt like he was being played. Anger surged in his chest and he coldly shouted, Who the hell is it? Why don't you dare to come out? Why are you pretending to be a ghost here? Pretending to be a ghost. Hearing Su Yan's words, the voice was obviously a little sarcastic. He sneered, and then as if he was asking someone said, Medicine King, do you think we are ghosts now? Ghosts. The one called Medicine King laughed and said, We have been dead for thousands of years. Naturally, we are ghosts. Are we still human? Ghosts, ha ha ha, yes, we are ghosts. Chapter 307. When Su Yan heard that these people were ignoring him, his face became more and more gloomy. At the same time, a burst of anger surged. Under this anger, the fear from before was suppressed. Because Su Yan knew that since he had come to this point, it was impossible for him to retreat even if he wanted to. He could only fight. 1, 2, 3. Su Yan was angry, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he listened to the different voices and distinguished how many people were here. 3. Su Yan quickly calculated that there were 3 people hiding around him. 3. Su Yan sneered. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body slowly circulated. The blood dragon pupil also shrank as he cautiously looked around, observing the surrounding movements. Sigh, ninth uncle. How many years have you not dared to come here at night? I didn't expect that a mere sky phase stage cultivator would dare to come here today. The Medicine King sighed slightly. His words were filled with disdain for Su Yan's strength. Ha! The one called ninth uncle laughed loudly and said, Sky phase stage is sky phase stage. It saves the 3 of us from taking action. Don't you think so, Black Devil? I think it's not bad. It just so happens that we've been playing for thousands of years without a clear victor. Today, such a person just happened to appear. Let him join. Perhaps our game will have an unexpected result. The 3 of them talked and did not put Su Yan in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they did not care about Su Yan's strength at the sky phase stage. Their words were also filled with disdain for Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, his expression became more and more cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly separated 3 different voices. Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, Black Devil. Su Yan secretly said in his heart, the corner of his mouth rising into a cold smile. Then let him join and play now. Ninth Uncle. When the voice rang out again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning. With a shout, he attacked in a certain direction. What? The voice that spoke just now suddenly trembled, and it no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it turned into astonishment. You? How did you know that I was hiding here? How is that possible? You are only at the celestial phenomenon stage. How can you detect my existence? Ninth Uncle. Su Yan ignored his words and smiled coldly. The cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved quickly. The ghost howl sword in his hand turned and directly attacked in the direction of Uncle Joe. Wherever the ghost howl sword passed, a thick black fog suddenly burst out. At the same time, a series of ghostly howls erupted. Wail of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan used his sword technique as soon as he made his move. He was very clear that the strength of these 3 people was probably beyond his imagination, so Su Yan didn't dare to let his guard down at all. As soon as the wail of 10,000 ghosts came out, ghost howls rang out again and again. A huge ghost head ferociously pounced in the direction of Uncle Joe. Humph! A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to clamor in front of this sovereign. You're courting death. The person called Uncle Joe was obviously angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the shadow on his body. What a powerful force! Seeing the power of the shadow in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank together, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan felt the aura of death surging over. Uncle Joe, isn't it just a celestial phenomenon stage, kid? Why are you so angry? Just as Su Yan felt that he was about to die again, The Medicine King suddenly opened his mouth and said, with a wave of his hand, he dissolved the powerful force. Bang, however, even so, Su Yan's body was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. His body churned and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell are these people? How can they be so powerful? Su Yan was shocked. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes were fixed on this side. At this time, 3 more shadows appeared in front of Su Yan. Remnant soul body. When Su Yan saw the shadow, he immediately recognized that it wasn't a person, but the body of a remnant soul. Hey kid, not bad. You actually know that we're dead. When Black Devil heard Su Yan mention the body of a remnant soul, a sneer appeared on his slightly aged face. The Medicine King looked at Su Yan and laughed. Brat, not bad, you actually dare to attack Uncle Joe. The person who was called Uncle Joe looked at Su Yan with a face full of anger and shouted, Brat, a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to attack me. You are courting death. You're courting death. Su Yan's body suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He knew very well that facing these 3 people, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. Looking at the strand of energy surging from the 3 of them, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. He might as well suppress the fear in his heart and stand up. Humph, you keep saying that you're in the celestial phenomenon stage, but do you know that I'm only in my early 20s? As Su Yan spoke, his pupils suddenly turned, and a ray of light surged out. He looked at the 3 of them and shouted, All of you are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, yet you dare to attack a child like me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What? When the 3 of them heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Especially when they saw the light surging in Su Yan's eyes, they all felt a wave of astonishment. The Medicine King coldly snorted and shouted at Su Yan. Brat, do you know? Just based on your words, we can kill you. Kill me. When Su Yan heard his words, he suddenly laughed out loud. I know you have the ability to kill me, but don't you feel ashamed? When these words were spoken, the Medicine King's old face couldn't help but turn red. He then nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Brat, to have such wisdom at such a young age. You are indeed a promising talent. So what if he's a promising talent? When the Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, he looked at Su Yan and said with disdain, In all these years, we have seen many talents that are much higher than this brat, but we are still not satisfied. Right now, this brat is only in the celestial phenomenon stage. What is there to create? Uncle Joe also coldly snorted and said, Yes, this brat dares to attack me. I will destroy him now. As he spoke, Uncle Joe was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the Medicine King. Hey, Uncle Joe, why are you always so impulsive? Didn't we agree to let this brat participate in our game and see if he will bring us a surprise? When Uncle Joe heard the Medicine King's words, his gloomy face immediately surged with a smile. Haha, that's good, it is indeed so. For so many years, no one has come here. If we kill this brat, it would be a pity. The Black Devil also nodded and said, That's right, let this brat join our game. The Medicine King nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged towards Su Yan's body. Ah! Before Su Yan could react, his entire body suddenly leaped up. In an instant, his body flew hundreds of meters away. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the battlefield where 10,000 horses were galloping. A burst of horse neighs exploded in Su Yan's ears like thunder. Uproar. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. A warrior riding a tall horse wielded a large saber in his hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. F***ck, when Su Yan saw this, he could not help but curse. As his blood dragon eyes turned, his body suddenly leaped up and narrowly avoided that person's attack. The moment Su Yan dodged, a loud sound was heard. The warrior who attacked Su Yan was directly cut down by another person. Blood spurted out. Su Yan could not dodge in time and was directly sprayed. A fishy smell came out. Su Yan did not have time to feel disgusted. Another person attacked him. The strength of the attack was so great that it slid through the void, creating bursts of whistling sounds. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he joined the battlefield. Black Devil looked at Su Yan on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the Medicine King, "Medicine King, this kid is only at the sky phase stage. Do you think he can really surprise us?" The Medicine King shook his head and smiled. "No matter what, we've been fighting for so long. Since it's still early, let's play." As the Medicine King spoke, he looked at the scene on the battlefield and sneered. He suddenly jumped up and laughed. "Ninth Uncle, your warriors today seem to be a little weak." "Weak?" Ninth Uncle sneered when he heard the Medicine King's words. He jumped up and waved his hand. Suddenly, another group of warriors surged out of the battlefield and charged into the crowd. The Medicine King was shocked when he saw this scene. Then he laughed. "Haha, Ninth Uncle, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Not bad, not bad. However, we've been fighting for so long. Do you think I don't have a backup plan?" As he spoke, the Medicine King also waved his hand and many more warriors appeared on the battlefield. Black Devil saw that both of them had increased their forces and was not willing to be outdone. He sneered. "Hey, both of you have increased your forces. Do you want me, Black Devil, to watch you fight?" Black Devil said and waved his hand. Another group of people appeared on the battlefield. Su Yan was trapped in a black mass. What the hell is going on? Su Yan resisted the warriors who swung their swords at him from time to time. At the same time, his mind was racing as he thought about the strange phenomenon in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan thought about it, he could not understand what was going on. Could it really be a ghost? Su Yan frowned, but he quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Bang. Chapter 308. Su Yan looked at his arm that had been cut open. Anger suddenly surged in his eyes. He shouted coldly. His body suddenly started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Bang! Then he grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, and his body spun like a top. The Ghost Howl sword swept horizontally, and a powerful force burst out. Bang! Bang! A series of loud sounds rang out, and the surrounding warriors were suddenly sent flying by Su Yan. Countless amounts of blood gushed out, and directly covered Su Yan's body. Fresh clothes, angry horse, drinking blood, chopping off heads. Su Yan was now surrounded by all kinds of warriors, and his killing intent was aroused. He shouted angrily, and the blood dragon pupil burst out a burst of bright light. He stood on the sword dragon, and rushed into the battlefield to kill. After a while of fighting, Su Yan understood a little. Although the warriors here were all wearing the same clothes, they were clearly divided into three forces. Three forces. Could it be that they belonged to those three old ghosts? Su Yan's eyes abruptly shrunk as he thought of this. Soon after, he saw that these people were still unceasingly rushing over. Ignoring them, he coldly shouted, "I don't care what you are up to today, just kill them all." Su Yan's eyes flickered as he lifted the Ghost Howl sword and stood in mid-air. He was like a grim reaper as he continued to kill the surrounding warriors. This scene lasted for more than half an hour. However, on the battlefield, the number of warriors not only did not decrease, but also increased. These warriors didn't seem to be afraid of death, and constantly rushed over, completely ignoring the Ghost Howl sword in Su Yan's hand. Why can't I kill them all? Su Yan looked at the warriors who were constantly rushing over, and slightly frowned. He just saw that these warriors were not only attacking him, but also killing each other. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this situation, and directly destroy them. However, it was clear that Su Yan was overthinking things. There was simply no end to these warriors. Moreover, these warriors did not appear to be tired at all. It was as though they did not fear death as they kept piling up. On the contrary, after such a long battle, Su Yan's spiritual power was becoming more and more depleted. He was constantly gasping for breath, and it was obvious that his physical strength had been overdrawn. If this goes on, I'm afraid even if I don't die under these people's knives, I'll die from exhaustion. Su Yan thought about it and immediately realized that this method was not feasible. No, I have to think of a way to deal with this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here today. Su Yan was now thinking about how to get out of here. He had neglected the three old ghosts. After all, no matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. As Su Yan resisted the attacks, his mind raced. Soon, Su Yan found the crux of the problem. Those three old fogies are clearly just remnant souls. Although I don't know why they are here, it is clear that they are already dead. A dead person. A dead person. Su Yan muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Those 3 old ghosts are just dead people. Then where did these warriors come from? Could it be that it's just an illusion? As Su Yan thought about it, his entire body suddenly froze. At the same time, he reached out to touch the blood on his body and the wound on his arm. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan's mind slowly calmed down. Suddenly, he pinched his wound. Ah! Suddenly, a huge pain surged up. This caused Su Yan to be extremely surprised. It hurts. Could it be that it's not an illusion? However, if it's not an illusion, then where did these people come from? The more Su Yan thought about it, the tighter his brows became. I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on for so long at the celestial phenomenon stage. We have underestimated his strength. Black Devil looked at Su Yan and faintly smiled. Just based on this perseverance, I think this brat can be considered a powerhouse in the same realm. When the Medicine King heard his words, he looked at Uncle Gio and said, "Don't forget, this brat just discovered Uncle Gio and even dared to attack him." When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, his expression became more and more gloomy. He then looked at Su Yan and coldly smiled. "Medicine King, from your tone, it seems that you are quite impressed with this brat." Impressed? The Medicine King narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yan on the battlefield. He nodded in satisfaction. There is indeed some appreciation. However, he still doesn't have the qualifications to enter my eyes. Unless he can really break the gambling formation between us. As the King of Medicine spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a ray of light surged out. With a thought, another group of warriors appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the strength of these warriors appeared, their aura immediately suppressed the warriors that had just appeared. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, they became much stronger. Seeing this, Black Devil coldly smiled. "Medicine King, good plan. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the 2 of us? Don't even think about it." As soon as his words fell, he also moved his mind. Bang, on the battlefield, another group of warriors appeared on the ground. Uncle Gio wasn't willing to be outdone. He coldly smiled. "Medicine King, if you want to test this person, then I will lend you a hand," Uncle Gio said and coldly shouted. Suddenly, many warriors in black clothes appeared on the battlefield. Each of them was strong and robust. The moment they appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly surged with a thick smell of gunpowder. Bang! As soon as the 3 forces appeared, they immediately twisted and killed each other. Of course, Su Yan wasn't any better off in the midst of the 3 forces. One must know that Su Yan didn't belong to any of the forces. Regardless of which force saw Su Yan, they would fiercely attack him. They didn't give Su Yan any chance to breathe. What the hell is going on? Although Su Yan was very angry, he was even more surprised in his heart. He couldn't understand what was going on in front of him. Just now, he was secretly happy that the number of people was slowly decreasing. In that case, he would have a chance to get out. Who would have thought that so many people would suddenly appear? Moreover, Su Yan could feel that the strength of these people was clearly much stronger than those people from before. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of strength. If the strength of the group of people from before was limited to the Saint Vane realm, then the people who appeared this time were all at the Sky Phase realm. Some even surpassed the Sky Phase realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm. Su Yan's resistance also became more and more powerless. The wounds on his body were also increasing rapidly, and blood was constantly flowing out from all over his body. Looking at the wounds on his body, Su Yan's chest also surged with a raging anger. However, Su Yan's reason told him that he had to remain calm. "Calm down, I have to stay calm." Su Yan kept comforting himself in his heart because he was very clear about the current situation. No matter how angry he was, no matter how hard he tried, it was almost impossible to kill his way out of here. "I have to find a way." While Su Yan was fending off the continuous attacks of these cultivators, he carefully thought about the scene that was happening in front of him. Although this Spirit Stone Mountain is said to be a barren mountain, no matter what, it is still within the territory of the Hidden Demon region. Moreover, the forces of the Hidden Demon region are all controlled by the Monster Palace. If so many warriors appeared here, the Monster Palace, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Black Ghost Cave would definitely know. After all, The number of warriors that appeared here had long surpassed that of any sect. It could even be said that if these forces were to be combined, they would probably be even stronger than the current monster palace. Such powerful forces suddenly appeared here, and this was a territory under the jurisdiction of the monster palace. It was absolutely impossible for them not to notice. In that case, there is only one explanation. These warriors don't exist at all. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged over. Spirit Sea Realm. Su Yan's body trembled. He was about to resist, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior's palm flew over, and a majestic force surged out. Bang! Before Su Yan had time to react, Su Yan felt a huge pain all over his body, and his whole body was sent flying with a bang. Su Yan suddenly fell into the crowd. Innumerable martial artists swarmed forward, directly burying Su Yan among them. King of Medicine, it seems that this kid is going to die. I'm afraid we can't determine the winner of this game. Uncle Jio saw Su Yan being drowned by many warriors, and the corner of his mouth rose into a sneer. Sigh. The old man called King of Medicine saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Uncle Jio, who had a proud face, and snorted, Uncle Jio, if we can't determine the winner of this game, what good will it do you? Do you have a way to get out of here? Ha ha. Uncle Jio heard King of Medicine's words and suddenly laughed. King of Medicine, my Uncle Jio didn't intend to get out of here. Humph. The Medicine King gave an exasperated snort and was about to say something else. But before he opened his mouth to speak, Black Devil beside him sighed helplessly. Okay, the two of you stop arguing. He stood between the two of them. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The three of us have been arguing for thousands of years. After being trapped here together for so long, what grievances can't we see through? What's there to argue about? Hearing Black Devil's words, King of Medicine and Uncle Joe's eyes dimmed. Looking at Su Yan on the battlefield, he smiled bitterly. It's a pity that this person can't break the game between us otherwise. Sigh. Chapter 309. When Uncle Jio heard the Medicine King sigh, he no longer had the anger he had when arguing with the Medicine King. Instead, he looked at the cultivators who were constantly fighting on the battlefield and said helplessly, Sigh, the three of us have been competing here for thousands of years, but we can't decide the victor every time. Now that the spirit stones in this spirit mine are getting scarcer and scarcer, how long do you think the three of us can hold on? Sigh, I'm afraid that if we can't solve this situation in another 10 years, the three of us will completely die here. Black Devil looked at the battlefield that was still fighting and smiled bitterly. Back then, in order to attract more people here, we specially opened these spirit mines to attract those people. But so many people came, and no one was able to solve this situation. Instead, they took away a lot of spirit stones during the day. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Uncle Jio said angrily, but his eyes were filled with helplessness. When the Medicine King heard the words of the two, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Sigh, that's right. Just now I thought that this brat would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect. Medicine King, I think you are old and confused. That brat is only at the celestial phenomenon stage. What hope do you have? Before the Medicine King could finish his words, Uncle Jio said sarcastically. Black Devil couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. After so many years, how many people stronger than this brat have come? In the end, didn't they all die here? He's just at the celestial phenomenon stage. What surprises can he give us? The Medicine King wanted to quibble, but when he saw Su Yan's figure disappear, he sighed helplessly. The three of them looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After watching for a while, they felt bored and were about to leave. Asterisk a woo. Asterisk suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the battlefield. This is. When the three of them heard this sound, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly stopped and cast their gazes towards the battlefield. A ray of golden light finally soared into the sky from the battlefield. Asterisk a woo. Asterisk with a dragon's roar, all the cultivators were pushed away. The Medicine King and the other two looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. Their mouths opened wider than anything else. What? What is going on? The three of them stared at the scene before them in astonishment. For a moment, they were unable to recover from their shock. And when they saw the place where the golden light was flashing, The King of Medicine's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he shouted, "It's him, it's that brat." What? When Uncle Gio and the Black Demon heard Yao Wang's words, their bodies shook. Then, they looked at the place where the golden light was flashing. It was where Su Yan was just now. Their pupils shrank abruptly. That kid actually didn't die. How is this possible? That brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he not die? All three of them were astonished. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, there was a loud bang. As the golden light flashed, a dragon's roar surged. At the place where Su Yan had landed, a golden dragon leaped up. The dragon soared into the sky, and its bell-like eyes suddenly shrank and burst out with a ray of blood-red light. This dragon was none other than the dragon form that Su Yan had transformed into with the last trace of spiritual energy in his body. Illusion. This must be an illusion. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the cultivators in front of him. With a roar. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped past them. His pair of giant eyes constantly flashed with blood-red light. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan muttered in his heart as he constantly circled around the battlefield. Asterisk swish. Swish. Asterisk under the circling of Su Yan's dragon body. The cultivators on the battlefield disappeared one by one like lightning. What the hell is going on? When the Medicine King and the other two saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the disappearing cultivators, the Medicine King's face suddenly surged with excitement. He said excitedly, I understand. This brat must have found a way to break through our game. He succeeded." As the Medicine King spoke, his body began to tremble in excitement. How is this possible? How could he succeed? How could he? When Uncle Gio saw all of this, his face was filled with astonishment. He simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to solve this game that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw the scene in front of him, he also frowned. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. After all, Su Yan's strength was too weak in their eyes. They simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to break through the formation that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw all of this and looked at Su Yan's huge body, his brows turned and revealed a gloomy smile. He muttered in his heart, although this formation has been broken now, if I want to get out of here, I must find a suitable body to be reborn. A suitable body. This person has the bloodline of a dragon. He should be able to withstand my soul. As the Black Devil thought, a cold light surged in his eyes again. Then, he ignored the astonished Uncle Gio and the Medicine King. With a move of his body, he quickly turned into a black shadow and flew in the direction of Su Yan. When the Medicine King and Uncle Gio saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then they reacted and shouted, "Not good." Following that, the two of them did not dare to be negligent. With a move of their bodies, they hurriedly chased after the Black Devil. At this moment, Su Yan saw that all the cultivators in front of him had disappeared. His body slowly returned to human form. The light on his body also receded and he fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, he felt a powerful force surging towards him. Su Yan was shocked. Not good. I was so focused on breaking this illusion that I forgot that there were still 3 old fellows here. In a panic, Su Yan jumped up. He only gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, wanting to resist the power that was surging in front of him. However, before Su Yan could use his strength, Su Yan's pupils suddenly dilated as he felt an intense pain in his body. The pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan's eyes were wide open as he felt an intense pain in his body. This pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. The pain of his soul being torn apart caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Su Yan wanted to mutter and resist, but he could not muster the slightest bit of strength. His entire body was being exploited by this powerful force. Possession. Su Yan had personally experienced a fierce battle of possession. Naturally, he knew that someone wanted to occupy his body. He wanted to resist, but this force was too strong. Su Yan's soul seemed to be imprisoned and could not resist at all. Black Devil. As expected of the Black Devil. You have a good plan. The Medicine King looked at the Black Devil and shouted angrily. Uncle Joe was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Black Devil and shouted, "Black Devil, you really haven't changed. For thousands of years, you have been playing the good guy every day. I didn't expect you to be so insidious." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Next, Su Yen felt his body loosening up and he fell to the ground. This time, Su Yen was able to see clearly that the three old ghosts standing before him were the three old ghosts he had seen earlier. And the one who wanted to devour his soul was the Black Devil. The Black Devil saw that the other two followed and did not pay attention to Su Yen. Instead, he turned to look at the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. He sneered and said, "Medicine King, Uncle Joe, it is not that I, the Black Devil, am insidious. It is human nature." "Is this human nature?" When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, he sneered and said, "Black Devil, we've been fighting for thousands of years. Every day, we've only been manipulating these cultivators to play games. Today, the game array has been broken. Let me, Uncle Joe, see if you've regressed in these thousands of years." "Haha, do you think I am afraid of you?" The Black Devil sneered and suddenly jumped up. Uncle Joe was not slow either. He jumped up and at the same time, a strange force erupted from their bodies and attacked each other. Su Yen was not unfamiliar with this force. It was the force of the soul. When the Medicine King saw the two of them fighting, he frowned and looked at Su Yen on the ground. He rolled his eyes and sent a surge of energy towards Su Yen. Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. Pong. At this time, two forces attacked the Medicine King at the same time. It was the Black Devil and Uncle Joe. "Medicine King, I didn't expect you to be so insidious." "Humph, Medicine King, you still have the face to say that. You are also borrowing this boy's body to be reborn." The Black Devil and Uncle Joe looked at the Medicine King and snorted at the same time. The Medicine King smiled and said, "Do you think I am like the two of you? I just want to use this boy's body to get out of here. Do you think we will believe you?" The Black Devil and Uncle Joe sneered, obviously not believing the Medicine King's words. When Su Yen heard their words, it could be said that he came from the clouds and left in a fog. He did not understand the meaning of their words at all. He did not understand, but the Black Devil, Uncle Joe, and the Medicine King were clear. Today, the game formation that had trapped them for thousands of years was broken. It was equivalent to them being able to leave here and obtain a chance to be reborn. They knew how powerful their souls were, so it was very difficult to find a body that could bear their soul force. Su Yan's body contained the dragon bloodline. It was a powerful soul that could bear their souls. The three of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Of course, because there was only one Su Yan, only one of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Rebirth. They had been imprisoned here for thousands of years and longed for rebirth all the time. Now, a great opportunity was in front of them. How could they believe that the Medicine King only wanted to use Su Yan's body to leave here? After all, if they just wanted to leave here, they might not be able to find a suitable body for their rebirth even after hundreds of years. Even if they found a body that could bear their soul force, that person would definitely be powerful. It was unknown whether they could succeed in seizing the body. Su Yen, who was in front of them, only had the strength of the celestial phase realm and the dragon bloodline in his body. It was enough to bear their soul force. Chapter 310. Yaowang, don't pretend to be a saint here. You should know that the reason why the three of us fell here and are trapped in this damn place is because of you, Yaowang. Uncle Joe pointed at Yaowang and clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins appeared on his weathered face. Obviously, he was very angry at the thought of them being trapped here for so long. When Yaowang heard his words, he sneered and said, "The culprit is me. Don't you think it's funny? If it weren't for Uncle Joe's greed and wanting to seize the elixir I refined, the three of us wouldn't be imprisoned here." When Black Devil heard their words, he sneered and said, "Things have come to this. We have been fighting here for thousands of years. There is no need to bring up the past. Let's settle the matter at hand. No matter what happens today, I will take this boy's body." Black Devil snorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. A bright light surged in his eyes and a ruthless look flashed across his face. As he spoke, he leaped up and at the same time, a burst of power erupted and swept directly towards Su Yen. "Black Devil, don't say anything nice here. If it weren't for your appearance thousands of years ago, I would have gotten the divine elixir pill and not be trapped here." When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, he snorted and leaped to attack Black Devil. When Yaowang saw this, he frowned and glanced at Su Yen. He secretly said, "It seems that we can't escape today's battle. Shameless people will always be shameless people. They usually say nice things, but when they have the chance to get out, they will still turn against each other." As the Medicine King thought about it, he snorted and joined the battle as well. Not only were the three of them fighting, but they also didn't give each other the slightest advantage in their words. The grudges of thousands of years were brought up one by one. And the battle between the three of them. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Su Yan was seriously injured. The last trace of spiritual power in his body was exhausted because of the illusion technique just now. Not to mention, there were three powerhouses staring at him. He couldn't find a chance to escape. Since there was no chance to escape, Su Yan decided not to run. He sat down and began circulating his cultivation technique. As he healed the wounds on his body, he also paid attention to the battle between the three of them. Hearing their words, Su Yan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially when he heard the arrogant words of the three, Su Yan was even more astonished. He thought to himself, the strength of the three has reached such a level. Who exactly has the ability to imprison them here? While Su Yan was shocked, he could not help but think highly of the three of them. After all, if what the three of them said was true, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest people in the 5 counties when they were alive. Of course, under the shock, Su Yan also realized the danger he was facing now. After all, the stronger the three of them were when they were alive, the stronger their soul power was. And if the battle between the three of them ended, what awaited him next was death. No, I have to take advantage of the time when they are fighting to recover my strength as soon as possible and then leave here. Su Yan thought to himself and hurriedly circulated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. While healing his wounds, he also recovered the exhausted spiritual power in his body. It was a pity that although this spirit stone mountain was a spirit stone mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Even though Su Yan absorbed the spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed, at this moment, the recovery of his injuries was like a snail crawling. It was extremely slow. Even so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He could only choose to continue cultivating. It would be great if a spirit mine could appear now. Su Yan sighed helplessly. At this moment, suddenly, not far in front of Su Yan, a bright light flashed. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. This is... Su Yan hurriedly took a step forward and touched the shiny object. His whole body immediately trembled with excitement. Spirit mine, that's right, this is a spirit mine. Su Yan couldn't help but shout out in excitement. After shouting out, Su Yan immediately regretted. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the three people who were still fighting in mid-air. Seeing that they were not paying attention to him, he calmed down and touched the spirit mine. Su Yan also didn't care about anything else. He directly sat down and started to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body and began to cultivate. Although Su Yan didn't know how many spirit stones were in this spirit mine, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just focused on cultivating quickly. With this spirit mine, his cultivation speed was hundreds of times faster than before. The spirit stones in the spirit mine emitted streams of spirit qi, which continuously flowed into Su Yan's body. As the streams of warm current flowed through him, it brought a comfortable feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Of course, there were different sizes of spirit mines. However, the spirit mine that Su Yan was in now was obviously a big one. If it was developed, at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones could be mined. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Su Yan couldn't believe how huge this number was. He never thought that he would accidentally stumble into such a huge benefit today. The joy and excitement in his heart couldn't be expressed with words. This feeling of suddenly going from a pauper to a billionaire was simply indescribable. He was excited, and even a little crazy. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't lose himself because of this. He still knew that being a billionaire meant that he had to successfully survive this calamity. Su Yan didn't forget about the three mysterious old men. Looking at the three of them still fighting, his eyes flashed, revealing a bright light. Following that, the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate again. He suppressed all the emotions in his body and only focused on absorbing the spirit qi in the spirit mine, enjoying the comfort brought by the continuous recovery of spirit qi. I wonder how long these three old fogies are going to fight. I wonder if I can use this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage in one go. Su Yan looked at the three of them, his eyes flashing. He licked his lips and once again circulated his cultivation technique, quickly absorbing the spirit chi here. Borrowing the spirit stones here, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. However, he really couldn't bear to leave just like that. After all, so many spirit stones were a fatal temptation to every martial warriors, and Su Yan was no exception. After recovering his strength, Su Yan wondered if he could use the spirit mine here to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. However, at this moment, the three people who were fighting in the air suddenly leaped and flew towards the spirit mine. Su Yan's eyes turned, and while he was circulating his cultivation technique, he hurriedly jumped up and avoided the three of them. The three of them were obviously bloodthirsty and didn't care about Su Yan at all. Instead, they glared at each other. Ninth Uncle, I don't think you can hold on for much longer. Black Devil looked at Ninth Uncle, who was obviously weaker than before, and panted. Haha, I can't hold on for much longer. Can the two of you still hold on? Ninth Uncle looked at the two of them with a sneer. He didn't care about this and silently chanted a chant, as if he was absorbing something. The Medicine King was even more so. He only glanced at the two of them before stepping on the spirit stone and began to absorb the spirit chi in the spirit mine. The moment the three of them stood on top, Su Yan could clearly see that the spirit chi above the spirit mine was constantly flowing away. The speed was hundreds of times faster than Su Yan's absorption of the spirit chi just now. These three are just remnant souls. How can they absorb the spirit chi? Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene, but when he saw the speed at which they absorbed the spirit chi, he was even more stunned. If they continue at this speed, I'm afraid that in less than half a day, the spirit mine will be completely absorbed. No, I have to stop them. Although Su Yan was afraid of the strength of the three of them, he thought of the spirit mine that he had found with great difficulty. Su Yan was a little unwilling in his heart. After all, Su Yan still wanted to rely on the spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. If the three of them absorbed all of it, it would not be so easy to find so many spirit stones again. I want to stop the three of them. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and circulated his cultivation technique. He was about to step forward to stop the three of them, but just as Su Yan was about to make a move, the spirit chi on the three of them suddenly disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Medicine King, Uncle Jiao, and Black Devil were even more shocked. The three of them absorbed the spirit chi above the spirit mine, but not long after, they felt that there was no longer any spirit chi above the spirit mine. The three of them were shocked at the same time and looked down at their feet. Although the place where they were standing was still emitting a bright light, this light was not emitted by the spirit stone, but by an ordinary stone. That's right, it was an ordinary stone. In other words, the spirit stone was still the same spirit stone, but the spirit chi contained in the spirit stone had been absorbed by someone and had become an ordinary stone. What the hell is going on? Black Devil was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the spirit mine that had turned into a waste rock, his entire body trembled because of the anger in his body. Uncle Joe was also shocked and kept shaking his head. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this spirit mine suddenly turn into a pile of waste rock? How is this possible? Only the Medicine King didn't speak, but from his ugly face, one could see the anger and doubt in his heart. The three of them had been trapped here for thousands of years and knew everything here like the back of their hands. They knew very well that the spirit mine here contained billions of spirit stones. Even if they deliberately exposed the spirit mine during the day to the warriors who came here to search for it, the spirit mine would still not be enough. However, the spirit stones that had been mined over the past thousands of years were only so compared to what was left now. The spirit stones left here were enough for them to recover their strength, but now they were all gone. Chapter 3:11. Who is it? The Black Devil howled in rage. His voice trembled slightly as a powerful surge of energy gushed forth from him. His eyes swept over and when he saw Su Yan's silhouette, his eyes narrowed. It's you, isn't it you? The Black Devil looked at Su Yan and muttered. Killing intent immediately gushed out from his eyes. Su Yan looked at the powerful force erupting from Black Devil and couldn't help but be shocked. He was just thinking about how to stop them from absorbing the spiritual energy here. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan understood that his meager strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of them. Looking at Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at his angry expression, he quickly guessed the reason for his anger, which surprised Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was also very suspicious in his heart. Who exactly had absorbed all the spirit ores here? There were hundreds of millions of spiritual stones here. Even if Su Yan wanted to absorb them all, it would probably take him a year. How could it be so fast? This was what puzzled Su Yan the most. Who on earth absorbed all the spiritual energy here? Su Yan muttered to himself as he furrowed his brows. However, Black Devil completely ignored Su Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at Su Yan. The cold light emitted from his eyes made Su Yan tremble. Not only that, but at this moment, Uncle Joe also looked at Su Yan and a powerful soul force attacked him. Su Yan had just regained his strength and recovered from his injuries. Under the influence of these two forces, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. Su Yan wanted to defend, but under the power of the two, Su Yan truly realized how small he was. In front of them, he had no defense at all. He could only watch his life slowly fade away. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. These two forces were too powerful. They were so powerful that Su Yan's cultivation method condensed together and the power in his body was completely suppressed. At this time, Su Yan also understood the terror of these three people in front of him. Go to hell! Go to hell! Uncle Joe and Black Devil roared at the same time. They waved their hands and a powerful soul force surged. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Death! Death was always the most terrifying. Not to mention, Su Yan had experienced death, so he knew how terrifying it was. Death represented the end. With death, everything would disappear. Everything would be gone. Bang! Just as Su Yan was in despair, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Medicine King. Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, the Medicine King, who he didn't know, would save him. The Medicine King glanced at Su Yan but didn't say anything. Instead, he coldly looked at Uncle Joe and Black Devil. Black Devil and Uncle Joe also didn't expect that the Medicine King would help this kid. Looking at the Medicine King, Black Devil angrily shouted, "Medicine King, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Joe was even more furious. He pointed at the Medicine King and shouted, "Medicine King, this kid has absorbed all the spiritual energy here. It's the same as cutting off the three of us. You actually helped him." When the Medicine King heard their words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Uncle Joe, Black Devil, you've lived for so long. Do you think that he, a mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm, can absorb all the spiritual stones here?" What? When Uncle Joe and Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to absorb all the spiritual stones here in such a short period of time. Other than this kid, who else could it be? Black Devil was slightly stunned. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly snorted and said, "I don't care. If it wasn't for this kid, none of this would have happened. So, this kid will definitely die." When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, he also snorted and said, "That's right. It's because of this kid that so many things happened tonight. So this kid must die." Ha ha! When the Medicine King heard their words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "It's all because of this kid. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for this kid, I'm afraid that the three of us would continue to play here and be imprisoned here?" When Black Devil and Uncle Joe heard the Medicine King's words, their old faces couldn't help but turn red. Su Yan stood at the side, but he didn't understand what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't have the mood to think about this. He still had lingering fear when he thought about the scene just now. The terror of that power was not something he could withstand at all. Su Yan was now thinking about how to escape from here. Su Yan wanted to escape just like that, but this thought was quickly interrupted. Just as Black Devil had said, he was only an 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could he be faster than these three old ghosts who had existed for who knew how many years? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Su Yan said unwillingly. At this moment, Black Devil, Uncle Joe, and the Medicine King said something and began to quarrel again. Black Devil looked at Uncle Joe sinisterly and said, "Uncle Joe, if the two of us work together and kill the Medicine King first, won't our chances of survival increase by a lot?" When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, his eyes turned and he said excitedly, "That's true. Haha, the Medicine King's soul force is the strongest among the three of us. If we successfully devour his soul, then even if we don't have the spirit stones here, we should be able to survive until we leave." Hearing their words, the Medicine King's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shameless people, don't forget that the reason you were able to survive until now was because I taught you the spirit chi soul nurturing technique. Otherwise, how could the two of you survive until now?" "So what?" Uncle Joe and Black Devil sneered at the same time. They didn't take the Medicine King's words to heart. "What?" Hearing their words, the Medicine King couldn't help but be furious. He shouted sternly, "As expected, ungrateful people. Since that's the case, let's see how the two of you can defeat me today." As the Medicine King spoke, his tiger-like eyes suddenly glared. He wasn't angry, but a terrifying power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Uncle Joe and Black Devil didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly jumped to avoid the Medicine King's attack. In an instant, the three of them were tangled together again. But this time, it wasn't a three-way confrontation. Instead, Uncle Joe and Black Devil were dealing with the Medicine King together. Su Yen didn't understand the grudges between the three of them. He didn't want to understand either. Looking at the three of them fighting, he licked his lips and said, "This is a good chance for me to escape." After saying that, Su Yen rode the sword dragon and was about to leave. But when he saw the Medicine King's figure, he was clearly at a disadvantage against the pincer attack of the Black Devil and Uncle Joe. Looking at him, Su Yen suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart. Although Su Yen didn't know who the Medicine King was, the reason why Su Yen was still alive today was all thanks to the Medicine King. In other words, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Medicine King had saved Su Yan's life. Now that the person who saved my life is in danger, I, Su, will not leave just like this, Su Yen thought. His eyes flickered as he dispelled the thought of escaping. Clenching the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, his eyes emitted a wisp of light as he looked at Black Devil and Uncle Joe. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, ready to help at any time. But before Su Yen could go forward to help, Pudong. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Facing the pincer attack of Uncle Joe and Black Devil, the Medicine King's figure slowed down and was directly sent flying by the two. The Medicine King's body directly flew in the direction of Su Yen. "Ha ha ha, Medicine King. Although you are the strongest among the three of us, you are not a match for the two of us." Uncle Joe looked at the Medicine King, who was repelled, and laughed loudly. Black Devil also sneered and said, "Medicine King, be obedient and surrender, lest we attack again." "Humph. Don't be complacent. Without the spirit stones here, you won't be able to hold on for long. Since I, the Medicine King, am destined to die today, do you think I will give you the chance to devour my soul?" "Ha ha ha." The Medicine King laughed loudly as a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. Not good. Uncle Joe and Black Devil were shocked. They hurriedly jumped up and besieged the Medicine King. "Today, even if I, the Medicine King, die here, I will take you down with me." The Medicine King sneered. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked the two. Uncle Joe and Black Devil's figures were not slow either. "Humph, Medicine King, with your strength, do you think you have the chance to be a match for the two of us?" Uncle Joe sneered. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his body. Bang. Suddenly, the two collided. A burst of black fog burst out, and the powerful force swept out. Su Yen, who was standing in the distance, could not help but take a few steps back. "Black Devil, what are you waiting for?" Uncle Joe suddenly felt a pressure under the powerful force of the Medicine King and shouted at Black Devil. Black Devil's figure did not move an inch as he coldly looked at the two. Uncle Joe saw Black Devil's appearance and immediately reacted. He shouted emotionally, "Black Devil, you despicable and shameless person, how dare you frame me?" "Ha ha, ha ha ha." When the Black Devil heard Uncle Joe's words, he suddenly laughed. "Uncle Joe, oh Uncle Joe, I have always been despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? Now that you and the Medicine King have been seriously injured and are on your last breath, I want to see how you two will resist me." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 3:12. Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Joe roared and wanted to attack the Black Devil. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength in the fight with the Medicine King. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. How could he be the Black Devil's opponent? The Black Devil waved his hand and Uncle Joe's body suddenly retreated hundreds of steps. Black Devil, you shameless and despicable person. Uncle Joe couldn't attack and could only curse. He was also regretting it in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the agitated Uncle Joe and said with a wry smile, Uncle Joe, you brought this upon yourself. Uncle Joe was heartbroken. How could he have thought that the Black Devil would make such a move? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Black Devil completely ignored the two. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, he laughed excitedly. He looked at Uncle Joe and the Medicine King and said with a proud smile, Uncle Joe, Medicine King, if I devour your souls and use that kid's body to be reborn, will I be able to return to my peak state? The Black Devil sneered and walked step by step towards the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. Just as the Black Devil was feeling proud, a force suddenly attacked. The Black Devil frowned and turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Yen, his heart immediately surged with anger and he shouted, A mere heaven stage kid wants to attack me? You're courting death. Black Devil snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several hundred meters away. The Medicine King and Uncle Joe were shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them never thought that Su Yen would actually save them, and that she would only rely on the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. If it was anyone else, they would probably only care about running for their lives, and would not dare to make a move. The Medicine King also realized something and hurriedly shouted to Su Yen, Run! Uncle Joe was stunned and hurriedly shouted to Su Yen, Run, kid, run quickly, run as far as you can. Run! When the Black Demon heard the conversation between the Medicine King and Uncle Joe, he sneered, Medicine King, Uncle Joe, do you think that this kid can escape? Just as Black Devil finished speaking, Su Yen slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Black Devil. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. A sneer appeared on his face as he pointed at Black Devil and said, I never thought of running. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, filled with unswerving determination. Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, and the Medicine King were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Joe and the Medicine King were both impressed by Su Yan's perseverance. However, the Black Devil was furious. A mere 8-star heaven phase brat actually dares to speak to this sovereign in such a manner. You're courting death. In his fury, the Black Devil was about to attack Su Yen. However, when he thought about how he was going to use Su Yan's body to be reborn, he decided to attack Su Yen. In the end, he restrained himself and sneered, Kid, don't be too complacent. Wait until I devour the Medicine King and Uncle Joe's souls before I devour you. Do you think I'll give you that chance? Su Yen sneered and attacked the Black Devil again. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was replaced by the Buddha sword. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yen also understood the dangers of the Jianghu and what the pagoda sword represented. Therefore, Su Yen rarely used the Buddha sword under normal circumstances. At this critical juncture, Su Yen also took out the Buddha sword. Although the Buddha sword was not a divine weapon, Su Yen knew that it had a unique suppressive effect on the soul. Therefore, Su Yen wanted to use the Buddha sword to take a gamble. When the three of them saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, they were stunned. The Buddha sword. It's actually the Buddha sword. Then this kid is. The three of them looked at Su Yen in astonishment. Success or failure depends on this move. Su Yen did not care about their expressions. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the Vairocana glaze sword manual in his body surged, and the majestic spiritual chi continuously surged into the pagoda sword. Rumble! The Buddha sword emitted a dazzling light and a deafening sword cry. The moment it attacked, it was like a ferocious beast. 9 dragons seizing soul. Su Yen roared and directly attacked the Black Demon. He was using the strongest attack he could muster at the moment. In fact, Su Yen had already thought it through. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. He could not just watch his savior die here without doing anything. Death, although it was scary, Su Yen feared death more than anyone else. However, Su Yen knew that there were some things that a man had to do, even if it meant death. As Su Yen roared, the Buddha sword, which was emitting a brilliant light, seemed to explode at that moment. It transformed into 9 different colored lights that revolved around the Buddha sword and attacked the Black Devil. The Black Devil was shocked when he saw Su Yan's powerful attack. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. He sneered. I did not expect a mere 8-star realm cultivator to be able to muster such a powerful attack. Kid, you are indeed something. You are indeed worthy of being from the Buddha sword sect. But do you think it will work? The Black Devil sneered. He thought that Su Yen was from the Buddha sword sect, but he did not know that the Buddha sword sect had already been destroyed. He waved his hand and a dense fog condensed in front of him, blocking Su Yan's attack. When the 9th uncle and the Medicine King saw this, they glanced at the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand. The two of them looked at each other as if they had thought of something. The two of them shouted at the same time and used the last of their strength to fly toward Su Yen. The Black Devil frowned when he saw this. Then, his face filled with anger as he shouted, 9th uncle, Medicine King, what a plan the two of you have. Do you still want to increase this kid's strength? Do you think I will give you this chance? The Black Devil roared angrily. He waved his hand and a powerful force surged. Su Yan's body suddenly flew out. The Medicine King and 9th uncle's bodies also swayed. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they rushed towards Su Yen. Ha ha ha, Medicine King, 9th uncle, do you think this will work? The Black Devil laughed when he saw this. The two of you only left the last of your strength. Even if you increase this kid's strength, do you think he can stop me? The Medicine King and 9th uncle ignored the Black Devil's words and rushed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yen could not help but frown when he saw the actions of the two old men. However, he quickly understood that the two old men wanted to use their last bit of strength to enlighten him and increase his strength. The Black Devil kept saying that it was useless. However, when he saw that the Medicine King and 9th uncle ignored him, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Medicine King, 9th uncle, don't you want to enlighten this kid? Then I will devour you first and see how you can help this kid. The Black Devil roared and suddenly flew towards the Medicine King and 9th uncle. Just one more step, one more step. The King of Medicine and Uncle Joe also clenched their teeth and turned into a force that surged towards Su Yen. Su Yen looked at this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the first time Su Yen had received this kind of enlightenment. In the Monster Palace's ice-cold pool, Su Yen had received enlightenment from the former palace master of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yen knew what this enlightenment was. It was to use the last of the condensed strength to increase one's strength. The Medicine King and 9th uncle could be said to have no resistance now because the last of their souls had turned into strength. If the Black Devil wanted to devour them, he would not have to waste any strength and could directly devour them. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed tighter as he watched 9th uncle and the Medicine King transform into 2 streams of energy that surged toward him at the same time, with the Black Demon's figure following closely behind. He anxiously shouted in his heart, just one step, just one step. Unfortunately, the Medicine King and 9th uncle had just suffered heavy injuries. How could they be faster than the Black Devil? Seeing the Black Devil open his mouth wide and about to devour the Medicine King and 9th uncle, Su Yen, Medicine King and 9th uncle felt a sense of regret. Especially Su Yen, he smiled bitterly. After all, he knew very well that if the Black Devil successfully devoured the 2 Medicine King and 9th uncle, he would be next. The devoured soul would face true death. 9th uncle and Medicine King felt the surge of the Black Devil's power and felt regret. After all, if the two of them had not fought just now, the Black Devil would not have taken advantage of them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already too late. The 3 of them could only watch as the powerful Black Devil attacked without any strength to fight back. Ha 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 ha. The Black Devil looked at the 3 of them and laughed complacently. His face was also filled with excitement because he knew very well that as long as he devoured the 2 Medicine King and 9th uncle, he would be reborn. He, the Black Devil, would once again stand at the peak. I, the Black Devil, will be reborn. Reborn! The Black Devil shouted excitedly and opened his mouth to devour 9th uncle and Medicine King. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, however, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion, and the entire ground began to tremble. This is... Whether it was the Black Devil, 9th uncle, Medicine King or Su Yen, they were all shocked when they saw the strange scene in front of them. Especially when the Black Devil was about to devour 9th uncle and Medicine King. This sudden change made his brows knit together. Looking at the trembling ground, 2 words came out of his teeth that were trembling because of anger. He shouted, "Who is it?" Rumble. Chapter 313. Who the hell is it? The Black Devil looked at the trembling ground and growled angrily. The King of Medicine, Uncle Gio, and Su Yen frowned when they saw this scene. However, compared to the Black Devil's anger, the 3 of them were much calmer. After all, no matter what kind of danger there was underground, they all felt that it was much better than dying in the hands of a despicable villain like the Black Devil. Looking at the Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yen ridiculed. "Haha, Black Devil, didn't you want to devour me? Why don't you come?" The Black Devil was already angry, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. "Humph, a mere child dares to speak such arrogant words. I'll kill you first." The Black Devil roared, his eyes suddenly emitting killing intent. He leaped and attacked Su Yen. Bang. At this moment, the ground was directly blown up, and countless stones exploded. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as flying sand and stones. The Black Devil was shocked. Woo. However, before he could react, a huge flame soared into the sky. This is... The Black Devil was shocked and wanted to retreat. At this moment, another growl was heard. The flame rushed up, and a huge fire-Chilan demon beast surged up from the ground. The huge body emerged from the ground, and with a shake, countless sand and stones flew out. Woo. The moment the fire-Chilan came out, it roared towards the sky. The roar was loud and clear, and the prestige of a sacred beast was fully displayed. The huge body stood still, and it was even more awe-inspiring. Its bell-like eyes looked at the Black Devil in front of it with disdain. It even naughtily scratched the whiskers at the corner of its mouth with its front claws. Su Yen looked at the fire-Chilan in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. Looking at the naughty fire-Chilan, he couldn't help but smile. How could I forget about this little guy? This little guy has eaten many of my spirit stones. This spirit mine is naturally his favorite. How could it not steal food? Su Yen smiled. When he saw the astonished expression on Black Devil's face, he couldn't help but feel smug. "Kid," he called out, "destroy that guy in front of you." Roar. The moment Su Yen finished speaking, the fire-Chilan immediately let out a low roar. However, it remained where it was, licking its lips in an unbridled manner, completely ignoring Su Yan's words. This caused Su Yen to be extremely embarrassed. Looking at the fire-Chilan's disdainful gaze, he laughed bitterly without end. "Little fellow, aren't you giving me too little face?" When the Black Devil saw the fire-Chilan, he was also startled. Especially after hearing Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished and scared half to death. He had lived for so long, so he naturally knew that the demonic beast in front of him was the fire-Chilan's sacred beast. Although the fire-Chilan was still underage, the Black Devil knew that it was impossible for him to be its opponent. After all, a sacred beast like the fire-Chilan had an innate suppression of soul power. Because of the battle with the Medicine King and Uncle Gio, the Black Devil's strength had decreased. Facing the fire-Chilan, he definitely didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Su Yen could control the fire-Chilan, then the one who would die today would be him, the Black Devil. Seeing that the fire-Chilan ignored Su Yen, the Black Devil was relieved. He looked at Su Yen coldly and said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You want the fire-Chilan to listen to you with the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage?" When Uncle Gio and the Medicine King saw the fire-Chilan's indifferent expression, they were also disappointed. When they heard Su Yan's words just now, they thought that the fire-Chilan would be Su Yan's pet beast, which made them excited. Now that the fire-Chilan didn't pay attention to Su Yen, the astonishment in their hearts settled down. After all, Su Yen was only a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he make the fire-Chilan his pet beast? If that was really the case, it would be enough to shock them. However, although their hearts settled down, they were also disappointed. After all, if the fire-Chilan wasn't Su Yan's pet beast, then they were afraid that they would all die here today. Of course, the proudest one was still the Black Devil. He carefully glanced at the fire-Chilan. Seeing that the fire-Chilan had no intention of attacking, he was relieved. He then looked at Su Yen and smiled. "Kid, I will devour you now." As the Black Devil spoke, his body suddenly rushed towards Su Yen. "Not good." Uncle Joe and the Medicine King were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing the Black Devil's fast figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but in the face of the Black Devil's powerful strength, Su Yan didn't have the strength to fight back. The Black Devil looked at Su Yan, his eyes shining. This time, he also gave up on devouring the Medicine King and Uncle Joe's souls. This was because he knew very well that as long as he devoured Su Yan's soul and succeeded in seizing his body, even if he couldn't recover his previous peak strength, he would be able to fight against the Fire Qilin. At that time, he would take the Fire Qilin as his pet beast. The day of returning to his previous peak was just around the corner. The more the Black Devil thought about it, the more excited he became. He really didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Not only could he be reborn, but he could also subdue an underage pet beast. Haha, this is destined to let me, the Black Devil, set foot on the peak again. The Black Devil couldn't help but shout excitedly. A powerful force surged towards Su Yan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk unfortunately, before his excitement could fade, a huge force surged over and sent the Black Devil flying. Ah! The Black Devil also screamed and looked at the Fire Qilin's sacred beast in surprise. This! Su Yan also came back to his senses. He looked at the Fire Qilin's sacred beast and laughed. Little guy, I thought you really didn't want to save me. When the Fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it turned its head proudly and ignored Su Yan. Su Yan's hot face was stuck to the cold button couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, do you really think you can control the Fire Qilin? When the Black Devil heard Su Yan's intimate call, a burst of anger surged in his chest. He roared and attacked Su Yan again. Bang! But this time, the Fire Qilin didn't give him a chance at all. With a wave of its huge claw, it blocked the Black Devil. Beast, there are so many people who don't attack. Why do you attack me? The Black Devil was blocked by the Fire Qilin again and again. He couldn't help but burst into anger and pointed at the Fire Qilin. Haha, because you are despicable. You are shameless. You are despicable. Hearing the Black Devil's words, Su Yan, Yao Wang, and Uncle Joe said at the same time, which made the Black Devil even angrier. You are about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. The Black Devil was so angry that his 2 rows of teeth were constantly clattering. The more he wanted to clench his teeth, the more violently they trembled. Looking at the Fire Qilin's arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. Beast, it seems that today Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Black Devil could finish speaking, the Fire Qilin suddenly jumped up. Without waiting for Black Devil to react, the Fire Qilin jumped up. With a loud bang, the Fire Qilin's huge body directly sat on Black Devil. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek rang out as the insufferably arrogant Black Devil was instantly obliterated. Su Yan looked at the Fire Qilin sitting on the ground with a lazy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, little guy, good job. Let that brat be arrogant and directly sat him to death. Uncle Joe looked at the place where the Fire Qilin sat and couldn't help but sneered. Black Devil, you certainly didn't expect that you would be sat to death by a demon beast in the end, right? Yao Wang also smiled and said, this is the result of the Black Devil's own fault. No one else can be blamed. Uncle Joe nodded, looked at Yao Wang, and then looked at Su Yan. Suddenly, he turned into a force and rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, Yao Wang also jumped up and turned into a force that rushed towards Su Yan. The two of them had experienced so much and could be considered indifferent. They no longer pursued rebirth and only hoped to entrust their last strength to Su Yan. It could also be considered as an inheritance of their strength. Su Yan originally saw that the Black Devil was dead and wanted to take Yao Wang and Uncle Joe out of here. In the future, he would find an opportunity to let them be reborn. Seeing them suddenly turn into power and rush towards his body, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Two seniors don't!" Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Yan only felt a powerful force surging in his body. He directly broke through his own blood vessels and condensed it. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture quickly rotated, and the countless spirit energy rushed into the blood vessels all over his body. The spirit energy in his body was also constantly rising. Peak of the 8-star celestial phase, 9-star. Was he going to break through to the 9-star celestial phase? Su Yan licked his lips and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. With a bang, a powerful force surged from all over his body and directly broke through the 8-star celestial phase realm and jumped into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his strength was still increasing. He couldn't help but lick his lips, and his eyes revealed a ray of desire. Spirit Sea Realm. Is this going to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Unfortunately, the moment his strength surged, it stopped at the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It seems that although the two seniors are strong, it's still impossible for them to break through in one go. After all, after entering the celestial phase realm, the amount of spirit energy required was no longer something that Su Yan's previous Saint Vane realm could compare to. From the 8-star celestial phase realm to the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was already the peak. However, after being disappointed, Su Yan discovered that there was still a lot of spirit energy hidden in his body. This made Su Yan puzzled. I still have so much spirit energy hidden in my body, then why can't I break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? However, Su Yan quickly understood. After all, the Spirit Sea Realm and the Celestial Phase Realm were different levels. If he wanted to enter the Spirit Sea Realm, he had to fuse the power of heaven and earth with his own Dantian to form the Spirit Sea. It seems that I only need to find the power of heaven and earth to fuse with it. Although Su Yan was a little disappointed that he did not break through to the Spirit Sea Realm, he was still somewhat gratified when he thought about how there was still spirit energy in his body. Chapter 3:14. These two memories were left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. Su Yan quickly combed through the memories of the two. After learning of their identities, Su Yan was flabbergasted. I never thought that the two seniors would have reached such a pinnacle when they were alive. It is truly awe-inspiring. Su Yan muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes emitted a resplendent light. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I will definitely reach such a pinnacle one day. While speaking, Su Yan once again combed through the memories of the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. The more he combed through, the more Su Yan was shocked. The Medicine King, not only had his strength reached such a terrifying level, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. This identity made Su Yan feel endless admiration. Su Yan was very clear about the strength of an alchemist and the harsh requirements to become one. If one wanted to become an alchemist, not only did they need to have a strong soul, they also needed to have subtle control over flames. Only then could one become a true alchemist. After becoming an alchemist, wanting to become an alchemy grandmaster was even more difficult. Alchemists were divided into 9 ranks. Every rank was more difficult than the cultivation of strength. For the Medicine King to become an alchemy grandmaster, how could Su Yan not feel admiration? Alchemy grandmaster. Su Yan clearly remembered that there was not a single alchemist grandmaster in the entire 5 counties. The best alchemist was only a tier 4 alchemist. This was also the reason why there was a shortage of high-grade elixirs in the 5 counties. Su Yan had once thought of refining pills himself, but as the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Su Yan did not think of refining pills. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan felt that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Now that he felt the glory of being an alchemist from the Medicine King's memories, Su Yan could not help but feel a rush of excitement. At the same time, Su Yan also saw the alchemy notes left behind by the Medicine King. This made Su Yan very excited. At the very end, the Medicine King's final words appeared in his mind. Brat, although we have only met once, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This book contains my lifetime of experience in alchemy. I hope you can study it well so that in the future, you can kill your way into the medicine tower and help me regain my glory. The medical tower. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't understand where this alchemy tower was. However, Su Yan could feel the resentment in the Medicine King's heart. Recalling his memories, Su Yan couldn't help but clench his fists and say, Senior Medicine King, don't worry. I will definitely help you regain this honor. As Su Yan spoke, his eyes glowed brightly. He had originally not wanted to learn alchemy, but he had decided to embark on this path. This was not for himself. It was for the Medicine King's final promise. A man must spit a nail in his heart. Su Yan would do what he promised. Next, Su Yan began to comb through Uncle Gio's memories. The memories left behind by Uncle Gio were much simpler than those of the Medicine King. He only left behind his identity and asked Su Yan to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization when he met them in the future. The Heaven and Earth Organization. I didn't expect Uncle Gio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he learned about Uncle Gio's memories. He really didn't expect Uncle Joe to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Thinking about how the Heaven and Earth Organization was even stronger than the Monster Palace, Su Yan found it funny that Uncle Joe would entrust him to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, his current strength was too weak. Su Yan finished combing through the memories of the two. The first ray of morning light slowly rose from the horizon, making the night after the heavy rain a little warmer. Su Yan looked at the morning light and thought about the experience of this night. He was still a little shocked. In particular, the memories left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Joe made Su Yan sigh. Who is imprisoning such powerful people here? This was what confused Su Yan the most. Unfortunately, there was no information about this in the memories of the two. They didn't even explain why they and the Black Devil were imprisoned here. Not to mention the person who imprisoned them here. Thinking about the strength of the three, and the fact that someone could imprison them here for thousands of years, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be able to imprison such powerful people here, the strength of that person. Su Yan didn't dare think about it. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I can't come into contact with people of this level now. The most important thing now is to leave this place. After dawn, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here. Su Yan knew that from today onwards, there would not be any more spirit stones in this spirit mine. But Su Yan knew that didn't mean that others knew, so when dawn came, there would be a lot of people coming up the mountain to look for spirit stones. Su Yan didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he didn't want to expose his whereabouts last night. If that was the case, then wouldn't the haunting incident be over? Then, there would definitely be a lot of people looking for him to understand the truth of the matter. Su Yan didn't want to suddenly become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan prepared to leave, but when he saw the Fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This guy's body is so big. How am I going to take it away? If I go with it, I'll definitely become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan knew very well that if the Fire Qilin went out, no matter where he went, he would become the focus of attention. He might even be hunted down by a lot of powerhouses. After all, the Fire Qilin was a holy beast, and it was still in its infancy. There would be a lot of people who wanted to take it as a pet beast. Looking at the Fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan had a headache, especially when he saw the Fire Qilin still licking its lips with a lazy look. Obviously, it was still not satisfied after absorbing so many spirit stones yesterday. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to take it as his pet beast. That way, it could coexist with his body and save him the trouble. Of course, that was only Su Yan's thought. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the strength to take in the Fire Qilin as his pet beast. Even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to, he would have taken it in as his pet beast the moment he met it. He wouldn't wait until he didn't have the strength to take it in as his pet beast before thinking about it. However, looking at the Fire Qilin, Su Yan was secretly impressed by the huge fellow's ability to absorb spirit stones. In just a short while, it had absorbed the entire spirit mine. While admiring its speed of absorbing spirit chi, Su Yan was also secretly amazed at the fellow's cultivation speed. When Su Yan encountered the Fire Qilin, it was probably only at the life-soul realm. But now, it was at least at the spirit sea realm. Its cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan felt ashamed of. Of course, the stronger the Fire Qilin was, the happier Su Yan was. However, looking at its huge body, Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, Su Yan still couldn't think of a way. With such a huge body, he couldn't hide it anywhere. Sigh, you little guy. Oh. No, you should be a big guy now. Sigh, but I still like you when you're small. Su Yan sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved and said, Little guy, let's go. Follow me down the mountain. Just as Su Yan said this, the Fire Qilin's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the Fire Qilin suddenly became the size of a mouse. This. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the Fire Qilin to be able to shrink. He thought that since the Fire Qilin had swallowed so many spirit stones last night, it was impossible for it to shrink. When the Fire Qilin saw Su Yan's dumbfounded look, it smiled smugly and proudly extended its claws to grab its whiskers. However, because it had shrunk, it no longer had the majestic domineering aura it had when it was big. Its arrogance also became extremely cute. Su Yan, who had been silent all night, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw this. Haha, little guy. Let's go down the mountain. When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it jumped into Su Yan's arms. Not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, thud thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking towards him. He frowned. Why are these people here so early? Su Yan looked around and saw an ancient tree beside him. It was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was perfect for hiding. After a glance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly hid behind the ancient tree. There were a total of 4 people, all wearing the same uniform. They were obviously from the same sect. Senior brother, do you think we'll find the spirit mine today? Who knows? This spirit stone mountain is a little strange. Even if a spirit mine appears, it's still running around. It's hard to predict. When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that the spirit mine that appeared in the Spirit Stone Mountain caused people to run around was because of the Medicine King and the other 2. The Medicine King and the other 2 just wanted to use the spirit mine to attract more people to come up the mountain and then break their gambling array. But they never thought that their actions would cause the entire Spirit Stone Mountain to be haunted. If he hadn't foolishly come up, they might not have been able to break their gambling array even after thousands of years. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little regretful. After all, if he hadn't gone up the mountain last night, the 3 of them wouldn't have really fallen because of this. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Su Yan's attention was attracted by a few words that were exchanged between them. I don't think there will be many people coming today. Everyone is rushing to the Gu Yu sect to watch the show. We can take advantage of this opportunity to search. If we can find a spirit mine, then we'll be rich this time. Maybe we can use this spirit mine to surpass the Gu Yu sect. Yes, I hope the Gu Yu sect is destroyed by that kid. Chapter 3:15. Gu Yu sect. If these people were talking about other sects, Su Yan wouldn't care. However, they happened to mention the Gu Yu sect, which attracted Su Yan's attention. After all, Su Yan had once vowed that one day, he would definitely flatten the Gu Yu sect and wash away his shame. He didn't expect that before he even set foot in the Gu Yu sect, someone would walk ahead of him. Although it had been a long time, Su Yan had never forgotten the shame that the Gu Yu sect had brought to him. Not only did the Gu Yu sect offer a bounty, but they also issued a warrant to hunt him down, putting him in danger many times. Su Yan had always engraved this hatred and enmity in his heart and had always been looking for an opportunity. Now, Su Yan didn't expect that someone would walk ahead of him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, with the shameless conduct of the Gu Yu sect, it was normal for them to provoke some enemies. However, when he heard that this person dared to challenge the Gu Yu sect alone, Su Yan also appreciated his courage and was a little more interested in his identity. Hearing that these people were still talking, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Sigh, you don't say. That brat really does have some skills. In the past, he was just a trash existence in this hidden devil region. Now, he has actually risen to the celestial phenomenon stage and even dared to challenge the Gu Yu sect alone. This boldness is truly admirable. A slightly younger brat said. However, as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by a person next to him. Courage my ass. A mere heaven phase stage cultivator dares to challenge the Gu Yu sect. This is simply arrogant. He deserves to live at the bottom for his whole life. Otherwise, with his strength, he can enter any sect and get a good position. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Butt face. When Su Yan thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze. He didn't care about hiding himself and jumped out from behind the ancient tree, blocking in front of them, and asked, "Who is the person you just mentioned who challenged the Gu Yu sect alone?" The 4 of them were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan clearly, they calmed down. However, when they saw Su Yan's impolite behavior, the slightly older of the 4 said unhappily, "Who are you? Why do I have to tell you this? Hurry up and tell me, who is that person?" Because of his impatience, Su Yan did not have the time to be polite with these people. His face darkened as he activated the cultivation technique in his body. The strength of the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon suddenly surged out, directly pressing towards the 4 of them. The strongest of these four was only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. Under the pressure of Su Yan's strength at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the slightly older young man. His entire body trembled as he said, "Senior, please spare my life. I'll speak. When Su Yan heard what this brat wanted to say, he slowly retracted his pressure. The young man was obviously still in a state of shock. He said in a trembling voice, That kid is called Buttface. He is our..." Swish, before he could finish speaking, Su Yan suddenly turned into a ray of white light and disappeared, leaving behind the few people who were still in a state of shock. When they came back to their senses, they saw that they had already jumped hundreds of meters away. The four of them were even more astonished. What a fast speed. The few of them were frightened by Su Yan, but they did not expect Su Yan to appear here so early. They stood there in a daze, and only after a while did they regain their senses and continue their search for the spirit mine. However, this time, the few of them became much quieter, and did not dare to say any more nonsense. Moreover, he would occasionally pay attention to the side, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. It really is this brat. If Su Yan had no other choice, he wouldn't bully the weak. When he heard what these people said just now, he couldn't help but think of Buttface. In his anxiety, he didn't care so much. At that time, Su Yan was still secretly praying in his heart that this reckless person was not Buttface. However, he did not expect this person to be Buttface. Su Yan thought of Buttface and could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Just now, he had some admiration for this person's courage, but now it all turned into curses. He cursed Buttface's recklessness, and overestimation of his own abilities. Of course, Su Yan was even more furious as he cursed. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the Guyu sect. At the same time, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Guyu sect, if you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head, I will definitely bury all the disciples of your Guyu sect with him." The Guyu sect was not a powerful sect in the 5 counties. However, because the Guyu sect was in the vicinity of the demon-subduing sect, they took advantage of the terrain to earn spirit stones. Although it could not be compared to the 3 major forces, the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave, it was still considered a top sect in the 5 counties. At least, it was stronger than the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, such a sect was now littered with corpses, and the light of blood filled the sky. The initiator of all this was the thin young man standing on the Guyu sect's martial arts field. The young man was the same as many years ago. The clothes on his body were still shabby, but there was no trace of the compassion from back then on his face. That pair of red eyes emitted a murderous intent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no sympathy. Because he knew very well that these people were the ones who killed his seniors. It was these people who ruined his only friend in this world. Buttface, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just half a year. As the young man swung his sword to kill, a loud voice surged from the horizon. That's right, this person was Buttface, who had seen Su Yan being forced to jump off the cliff by the Guyu sect. At this moment, he was no longer the Buttface of the past. Instead, he was a 6-star celestial phase expert. In the entire demon-subduing sect, he was considered a top powerhouse. Hearing this voice, Buttface's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it became gloomier, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This was because he could tell that the owner of this voice was Elder Gujian, who had forced Su Yan to jump off the cliff. As the voice fell, Elder Gujian, who was dressed in a black robe, had already arrived in front of Buttface. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Elder Gujian's face suddenly surged with anger. What a good-for-nothing. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've actually cultivated to such a level. You have some skills, but do you think that the Guyu sect is something you can bully at will? Elder Gujian looked at Buttface and shouted angrily. That 8-handed man's beard twitched because of his agitation. Buttface did not move in the slightest in the face of his words. His eyes turned, and he gripped the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sword cries shook the air, emitting bursts of bright light. This sword was the thrilling sword that Su Yan had given him that day. It was forged by a master craftsman of the generation, Ugly Uncle. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a treasured sword. When Elder Gujian saw Buttface's actions, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Buttface, seeing your qualifications if you surrender now. Ha ha. Buttface did not wait for Elder Gujian to finish his words and burst out laughing. He pointed at Elder Gujian and shouted, Gujian, you forced my senior, and now you want me to surrender. Go to hell. Buttface shouted, and his eyes suddenly shrank. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly attacked. Wherever the long sword went, a powerful force surged, and the surrounding disciples of the Guyu sect could not help but take a few steps back. Arrogant brat, I originally wanted to pull you into the Guyu sect because of your qualifications, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for being impolite. As Elder Gujian spoke, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and a powerful aura was emitted. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Su Yan, Elder Gujian had exhausted all his efforts to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. He was at the 8-star celestial stage, and at the moment his body surged, a powerful energy suddenly burst out. Unappreciative brat, do you really think that a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator can break into my Guyu sect? Elder Gujian shouted angrily and looked at Buttface's attack. With a bang, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Buttface. Elder Gujian was not a swordsman, but he was holding a treasure called the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand. When he waved it, bursts of black fog burst out, condensing and turning into a black dragon with amazing power. 8-star celestial stage. Buttface did not expect Elder Gujian's strength to be so strong in such a short time. Looking at the black fog, he frowned slightly, but did not avoid it. Because before Buttface came, he had already thought it through. If he did not succeed today, he would die trying. Spirit shaking the world. Buttface shouted angrily, and suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from the shocking celestial sword, as if countless sharp swords were flying up. Bang! Suddenly, it collided with Elder Gujian's black dragon, and the powerful aftershock of the energy spread out. All the surrounding disciples took a few steps back, including some other elders of the Guyu sect. Die! Elder Gujian did not retreat in the slightest. He waved the Spirit Summoning Banner, and in an instant, another black fog spread out. Although it was not much different from before, at this moment, it was much more powerful and faster than before. With a bang, it was already in front of Buttface. Not good. Buttface was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. His body was hit by the black fog. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body suddenly retreated a few steps away. Elder Gujian followed up, holding the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand and slapping it on Buttface's head. There was an evil smile in his eyes. Buttface, you asked for it. Just as the Spirit Summoning Banner was about to hit Buttface's head. Chapter 316. What? Elder Gujian was taken aback by Buttface's swift counterattack. However, it was too late for him to dodge Buttface's attack. The shocking celestial sword swept out horizontally. It shone brightly, and with a swoosh, a gash was cut open in Elder Gujian's abdomen. Blood spurted out like brilliant fireworks. Buttface! Elder Gujian roared in pain. He never thought that he, an 8-star celestial stage cultivator, would be injured by a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator. Although it was only a difference of 2 stages, the difference in strength between the two was indeed hundreds of meters. A 6-star celestial stage cultivator couldn't be compared to an 8-star celestial stage cultivator. But he was injured by a 6-star celestial stage cultivator just like that. Buttface, you must die. Elder Gujian's voice burst out from the roots of his teeth in anger. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method, and a powerful force surged out with a bang. The soul summoning banner in his hand kept surging with a black fog. The black fog condensed into a huge ghost head. Howl! A mournful ghost howl was heard. Elder Gujian waved the soul summoning banner in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul summoning vengeful ghost, die! Bang! With this shout, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the sky. The huge ghost head directly attacked Buttface. Buttface saw this and couldn't help but be startled. Clenching the awakening celestial sword in his hand, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. He waved the awakening celestial sword in his hand and rushed toward the huge ghost head. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Unfortunately, Buttface's strength was ultimately weaker than Elder Gujian's. Under this powerful attack, Buttface's clothes became more and more tattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth at this moment. Although Buttface was still holding on, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The soul-summoning vengeful ghost and the black fog were like little ghosts that bit people, leaving wounds on Buttface's body. "I'd like to see how long you can hold on." Elder Gujian snorted when he saw Buttface's stubbornness. He waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and suddenly, another surge of power surged out. Bang! Buttface, who was already unable to withstand the attack, was sent flying by the force of the collision. Boom! With a loud bang, Buttface fell to the ground, followed by Elder Gujian. He pointed the soul-summoning banner at Buttface's throat and shouted, "Buttface, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ha 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 ha. Buttface didn't care about what Elder Gujian said. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Elder Gujian, you're over 100 years old, but you're only at the 8-star celestial stage. What's there to be happy about defeating me today?" "You!" Anger flashed in Elder Gujian's eyes when he heard Buttface's words. He nodded. All right. Buttface, I wanted to pull you into my Guyu sect, but it seems that you don't know how to repent. I'll fulfill your wish today." As he spoke, Elder Gujian suddenly raised the soul-summoning banner in his hand and smashed it at Buttface's head. Buttface looked at the descending soul-summoning banner and slowly closed his eyes. He shouted, "Senior, I'm here. Buttface, I won't allow you to die." At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon, followed by a whoosh. A white light flashed in mid-air. Bang! Just as Elder Gujian's soul-summoning banner was about to land on Buttface's head, there was a loud explosion, and his soul-summoning banner couldn't hit it anymore. What? Elder Gujian couldn't help but be stunned. Not only him, but Buttface was also stunned. Looking at the flying sword in front of him, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. The people who came to the Guyu sect to watch the show were also stunned. However, they weren't directly involved, so they quickly reacted. In their astonishment, they all looked in the direction of the white light. They saw a young man in a white robe, with a flying sword on his feet, slowly descending from the sky. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Soon, someone recognized Su Yan. After all, at that time, Su Yan was considered a celebrity in the hidden demon region. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a reward of 1 million spirit stones for Su Yan's capture, they also issued a red wanted notice, causing a craze to surge in the entire hidden demon region to catch Su Yan. However, the Guyu sect later announced that Su Yan was dead. As time went by, this craze slowly disappeared. Now, seeing this white figure with that handsome face, Su Yan's face once again appeared in their minds. Su Yan. Senior. When Elder Gujian and Buttface heard the shouts of the people next to them, both of them were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Elder Gujian shook his head and muttered to himself, "That kid is already dead, how could he appear?" Senior. Buttface came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He wanted to find Su Yan's figure again. Su Yan had already appeared in front of him. Buttface. Su Yan was quite happy to reunite with an old friend, and he looked at Buttface with a smile. "Senior, is it really you? You're not dead." Buttface looked at Su Yan's figure in front of him, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes. After all, he saw Su Yan fall off the cliff that day with his own eyes. In the end, he tried to check the cliff at one point. However, at that time, he couldn't get down the cliff at all with his strength. After a while, he suddenly found that the cliff had disappeared into thin air, which made Buttface even more certain that Su Yan was dead. Now, although Su Yan was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, all of this would turn into bubbles. He was afraid that all of this would be a dream again. Su Yan looked at Buttface's excited expression and smiled, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Buttface, it's me. It's really you. Buttface only dared to believe it when he heard Su Yan's words, and he jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and this excited jump immediately affected his wounds, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. When Su Yan heard Buttface's voice, he immediately recovered from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Looking at the injuries on Buttface's body, his face darkened, and a burst of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The moment he turned around to look at Elder Gujian, a ray of red light suddenly rushed towards him. Su Yan, you're not dead. When Elder Gujian saw Su Yan's red eyes, he didn't know why but his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered a few steps back. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise, and he simply couldn't accept the news that Su Yan was not dead. Dang! When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, the corners of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Gujian, I, Su Yan, haven't destroyed your Guyue sect. How can I die like this? You, when Elder Gujian heard Elder Su Yan's words, the muscles on his face twitched, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, don't be arrogant, you're just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even after half a year, how strong can you be? Although Elder Gujian said so, he didn't know why. When he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, he felt that he didn't have much confidence. When he looked at Su Yan, there was even some fear. Is that so? When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, he sneered and slowly pulled out the ghost howl sword that he had shot down to save Buttface. He looked at Elder Gujian with a gloomy expression, thinking of the humiliation that Elder Gujian had brought to him that day. He thought of how the Guyue sect had forced him to jump off the cliff. He thought of how he had almost lost his life. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Elder Gujian and said word by word, a Saint Vane realm cultivator is enough to destroy your Guyue sect. What an arrogant kid. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, several people jumped out from the surroundings. These were also elders of the Guyue sect, but their strength was not as high as Elder Gujian's. In fact, when they saw Buttface just now, they wanted to make a move. But when they saw Elder Gujian make a move himself, they knew Elder Gujian's strength, so they didn't help. But now, when they heard that Su Yan was just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator, they couldn't stand it and surrounded him. Senior. Buttface saw those people surrounding him and looked at Su Yan with worry in his eyes. He took a step forward to help Su Yan. Su Yan saw Buttface's action and felt touched. He took out a healing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Buttface, saying, I don't care about these people. You just heal by the side. Buttface wanted to say something, but when he looked at Su Yan's determined eyes, he didn't know why, but there was a numbing trust in his heart. He nodded and retreated to the side. Su Yan's actions showed that he didn't care about the elders of the Guyue sect at all. The elders were furious, and each of them took out their own weapons and shouted, Arrogant brat, if we don't kill you today, how can we show the Guyue sect's might? It wasn't just them. Even those who came to watch the show today had a look of doubt on their faces. Hey, you said that when Su Yan disappeared, he was only a Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even if half a year has passed, he's at most a Saint Vane realm cultivator. What strength does he have to be so arrogant? That's right, even a monster like Buttface wasn't a match for Elder Gujian, let alone him. Although they knew about Su Yan, they weren't familiar with Su Yan at all. Instead, they were familiar with Buttface, who had grown up in the Hidden Demon region, and Buttface's monstrous cultivation speed. All of them were amazed. They wouldn't have thought that Su Yan's cultivation speed was even more monstrous than Buttface. In half a year's time, they thought that he would at most go from a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator. If his cultivation speed was faster, he would only be able to reach the Saint Vane realm.